After the events of Death Metal, the universe is reshapen by Wonder Woman,
who has ascended to a godlike being within the fabric of reality, witnessing the birth of an infinite frontier. A voice asks how she's adjusting to her new, grander perspective, but it's just the beginning of everything as Wonder Woman is confronted by the Quintessence, who know there are now no boundaries between the 52 universes, which are now like a great omniverse, and a bright day of peace and infinite possibilities is upon them all because of Wonder Woman's actions against the Batman Who Laughs and Perpetua. Diana wonders why she is there since she was meant to ascend, but saw the future instead. Spectre says that she saw possible futures and now it falls on humanity to decide its fate, so thanks to her newfound role, judged by the hands of the Source themselves, he asks her to join the Quintessence, and she is asked to assist them in chronicling the new order of things. Diana knows that this sounds a little too good to be true, especially after knowing of the great cost restarting the multiverse would bring. The beings know of no cost or lurking threat, but they don't offer her place with them lightly. Diana refuses to leave her friends and family behind until she knows that they are safe and wants to know the truth. The Quintessence insist that there is no great cost, but they will send Spectre with her to guide her through these times. Spectre says that they will move like ghosts and witness moments as they search for the cost that haunts Wonder Woman. The heroes head into the multiverse as on Earth, Superman responds to an incident in Egypt, where he finds the villain who attacked the people frozen in stone. The people say that the being who helped them was named Shazam, making Superman think that maybe Shazam was there. The people say it wasn't him, and when attacked by the fire god, a being with a lightning bolt on his chest came to help. Superman still thinks that sounds like Shazam as the people show him pictures of Black Adam fighting the fire god. The people say that the being is strong and quiet and helps and then leaves, much like Superman. Flash arrives, surprised that Superman beat him there and saved the day already, but Superman says that this was Black Adam's doing. Flash thinks that this was some villain team up gone wrong, but Clark wonders if maybe Adam wants to turn over a new leaf and become a hero. Barry knows that he thinks that about everyone, and Superman reminds him that he hopes that about everyone. Diana views Clark's optimism from above, knowing of course he sees the potential for good even in his enemies, but Spectre knows that Batman doesn't share that optimism. In Gotham City, Arkham Asylum guard Mahoney does his rounds in the madhouse as a voice says that a city is broken and the people are broken, and their most critical goal now is to show them the truth of what they really are. Mahoney goes in to check on Bane, finding the cell filled with a green gas as well as a dead guard. He thinks Bane did it, moving in to secure the inmate, but upon removing his mask, he finds Bane has been murdered. Mahoney calls in a code green, meaning Joker has attacked the asylum, but most of the asylum's security is already dead thanks to the gas. Elsewhere, the Batgirls fight through some goons as Oracle coordinates with them. Barbara talks with Huntress as she signals the Batgirls, asks how she feels about being Oracle again. Barbara says that it feels good and there was a part of her that felt like she couldn't be everywhere she wanted to be in the costume, but now in the chair she can. She says she hasn't hung up her costume for good though, but it will be more judicious with her use of it since she wants to give her spinal implant a rest. Suddenly the women hear the code green from the asylum coming through, worrying Barbara as elsewhere, Tim plays chess with his father, telling him he didn't come to the city for a lecture. Lucius apologizes to his son, but Tim reminds his father to call him Jace now, as his father tells him that thanks to their newfound wealth, there is a certain responsibility that comes with it. Jace knows that the city isn't ready for this kind of change it needs, but Lucius says that's what he's saying, since maybe the Fox family can help make it ready. Grifter bursts into the room, alerting the family to the code green at Arkham and that the Joker has attacked again. At City Hall, Mayor Chris Nakano is filled in on the situation by Commissioner Montoya, who knows there is a chance that Joker is using the expectations of his attack as an advantage, but they don't know anything that's going on inside the prison since her own men that Gordon embedded in the asylum a long time ago aren't answering. Nakano wants the full force of the GCPD to descend on the asylum, knowing that there is a guard that is still left alive in there, so they need to get him on the line to find out the situation. Mahoney meanwhile rushes through the gas-filled asylum, told to stay on the line by Batman, who races across the city to the asylum. Diana meanwhile is pulled elsewhere to Themyscira, where she sees her mother mourning the loss of her daughter. She sees something is bothering Hippolyta, knowing the gods won't answer her prayers and she feels abandoned. Diana wishes that she could talk with her mother, and when she finally ascends, she intends to let her know herself, but Spectre thinks doing so will rob Hippolyta of the understanding that comes with reflection on mourning. He says Diana remains tethered to her old life, but Diana cuts him off when she hears a noise outside of Hippolyta's chambers. Outside the chambers, the Amazonians are battling one another as Hippolyta demands to know what foolishness has befallen them. The women say that they are fighting to learn who is the strongest of them and who will take the mantle of Wonder Woman. Hippolyta says that Diana was singular and yet they rush to replace her, wondering who would risk joining Diana in eternal silence to prove worthy. All of the women are quick to raise their hands, but Hippolyta tells them to fix her chamber walls, as Diana knows even in grief, her mother is still a real drill sergeant. Hippolyta takes the women into her chambers to see the head of the Gorgon Medusa, saying that only those whose hearts are just and their minds not clouded by ambition will survive its stony gaze. Some of the warriors leave in fear, leaving only Nubia left to face the Medusa's head alone. She hopes that if she's turned into a statue, the birds are kept from her as she opens the box, not finding a head but a queen's tiara. Hippolyta says that this is her fate now as she renounces her queen status to enter the world of men. Nubia isn't so sure about this, and this is still much they don't know. Like the Amazonian from Brazil. Hippolyta intends on finding out what Yara Flor is up to, but the Amazonians need a queen now, and that is to be Nubia, since she has the wisdom and temperament and no doubt in herself. Nubia says that she'll do her best, as Hippolyta reassures her that nothing is going to happen to her in man's world. As they head outside, Nubia asks if they really do have a Medusa's head, learning that Hippolyta does indeed have one, but it's being kept safely hidden. Outside, Hippolyta introduces the new queen of the Amazons to her cheering people. Elsewhere, Yara Flor signs with her auntie that she is going back to Brazil whether her auntie likes it or not. Her auntie signs that they left for a good reason and it's too dangerous, as her uncle tells them to stop fighting so they can take a picture of Yara's big day. The women pose for a photo in the Boise airport terminal, but still, Yara's auntie is upset. Yara says goodbye to her uncle Brian, hoping that he would tell Aunt Renata that she loves her, heading into the airport as a group of Amazonians continue to track the woman. Diana is soon taken to New York, where Obsidian looks over the empty JSA headquarters, remembering his father's oath of when he was part of the JSA all those years ago, and then later how he and his sister joined Infinity Inc., learning just who their long-lost father really was. Jade and Obsidian meet with Alan, who says that he's walked the earth longer than he anticipated and he's been fighting too long that he's beginning to neglect a lot of himself. Jade thinks that he means them, but he can't blame himself for not being there for them, since he wasn't made aware he had children until they were adults. Alan knows it's more than that as he gets teary-eyed, asking his son if it's always this awkward to say. Todd says it is, but it gets better afterwards. Alan reveals that back in an earlier time, he had to keep part of himself hidden from friends and family, even going so far as to marry a couple of women, whom he knows he loved in his mind, but he knows in doing so he was hiding himself away. Todd tells him just to say the words, since they both love him so he can say them. Alan Scott reveals to his children that he is gay, garnering a hug from Jade as he says that there have been a few people throughout the years who have known, but now some of the greatest minds of the world are looking at the frontier again, and they have asked him to become a sentinel overlooking the totality of the world, and because of it, he didn't think it would be right to take the job without finally being the whole person he is with his friends and family. He knows he stands to learn a lot from a new generation of ring slingers, hugging his family, and knows that there is no fear now. Elsewhere in New York, a ferry gets ready to depart as Diana is shown a new generation of heroes hungry for experience. At the terminal, a young boy buys a Titans-themed backpack, telling the seller that the transaction never happened. Boarding the boat with the various other kids with the same backpack, the ferry takes them all to their first day at school in Titans Academy, where one of the children pulls a Red X mask from his backpack. Diana is whisked away to Metropolis, where a monster is rampaging through the streets. Spectre says that this is where the darkness she seeks is, and Diana thinks she means the creature, but Spectre is referring to Jonathan Kent. Spectre says that John Kent isn't Superman like Diana thinks he is and never must be. Spectre explains that the alien he fights is an Imperial Maw, and it uses space and time as its weapons, and while he knows not how the creature came to be there, the son of Superman is no equal to it. Spectre knows that John will never be near enough to the creature to harm it, since his strength and speed are meaningless to the creature. Spectre says while he has his father's physical gifts, that will never make him Superman. Diana tells him to see beyond the physical as Superboy races into the creature's maw, where space and time bend around him. Spectre says that this is the boy's end, and while Clark was born on another planet, he was of this time, but Jonathan Kent is of no place and no time. Jonathan experiences many of the points of his life as he journeys through the Maw, as Spectre knows that he's lost years in space with a madman and was imprisoned by a broken version of his own father, only coming of age 1,000 years after his birth, only to return to the present and be given a title he can never fully earn, and while he still tries, he has the makings of a tyrant. Suddenly, Spectre doesn't understand what the boy is doing as John exits the Maw, finding a small baby version of the Imperial Maw. As Diana says, he's showing both wisdom and compassion. Diana explains that using the Maw's own power, John searched through space and time until he found the being when it was newly lost and alone and hopeless, and returned it to its rightful place on its homeworld. Diana says that out of compassion, Superman risked his own life for an enemy's sake, and what's a more truer test of a Superman than that? Spectre relents, saying that he is Superman for now, but warns her that this one is still lost and Earth will pay the price one day. The heroes move to another part of the world where Oliver Queen and Diana Drake have rekindled their love. They talk about their lost memories seeping back to them, just like Mr. Terrific said they would. Diana hates all of this cosmic junk as Oliver reminds her he's now richer than Batman, but Diana never cared for the money, and if she did, she'd be calling herself Bat Canary. Oliver's phone rings and soon hangs up, making Oliver wonder if he can track it since it came from an old Q phone, making him wonder who would do that. Diana doesn't care, wanting to leave all of this cosmic stuff to the Justice League, but Oliver has some interesting news regarding that. At a gas station in the middle of nowhere, the very much alive Roy Harper decides on who to call and let know he's alive, knowing it's still a bit too early for that. He dumps his phone and trucker cap, taking his leave for the road as he spots a red bow and arrow set nearby, making him chuckle. Spectre asks if Diana has seen any cost yet, but the woman hasn't, wanting to look in places they least suspect. In Blue Valley, Stargirl battles King Midas at the local bank, knowing she's running extremely late for school. She tells the villain to surrender, but Midas exclaims that he never will, knowing the hero will make a glorious piece of art once he's finished with her. Pat, however, soon arrives in the stripe armor, smashing the villain into the ground, defeating him once and for all. Courtney remembers when Pat went by Stripesy and he was part of the 7 Soldiers of Victory way back when. She knows exactly what Pat is going to tell her, knowing he's going to say that she should have waited for him and now she's late for school. Boarding the armor, Pat flies the girl across Blue Valley to school as Courtney knows how all this joyriding soon became a purpose for her, and with Pat, she found someone who was there for her when her father wasn't. Courtney rushes into school where she is stopped by the principal, who is upset she is late yet again. Luckily, Pat arrives, saying that his old car broke down and he convinced Courtney to stick around and wait for her mother. He reminds Courtney that she forgot her lunch, handing her a brown paper bag as the girl plays it off, causing the principal to let her off. Courtney thanks Pat for being there twice that day as the man's phone rings. Answering it, he finds Vigilante on the other end, telling him the 7 soldiers need him as he hangs up. Courtney asks who that was, and Pat knows that it's a reason to ditch school. Spectre feels them being pulled backwards as back in Gotham, Batman gets Mahoney to continue to talk to him, telling him it's going to be okay as he reaches the central security. Mahoney finds there is no sign of a mass breakout and everything and anything is still in their cells. Batman knows they need to get the toxin out of the asylum, wanting to use the special fire system that was installed to prevent Mr. Freeze from escaping. Mahoney activates it but finds that there are some nurses holed up in a storage room using oxygen tanks to live, meaning when the fire superheats the air, it will kill them. Batman races towards the prison on his bike as a voice says that the heroes have been trying to hold the city together for so long they've hardly noticed how much it's changed around them, but if they are going to have any hope to survive, they need to let the fear in and need to face it and learn that they aren't in control anymore. Ghostmaker Mimo deals with some ninjas as Nightwing faces a group of thugs who have been hurting a defenseless puppy, and Punchline still finds herself incarcerated in jail. The voice continues, saying that these people are going to change and evolve as Mahoney races to the storage room, grabbing the nurses as the fire starts, blowing him and the nurses clear of the building. Batman pulls up as the asylum explodes, finding the grievously injured Mahoney outside. The man asks if the women are safe, and he finds that the nurses are indeed in safe hands as he falls asleep in Batman's arms. The police arrive, saying that Batman is under arrest since Mayor Nakano wants no more masks in Gotham City. Batman ignores the men, looking over the burning asylum and finding life readings, discovering there are 17 people still left alive. The cops are shocked to learn that there are only 7 17 left in the whole asylum, as Batman tells them to fire if they want to, but he is going to go in and save those people. Elsewhere at Saint Industries, Simon Saint asks the Doctor what his final diagnosis of the people of Gotham City is, asking if they really think they are ready for what the Magistrate program has to offer them, and if they finally are scared enough to change. Scarecrow doesn't think they are nearly scared enough, but they will be. Diana thinks that this is the darkness, but Spectre knows they must let this play out as they are drawn to heroes who shine lights on fear. In hyperspace, Jon Stewart and Simon Baz talk about the Guardians splitting up Simon and Jessica, with Simon wondering why he's now on babysit duty, slowly creeping along in a spaceship instead of using the rings. Jon knows that this is because Kelly is important and the ship is to keep her comfortable while she looks over the history of the Green Lantern Corps. Kelly meanwhile is still in the virtual reality world, where she learns all of the Green Lantern's history from the Guardians' holograms. Simon wonders what her deal is, but Jon doesn't know, knowing the Guardians want to see her and the powerful gauntlet she somehow has stuck to her hand. Jon says that the galaxy is coming together as the United Planets and nobody knows where the Guardians stand in all of this, so they need to show strength and stability during the conclave, so it's all hands on deck. Simon knows that Hal, Jess and Kyle got hall passes, but Jon knows they are busy protecting the Crux worlds. The ship soon drops from hyperspace, so Jon tells Kelly that she won't want to miss this, as the girl comes to the cockpit to witness all of the United Planet ships dropping out of hyperspace around Oa, as Jon welcomes the girl to the home of the Green Lantern Corps. Spectre knows that Ganthet would know if there was a coming darkness there, so they head elsewhere, where Diana sees Barry Allen, knowing he's more than the hope the Spectre sees, knowing recently he found a path to move forward. Flash finishes up his vibrational frequency tests and heads to the House of Heroes, where he tells President Superman that Earth Zero looks stable for now, and his look into the vibrational frequencies match Calvin's readings. Calvin notes how many of the worlds have returned to where they were, but a few have had their histories restarted, and with Barry's work they should be able to keep track of the growing numbers of multiverses, especially with the joint communications between their worlds. He wonders if Barry has considered his offer, and Barry knows he needs to take care of a few things first. Barry goes to meet with Wally on the Totality, who says he's just got done dealing with Kilgore, who was trying to take over the internet again. He knows Barry was talking with President Superman, and Barry reveals that that's why he called Wally there, since he's been working with Justice Incarnate observing the new multiverse, and with this comes new challenges. Therefore, he's been offered a place on Justice Incarnate to be their Earth's representative. Wally wonders about Central City and the Justice League and who will be Flash, so Barry tells Wally that he is the Flash now, and when he was gone before, Wally filled his boots well and did him proud, and he wouldn't go running off if he didn't think the boy was up for the task. Wally is honoured as Barry knows that coming back was hard for the boy and he's still worried about redeeming himself, but he wants him to trust him. Barry and Wally race off back home to Central City to talk out the details as Spectre sees the torch has been passed and thinks that this could be the cost Wonder Woman was talking about, but Diana says that this is a good thing, admiring the two Flash's bravery as they run into new chapters of their lives no matter how scary or unknown it is. Spectre wonders if Diana is ready herself, and how does she judge what she has seen. Diana says that for years their lives were infected with despair, as a force from another universe manipulated their lives for some experiment, stealing so much from them, but now she can see that influence is gone and they are free to embrace the best parts of themselves and move forward into exciting new chapters of their lives, which come with wonder and terror. But these fears are always with them, and perhaps the cost she was warned about is the past they must leave behind. But her friends are up to the task since they can now take on any darkness. Spectre says that there are other places they can look, but Diana wants to go back to the Quintessence. Heading back to the beings, Diana is asked if she again wants to join them, and she has an answer, having faith her friends and family can take care of themselves. She, however, declines the offer, knowing now anything is possible, but the Quintessence wants her to stay still and just watch it all. She says Spectre showed her the brave people embracing change, and it reminded her of how Steve Trevor washed up on the shores of Themyscira, and where instead of sending him back alone to man's world, she travelled with him and begun a new chapter in her life, one greater than she could ever think of, and now she finds herself on a different shore, and it's time for her to set sail into the infinite frontier. Later on, the Quintessence talk about Diana not joining them, knowing had she, they would have told her that they had already trapped the threat she was worried about. The wizard knows that had she joined, she would have learned that there is nothing they cannot control or defeat. The beings descend onto Earth Omega, which will be used to house the darkness. The darkness, however, tells them all to die as it kills the entire quintessence. The voice says that Wonder Woman and her kind believe this will be a new beginning, but it will bring them closer to the finale, and it always leads back to him. The being says that now they have reconstituted all of their lesser forms, and he has finally achieved his true form, and his power exceeds what it was before the first crisis. The being stomps on Spectre, destroying him, as Darkseid says he is finite, he is final, and he is the end of everything. On Earth Zero, Cameron Chase arrives at the Hall of Justice, wanting to speak with the Justice League, and she has an appointment, saying someone needs to save her out loud. Superman soon appears, and Chase knew he couldn't resist a damsel in distress. As Superman takes a photo with some kids, he says that he was alerted the minute she stepped into the building. She asks about the supposed prison under the hall, but Clark talks about the reason for her visit. Learning from the woman it's just a friendly chat, but Clark wonders if they are friends, since the last time they met, she was trying to arrest his wife. Chase wonders if it's bad cop time as they go and see Batman, who demands to know what she's investigating. She knows he's a great detective, so he can tell her, so Batman knows that she's working for Mr. Bones again since he's worried about the multiverse. Chase says that she isn't Bones and not paranoid about the multiverse like him unless someone gives her a reason to be. She asks him if it's weird knowing that there are other Batmans and Supermans out there, wondering if they ever feel less special now. Superman says that they filed a report about the multiverse with the right people, something Chase is well aware of since she read them all, knowing all about Perpetua and the Batman Who Laughs in the Dark Multiverse, and even Dr. Manhattan. She wants to know exactly when reality was being manipulated, so Superman says since the attack they have opened communications with other Earths and are making moves so that people on their world don't have to worry. Chase says that they are worried and it's getting scary now with people looking at the red sky and seeing multiple Earths, and they want to know why, and the League taking care of it won't be cutting it as an excuse anymore. Superman asks if the League is under investigation, but Chase says an evil version of Batman tried to take over Gotham, but it was a different Batman from another world, so when does the evil Superman show up? An alarm goes off, signaling Aquaman and Hawkgirl are dealing with a fourth world brimstone, the third one of the year. Superman heads out to help them as Chase has some more questions, but she is super speeded out of the hall as Batman and Superman race away to help their friends. Chase contacts Bones, telling him of her meeting as Bones says she's got a small errand for her since there is someone he wants recruited to their side as he sends her a video of Captain Atom returning. At the House of Heroes, Justice Incarnate revealed that Thomas Wayne's ship wasn't a normal ship, and fragments of it were shot across the multiverse, with the team tracking them down through the different Earths, with the metal being different from what the Ultima Thule is made out of, and it has no vibration or frequency, and they are getting some resistance in retrieving these pieces, but the ones they have found have no survivors with it. The team think that they were trying to transport prisoners across the multiverse, but it all went boom. Machine Head is collecting the pieces so he can rebuild the ship as President Superman shows Thomas the multiverse, even giving him the Multiverse Guidebook by Grant Morrison. Thomas says that he doesn't read comic books, but Calvin thinks he should, asking Harbinger where Barry Allen of Earth Zero is. Harbinger says that he was exploring the multiverse, but there were no logs of his missions, which is very unlike Barry. She asks Thomas what he remembers, so he tells Superman he remembers being in Arkham, healing from his injuries in solitary, and one day, some woman came to him, locking him up in a spaceship, but he fought back and stole an escape shuttle, with the next thing he remembers waking in the House of Heroes. Calvin knows that someone was trying to transport him off Earth Zero, wondering where they were taking him. Harbinger alerts President Superman of another fragment on Earth 22, but their contact isn't answering their hails, so Calvin says he will deal with this himself, and Thomas is going to come with him since maybe seeing the ship will jog his memory. Heading to Earth 22, Calvin says that he wants to take Thomas back to Earth Zero when he's done, but the man doesn't want to go back there since he thinks having his whole world destroyed messed him up more than he cares to admit. Calvin can relate, wondering about Bruce, so Thomas says that he was angry at his son, betraying himself, and he doesn't deserve to see him ever again, and if he believes he is dead, it's for the best. Thomas knows that he thought he was protecting his family, but he was wrong. Calvin finds it nice that he has a family, since being president on his world and protecting the multiverse doesn't leave much room for relationships, let alone children. Thomas thinks the man should have a family, family, as suddenly Thomas hears a voice say that he is the last son of a dead reality. Calvin asks what he hears as the Superman is blasted by an energy beam. Thomas sees the being who did it, knowing that they didn't have one of him on his reality. The being is revealed to be Magog, who knows that they shouldn't have come to Earth 22 since outsiders are forbidden on their world. Calvin knows all about Magog, thinking that he was reformed in his ways, but if the multiverse reverted him back to his villainous ways, who else has it done it to as well? On Earth Zero, Mr. Terrific, Obsidian, Green Lantern, and Vandal Savage investigate the explosion at the JSA HQ and Jade's disappearance. Alan knew the green flames were his daughters, but there is no trace of her or anyone else. Vandal wonders whoever took the girl also took the rest. Obsidian wants to know what they are talking about, so Mr. Terrific tells the man that the first thing the Totality did was scan those who had been returned to the multiverse when it was restored, and those who were missing, and while a few JSA members checked in, a few fell off the map. Obsidian thought that everyone was back, but Michael tells him that they have been studying the changes to the world and it went through tremendous trauma, but there is also a lot they don't understand yet. Alan says that not everyone has their memories back or is easy to locate, and his son isn't happy he knew about this, getting angry and wanting to go door to door with all their villains to find out where Jade has been taken, and he wants to start with Vandal Savage. Vandal wants to know why the boy is even there, since this is Totality business, and they are meant to monitor manipulations to the time and reality and protect Earth Zero, not missing persons. Alan stays silent as Savage says children are a distraction, wanting the brat to be sent away so they can work. Alan attacks Vandal for what he calls his son, saying if he speaks to his son again, he will wish he wasn't immortal. Alan says if he has to choose between his family and the Totality, he will help his son, disappearing with him through a shadow void to help find his daughter. Obsidian says that he can feel enough to know that she is still alive, wanting to know where to begin, but Alan tells him to start in the dark, as elsewhere, Roy Harper wonders why he was chosen to be a Black Lantern, since he doesn't look dead, wondering how he charges the ring, thinking he needs an oath, and remembering what Hal used to say. He remembers Hal telling him years ago it's not easy since the ring chose him. Roy thinks it's because he's fearless, but Hal knows he thinks it's because he believes in himself, something Roy wishes he had. Hal asks the boy when he takes a shot with his bow, who is in control, him or the bow? Using this knowledge, Roy manages to activate the ring, becoming the Black Lantern again and conjuring up some targets to practice on, knowing he's a little rusty with his bow, and if he should call himself Black Arrow from now on, knowing that's kind of silly and Red Hood would probably make fun of him. He remembers Hal's ring talked as well, so he tries to talk with his ring, but it builds a construct of Darkseid, Flashpoint Batman, Psycho Pirate, a captured Flash, and Leanne Harper, his daughter. He reaches out to his daughter, but she disappears as he demands the ring show her again, demanding to know where she is, as the ring says that Darkseid is. Suddenly, Roy is transformed into an Omega Black Lantern zombie, which shoots into the sky as on a nearby military base, the soldiers think it's just some other damn superhero. The arriving Captain Atom tells them to go easy on the heroes since they don't have all of their training. Captain Atom heads through the Metropolis Air Force Base, meeting with Cameron Chase in his barracks. Nathan wonders what she wants, so Chase says that for starters, he died during death metal, yet somehow he is there. Adam says he did die, but everywhere in the multiverse was reborn. Chase tells him the people she works for think he has experience and an interesting perspective on the multiverse, and he is being offered a place at the DEO. Adam, however, says he's flattered, but he's retired since the military offered him a nice deal and he took it, buying a cabin in the middle of nowhere. He knows that he wants to be done with all of this action and live a quiet life, but Chase knows that doesn't sound like the Nathan Adam she used to know. She remembers when they were on mission in Markovia and he told her that he would never rest until the world was safe, but the hero knows that was a long time ago and lots has happened since then. Chase knows, pulling a gun on the man since she knows neither of them have ever met before, and this Captain Atom is not her world's Captain Atom. Nathan is unhappy that he was caught by that old trick, knowing it doesn't matter what world he is from since he just wants to be free. Chase demands to know where the hell her real Captain Atom is, but Nathan doesn't know. On his world, he and Chase were actually friends. Chase tells him to turn himself in without a fight, and maybe they can be friends on this world as well. Nathan knows that she doesn't understand what is really happening with the multiverse, but he knows too much and she can't be allowed to take him in. Captain Atom begins ripping open his containment skin, saying that he will find out soon and come for him if he doesn't do this. He apologizes to Chase as she tries to contact the DEO, needing backup, but it's too late, as Captain Atom proclaims that Darkseid is as he explodes, taking out Chase and the entire military base. Elsewhere, Green Lantern and Obsidian chase down a group of their rogues to try and determine who has taken Jade. Todd contacts Damon, apologizing for disappearing on him like he did, but he and his father are looking for any leads on his sister. Damon wonders if they have talked about the double date idea with Alan, but Todd promises he will. But this is the first time he's spent with his father in a long time, wishing it was under better circumstances. Soon they come to visit Shade, but the man knows that he won't be much help since many of his former friends have been quiet lately, but he thinks that maybe it's one of their former enemies to blame, maybe even an enemy of the JSA legacy. Alan doesn't fully understand, so Todd says that it might not actually be a JSA enemy who took Jade, it might be one of his or Jade's in it. Elsewhere, the zombified Roy Harper is called upon by his master to come to him as he begins to remember his past lives and his daughter Leanne. He awakens to find himself in space, calming himself as he wonders if he's ever been to space before. He tries to make a construct of a ship with the ring but stops since when he used the ring before, the ring turned him into a zombie and he can't risk that again, and he can't take off the ring either. But if his daughter is alive, he will eventually find her. He intends on just waiting around until someone comes by, and soon someone does in a blinding white light. On Earth 22, Magog attacks President Superman, who knows Magog was meant to be reformed. The villain says that he is reformed, but they are invading his world, and every time someone comes from the multiverse, it's a tragedy, and it interrupts the balance of time and space. Flashpoint Batman attacks with his batarangs, proving Magog's point, noting how Thomas reeks of reality manipulation. He intends on killing Batman as a warning, but just as Incarnate arrive, demanding Magog stand down. Magog says that Machine Head can throw whomever he wants at him, but he won't like Magog's backup. Superman tells them all to stop, knowing that Magog is right and this is his world. He tells the villain about the shuttle wreckage and how he wants to examine it, so the man allows them to, but they need to leave his world and take the abomination that is Thomas Wayne with them. Machine Head wants to head back to the House of Heroes as Mary knows the ship looks familiar. The team can't however determine its origin world, as Thomas says that the Barry Allen he knew said that he could feel vibrations to sense what world he's in, wondering if the ship would react to someone from the same vibrational pattern as where it was made. The team all touch the vessel, and Superman soon discovers that they need to continue their investigation on his homeworld. Thomas asks if Magog is the only one sick of the multiverse, but Calvin knows that that's what worries him, since he thought the multiverse was coming together in harmony, but he was wrong. He tells Machine Head he's heading home to his Earth, and while he does that, he needs the team to find Barry Allen of Earth Zero. Barry meanwhile finds himself in a strange world where Jay Garrick is as well. Jay tells him he's got to focus since the multiverse needs him. Barry tries to remember where he was, but Jay tells him that he can only be the hero the multiverse needs, but he just needs to run faster than ever before. Barry takes off as on Earth Omega, the Flash awakens to find himself connected up to a giant machine that is forcing him to run. Psycho Pirate says that this all started with him since he was the first from Earth 1 to race someone from Earth 2. And did he really think that there would be no repercussions to that? Psycho Pirate says he's using his powers to push Barry to be the hero he is to go someplace else. Barry knows that he is the hero and he must save them, as in the Speed Force, he sees someone in front of him calling for help. Barry says that he will save them as Psycho Pirate wants Barry to save the multiverse. Green Lantern and Obsidian meanwhile head to Bloodhaven in their search, finding Command D, a base used for dangerous experiments that the DEO got their hands on. Alan wants to get into the base without being seen, and Todd knows that while light is his deal, darkness is his, and it has its uses. Todd opens up a portal into his darkness, allowing him and his father to slip in unseen. Inside, Alan asks if Todd can feel any connection with Jade, but Todd says that since the JSA HQ blew up, it's been very weak, and if Jade was leading this search and rescue mission, she would have found herself already. Todd knows that between him and Jade, she's been the one who's been the most confident, and a natural leader of both Infinity Inc., the JSA, and even the Justice League. He says that he used to have a hard time with any kind of relationship, making Alan wonder if things between him and Damon are okay, but Todd reassures him that they are, asking if Alan has had a chance to get out there and find someone. Alan says he's too old to be on the dating scene, but Todd knows that's a load of crap and he can be his wingman, telling him that Damon has a friend that he thinks he will hit it off with. Alan doesn't want to be set up by his son, knowing that he knew someone before reality changed, but he doubts that he would have waited on him. Todd knows he'll never know unless he tries, as soon they spot Director Bones. The duo follow him and discover a huge dry dock where a spaceship is being built. Alan can sense the energy coming from the craft as Bone tells his men that they are behind schedule and they need more carrier arcs vibrating today, demanding that they get the cells loaded. Todd wonders what kind of spaceship needs prison cells as they are attacked by Extract, who along with her men surround the heroes. The woman says that she told Bones that if they grab some heroes, the rest would come. Todd reminds his father how he told him that they shouldn't shine his light, but thinks they now should as the duo attack, smashing through the guards, as Alan demands to know where his daughter is. Cameron Chase appears, saying that she knows where Jade is, but he doesn't understand what is at stake since Bones' plan is the only way they can save their world. Chase fires her cannon at the heroes, apologizing, as in space, Roy is picked up by a DEO ship under the command of Agent Hammond. Hammond explains that the DEO once dealt with alien threats, but after the recent events, they now have a new mission to protect Earth Zero's interest from different kinds of invaders. Roy figures that they need to keep an eye on anyone trying to crash the party, but Hammond says that there's that, but they also need to keep track of people who came back from the dead. Roy is attacked by some guards with a sonar scrambler, which makes sure he can't use his ring. Hammond knows that his bosses didn't know that would actually work, but he's an expert with rings. Roy realizes that Agent Hammond is actually Agent Hector Hammond, one of Green Lantern's enemies, but he looks different. Hector says that when reality returned, he was reset to factory settings, considering it a gift, but it still left him with a lot of questions. He takes the ship into the multiverse, showing Roy a place called the Bleed, the space between worlds in the multiverse. Hector says that when they found out he was alive, they needed to know how, so they sent Extract to get him, since they thought he was just a simple archer. But imagine their surprise when they learned he had a black ring, a ring they think might not even be from this universe. He wants to know why it chose him, but Roy doesn't know, something Hammond expected, but a deal has been made for him and that ring. Before they can head to their destination though, the ship is hit by something which soon comes aboard, as Hammond tells his men to secure the doors, since there's no telling what Bones will do to them if they lose another ship. A soldier wants to call in Extract, but Hammond says not to, since they would do this themselves. The soldiers are attacked by Roy, who tells Hammond that he shouldn't have taken his eyes off the target. He uses a Hal Jordan construct to uppercut Hammond and knock him out, as the ring again tries to take him over. A voice thinks that Hammond's team found a zombie world, which means they need to aim for the head, as Power Girl, Damage, Atom Smasher, Wildcat and Jade appear on the ship.
Elsewhere, director of the DEO, Mr. Bones, working away in his office, telling his assistant he doesn't want to be disturbed as he picks up an audio tape of Cameron Chase's report on Calvin Ellis, playing it and learning of the Superman of Earth 23 and how he took a unique approach to protecting humanity by becoming the President of the United States. On Earth 23, Calvin is glad that he was taught how to deactivate his enhanced hearing by the Superman of Earth 24, since there are times when the people around him need to come up with their own solutions. But upon reading their lips, he can see that they need a different approach to this. He knows that with every lunar cycle, the alien armada above them comes back and attacks Moon 3, and they need a proper response. But the people can't see it and can't see past their own fears, and like so many of their problems, this is just another job for Superman. Calvin tells his aides that he prefers their approach doesn't involve the intervention of Superman, since he's growing uncomfortable with their over-reliance in his powers, and he has impossible enemies and responsibilities put upon his shoulders. And what if he was to become lost and trapped, or what if Superman was to die on one of these missions? Jimmy asks what he wants them to do then, so Calvin tells his vice president to settle their fears and work together. Calvin leaves with Courtney and Kellex, telling the others to return to their deliberations, and he expects a credible response by the end of day. Courtney doesn't think that it was wise, but Calvin tells her that they need invention to happen here, since she is one of the few who know of Justice Incarnate and what they face, so the people and and her need to be ready for the worst. Courtney hopes that nothing will happen to him since she's become quite fond of Superman and the world needs him, but Calvin knows that they have everything they need and sometimes they just need to be reminded of that, and luckily Jimmy will guide them to the only answer and they will remember that Superman doesn't always need to save the day. Courtney hopes that Superman will, and Calvin knows that he will forever, telling Kelex that they have a busy day ahead. Calvin takes off to battle Brainiac in Metropolis, telling Kelex to let Machine Head know that he'll be late. Calvin remembers how he used to have robot duplicates to take over from him from time to time when the multiverse's problems were too big, but then the Brainiac OS broke free and corrupted the algorithm of the robots and almost started World War IV. The code, however, wasn't fully destroyed and it is persistent as he smashes the robot down, telling Kelex to let Perry know he will repair the damage later. As he helps Machine Head in the House of Heroes, Calvin knows the problem is time, which is why he's working with the hero of Earth 8 to try and find more of it. After a quick prayer session with his parents in Smallville and a lunch with the Markovian ambassador, Superman battles Kryptonite Man, who beats the hero down, but while he's down for the count, Calvin quickly suits up in his radiation suit, smashing the villain in the face and taking him down before racing off to stop a runaway stealth bomber from crashing into a baseball field. He knows the Brainiac OS has never attacked twice in one day, making him know he needs more time. After the attack, he holds a press conference at the White House addressing the rumors of what's happening near Earth 3 with aliens. Calvin says that everything that's happened today was unexpected distractions and they are fighting to catch up. Later in downtown LA, Superman races to stop another multiversal breach, returning almost an hour later, beaten and bloody. Kelex tells Calvin that his tussle with the Kryptonite Man begun a domino effect, and while he was ahead of everything up until then, he is now behind. Calvin doesn't want to know any more, only what he has forgotten. Just after 4 PM, he helps fix the Daily Planet's globe, promising a little girl nearby that he'll help find her dog, quickly getting the dog back to the little girl before meeting with his team back at the White House, learning they know exactly what they need to do. Calvin is impressed, telling everyone to get a good night's sleep since tomorrow they do it all again. Later, Calvin meets with Courtney again, learning that the woman didn't really believe that they could do this. She says that she can see that he is bruised and injured in his day and knows that he couldn't find extra time. Kelex quickly shoos the woman away with a countdown, prompting Calvin to tell him to play nice as he opens a portal into the Margin, a dimensional space the Black Martians used. Calvin knows that this is a space used to heal the trauma from telepathic intrusion, so any day he can, he takes every bit of time that he's stolen to get away there. For nearly 4 minutes, Calvin Ellis and Superman cease to exist, and soon the renewal begins, with the Calvin Ellis that emerges from the Margin being better than the one before that morning, and this Calvin is ready to do everything all over again, even if it's too much, and this new Calvin Ellis is prepared for the never-ending battle. Later on Moon 3, Superman stops the invading armada as Director Bones stops his tape, telling his assistant to wipe his schedule since he'll be there all day following up on Cameron Chase's reports, with his next tape focusing on Roy Harper. Cameron Chase's report on Roy Harper start up, stating that he is dead, or at least he was, and trying to understand him means piecing together the many titles he has held in the past. In the past, Green Arrow and Speedy chase Deathstroke across the roofs of Star City. Oliver tells Roy to stay in control of the fight, wanting him to hit Slade with a tracker. Chase knows that Roy has gone by Speedy, Red Arrow, and Arsenal and worked with the Justice League, Teen Titans, Outlaws, and Green Arrow himself, but it's possible he doesn't actually remember all of that now, after what he has been through. Roy fires his arrow, missing Slade and allowing him to escape, but Oliver knows that it's fine since he won't get very far. Roy gets angry, snapping his bow since he missed the shot, but Oliver says it's not his fault since Slade got the better of both of them. He talks about how Buddhist monks would use archery as a form of meditation, believing it to be about being in the moment, focusing on a single target and nothing else, and not allowing emotions to cloud one's perception. Oliver warns Roy not to let his anger control him since that's the way Slade wins. Roy says that meditating on his mistakes won't fix that, but he misses the point as Oliver says he needs to meditate on the goal, not the mistake, and change perspective. Cameron wonders if thanks to the man's shattered past, what kind of man Roy Harper is now and how much does he remember and what is he going to be, as in the present day, Roy Harper is beaten around a New Mexico bar by a much larger opponent named Big Bill. Roy isn't impressed with how hard the man hits, reiterating the point to the surprised man that he wanted to know how hard he hit, since he didn't feel a thing. The man comes for him as Cameron's report wonders if Roy can ever be a hero again, since he crawled back to life on more than one occasion, suffering from addiction, watched his friends die, and even lost his only daughter to the villain Electrocutioner. Chase says that she cannot know how Roy felt after having to mourn the death of a child, or the feelings that he'll have as he regains these memories. Roy is tossed around the bar, helped up by the bartender, who thinks that he should stop antagonizing Big Bill, or at least try and hit him back, but Roy tells the woman that he's fine, but she knows that the bloodied man isn't, since the big guy will kill him, since Big Bill doesn't know when to stop once he gets started. Roy is counting on that as he confronts the man again, saying that he's acting like a clown, so the man grabs him by the throat, saying he doesn't plan on holding back this time. Suddenly, the man is hit on the back of the head by a baseball bat wielded by the bartender, who tells Bill to stop. The enraged Bill takes the bat, wondering how the girl will make him stop. He raises the bat to hit her, but before he can, Roy stops him, saying that he can sense some real anger issues inside Big Bill, something he knows all about. Roy kicks the man down, giving the bat back to the woman before returning to Bill, as Cameron knows that hell and back again changes a man, wondering what type of man Roy Harper has been changed into. Later, Roy leaves the bar with Big Bill's chopper keys, called to by the bartender, who knows that he saved her, but Roy thinks that she actually saved him, and she reminds him of someone. She hopes that that's a good thing, learning that this woman cared for him when she had no reason to, just like the bartender did. Roy heads off on the chopper as Cameron's report comes to a close, wondering if Roy is unable to find a path that leads away from his destructive tendencies. She fears that he'll become more of an enemy than an ally, and he warrants some further discussion. Director Bones, however, turns off the report, finding it all quite fascinating, knowing Chase has always had a soft spot for the broken ones, but she doesn't need to be playing therapist with these people, since there's no time for it, not when the multiverse is at stake. Director Bones continues his research into Cameron Chase's files, picking up one on Obsidian and Jade, calling them the failed actress who came back to life and the schizophrenic brother of hers who tried to cloak the world in darkness. Popping in the tape, Bones knows it's worth keeping an eye on them even if their father was the first Green Lantern. At the JSA headquarters in New York, Alan hugs his son as on the roof, Jade gets ready to take off, getting her star heart to dance across her palm, knowing after her death and the rebirth of the universe, the star heart feels very different. Todd comes up to see his sister, asking how she is, and Jade knows he's talking about their father coming out, something she finds amazing, but Obsidian actually meant with everything else. Jade says that she's great, but her brother can see through the lie. Jade comes clean, saying that she's been to outer space dozens of times, dated a Green Lantern, and flown at supersonic speeds across Earth to fight gods, and all through that, she trusted her green flame to keep her safe and carry her, but she has never considered that she never really knew how it works. Todd knows that it's like their fathers, the magic of the universe forged into a weapon by the Guardians of the Universe. Jade understands that, but what if it stops working and gets rid of her? Their talk is interrupted by an alert from the Starheart, which tells them something is wrong and something has returned to Earth. Jade doesn't remember what it is since everything else feels so different, but Obsidian hopes that she is given a location by it. Jade says that it's really far away, but Todd knows that she doesn't want to fly with Starheart acting up right now, so they will take a shortcut. He covers them in his shadow, and Jade joins him in the darkness as she knows while she has good parents, Todd didn't, and they found each other when she found the Starheart and Todd found his connections to the Shadowlands. Jade knows that their father waged a war of light against darkness, and Todd has inherited the darkness. Soon Jade becomes lost in the darkness, but Todd soon arrives to be with her, pulling her from the Shadowlands. He apologizes since she strayed too close to a current of terror, and there are places in there that will make one think of awful things. Jade says that she's fine as they arrive at a mountain range, and Jade soon sees a man on a ledge nearby as he steps off. The heroes spring into action, but Jade knows that if she aims the Starheart wrong, it could hurt the man. She thinks of her brother and how he could just touch a man and show him the bottomless dread inside of him, knowing that he never tested the limits of his powers, yet he still uses them and walks their tightropes every day like they are nothing. Obsidian races to the man, grabbing him midair and finding that he's in some sort of trance as the man goes on about hearing the end and having heard the final raindrop fall on the dust. Jane can also hear the music, going off to look for it, and soon she comes across the villain Chroma, who says that they have brought their apocalypse song to the humans and they want to sing about how they will all die. Jade knows that they have met the being before, and the villain promised not to return for 1,000,000 years. Chroma apologizes since they didn't plan on returning, but the universe was remade and they wanted to hear how everything dies on a planet with so many textures, and so they will sing it into oblivion. Jade readies the Starheart to deal with Chroma and their apocalypse song, but Obsidian unleashes his shadows, trapping them all in the Shadowlands. Todd says that the villain wanted something new and knows he's never been there before. Chroma is interested in the realm, knowing that he will sing of it, and when they return to Earth he will destroy that as well. Obsidian asks how long it will take him to sing of the Shadowlands, and Chroma says his songs aren't measured in linear time, so it could be anywhere between 15 minutes or 15,000,000 years. Jade and Obsidian leave the Shadowlands, letting Chroma sing his heart out, as Jade asks why aren't they going to stop him, but Todd says there isn't anything they can do, since if Chroma wants to destroy the planet, he probably will, but he's going to be singing into the Shadowlands until Earth is dust anyway. Jade isn't so sure, wondering what if he comes out in 20 minutes or in a week or in just 20 years from now. Obsidian says that the music could stop, but he wants her to listen as she can hear the song from the farthest reaches of the Shadowlands, where it can't hurt them. Jade finds it quite beautiful as Todd reminds his sister that all the nasty parts of life are waiting for them somewhere, but until then, they might as well just listen to the music and might as well live. Todd wants to go and find the Mountaineer and get him to safety, but Jade says that she's got it, activating the Starheart and taking to the skies. Knowing the flame in her hand is a little different now than it was before, and it might let her down one day, but until then, it can just watch her fly.
Director Bones soon runs out of booze, calling his assistant to grab his emergency bottle and bring it to him right away. He gets back to work, grabbing one of Chase's tapes labeled The Totality. Putting it on, Bones learns about the group called The Totality, a team of heroes and villains whose focus is expansive and very likely in direct conflict with the DEO's objectives. Cameron Chase doesn't know what they are doing or what they want, but suspects their activities are being shielded by Martian Manhunter, who was the only member she has been able to confirm of the team. Elsewhere, the Martian Manhunter of Earth-0 meets with the Martian Manhunter of Earth-23 as their teams battle it out on the streets of Earth-0. Both Manhunters learn that they were testing the early detection systems they made to detect breaches in the fabric of time and space, finding they did it at the exact same time on the exact same day. Earth-0 Manhunter thinks reality has a sense of humor thanks to this, as Earth-23 John thinks that they should call their teams off before there's an accident, since both of them want the same thing, to protect their realities from harm. Manhunter thinks that there is more to consider, and he knows his counterpart can see the idea in his mind. The other Manhunter finds it rather interesting he doesn't trust some of the people on his team, as suddenly a portal opens above the team and Calvin Ellis arrives, causing both Manhunters to activate the Protocol S, scrambling to their psychic safe rooms. Superman finds the area deserted, knowing whomever did this is impressive, but the problem he's found with telepathic trapdoors is the illusion the teams are feeding his brain works better if it's done on people without enhanced senses like his. He says that the one thing that always gives them away, however, is the smell, and while he cannot see them, he can smell Martian perspiration, the oil that keeps the Thanagarian's wings clean, and Lex Luthor's aftershave, since it's the same aftershave as his Lex Luthor's. He demands they stop wasting his time, wanting to know what Earth they are from. Vandal Savage attacks Superman, saying that they are from their Earth 23. Superman grabs the villain, thinking that he should know better by now, demanding the others show themselves as well. The two teams do, wanting to explain themselves, as Manhunter knows that Superman is not to be harmed in any way, and is simply to be occupied until they patch the dimensional breach. John knows that he can control his team, wondering if Earth-0 Manhunter can control his. Earth-0 Manhunter heads into the psychic safe room with his team, where Mr. Terrific says that he has the dimensional patch, but he thought they decided it was too dangerous to even attempt this. Manhunter knows they have another another problem before they start sending people back to Earth 23, since in the skirmish, one of their team was replaced with one of them, meaning one of them at the table is an imposter. The team don't take him seriously, with Hawkgirl knowing that she was in the air the entire time. Manhunter puts forth a simple test, knowing that when each of them agreed to join the team, they each told him the precise reason why, and he encoded their answers within his personal neural network, calling it memory printing. Lex cuts him off, calling this nonsense since he doesn't believe Manhunter, knowing the Martian has been replaced and this game of his is nothing more than just that, demanding their John Jones get released back to them or he will set his mind on fire. Michael stops them but knows Lex has a fair question, since given Manhunter's abilities it would be impossible for any of them to know if he was being manipulated telepathically or not. Vandal Savage knows that he can't be manipulated telepathically, having developed a resistance to it in the early 20th century. Talia al Ghul, however, knows that right now only words are being used to manipulate them. Manhunter asks Talia to tell them why she is there, so after a moment, the woman says it's because reality has already been manipulated according to the whims of others, and her son chose to follow his father's path, a weak man who has never killed, even with great cause. Talia doesn't think her son joining his father is the natural order of things, and she intends to make sure the world never changes again and tears another mother from her son. Manhunter finds her memory matching the one he has in his mind, so Lex goes next, saying he's there because Mr. Terrific believes him to be the smartest man in the world, and Lex doesn't believe that, and if the group trust Michael's innovations, they will surely die, so they deserve better. Lex asks Michael a question, wondering what his consultation fee is because his is $1 million a minute. Mr. Terrific says he's there to make the multiverse play fair and to stop Lex Luthor whenever he decides to be Lex Luthor. Vandal says that life bores him and he assumed this team wouldn't, but he was mistaken since they aren't worth his time. The man leaves as Manhunter asks Hawkgirl, who remembers that she told John in private and it wasn't any of his business why she said yes, only that she would protect all time and space because he asked her to. She knows the Earth Zero Martian Manhunter would remember that, knowing that Lex was right. The team attack the Earth 23 John, who finds their conclusion very good. Manhunter knows that despite their differences, they moved as one to protect their teammate. He thinks them as Michael knows that there was never actually an imposter, and this was their Manhunter, meaning technically Lex was wrong, like always. Lex shouts at Michael, saying he hasn't seen anything from the hero that justifies his terrific codename. Manhunter takes the group back to Earth Zero, wanting to see how their counterparts from Earth 23 explain the situation to Superman. The Earth 23 Manhunter, however, found he has very little control over his Vandal Savage, and both he and Superman really don't like each other for some reason. John knows that his concerns are eased now as the Earth 23 Manhunter sends a download of their encounter to his counterpart's frontal lobe, since something might be able to help them manage the Earth Zero Superman when the time comes. Earth Zero Manhunter sends his counterpart their own test systems for review, wanting to adjust their devices to confirm that no other totalities perform experiments at the same time on the same day so they can avoid another convergence. He offers the Earth 23 hero a device that will get them all home and leave them in different locations from their Superman to avoid any more awkward moments. The Earth 23 Manhunter knows that he will need some help getting his Superman and Savage to the portal, so the teams head to go and split up the heroes, knowing that they will never see each other again, but Manhunter doesn't think so his Earth 23 counterpart says until they see them again when reality comes apart at the seams.
Director Bones tells Mildred he doesn't care if it's not ready and she needs to bring him L23. Suddenly there is a rumbling as the roof caves in and a hulking version of Captain Boomerang crashes through, confronting Bones. Bones tells his assistant he'll call her back as Cameron Chase's recordings say that all have good and evil in them, but some have more of one than the other. But Bones defies that argument of good and evil and black and white. 30 minutes before, Captain Boomerang talks with Director Bones, who asks Digger if he remembers being eaten alive. Chase's recordings say that the decisions were made for Bones before he was even born, thanks to a mad doctor who created him. Boomerang says he doesn't remember that, or turning into a radiation-infused monster and being eaten by a mutant hyena. Digger thinks that maybe his subconscious is suppressing the trauma, wanting to be let go from his imprisonment. Bones think it's time for something different, as Chase knows, be it villain or anti-hero, Bones' moral compass usually points him in the right direction. Bones thinks that Boomerang is lying and he doesn't
does remember, and because of it, he thinks he's more dangerous than anyone realizes, since he was filled with radiation that transformed his entire body, and he can't think that Bones won't believe he's just back to normal now, knowing since something happened to him in the multiverse, and he wants to find out what. Digger says he's telling the truth, and he doesn't remember anything, and as far as he's aware, nothing actually happened, and he just woke up in the desert where the DEO found him. Digger says that he cannot be kept chained up there, but Bones says technically he doesn't exist, so he can do whatever he wants to him. He begins filling Digger's chamber with a gas, as Chase's recordings state that she worked with Bones and has seen him as both a sinner and a misguided saint. Having heard his convictions and knowing that he truly believes in what he does, Bones tells Digger that the mission of the DEO is to protect Earth from threats from metahumans and aliens, and now the multiverse, and they have barely begun to understand it. The gas transforms Digger into a monstrous creature, as Chase says that sometimes a line has to be crossed for the greater good. The monstrous Digger rips free from his shackles, smashing on the glass, as Bones says that the dark radiation never left his bloodstream, and the cell will hold him. Digger, however, smashes straight through the glass, as Chase says that Bones has been a costume villain turned hero, a bureaucrat, and during all this, it was always been clear that the costume vigilanteism has limits and dangers to the civilian population, and she cannot help but wonder if the world would be better off in the hands of someone like Bones, who is neither good nor evil. The monstrous boomerang tries to grab Bones, but he thinks that's not a good idea, as his hands are burnt thanks to Bones' invisible cyanide skin. Bones runs away, hoping that Mildred unlocked L23. She says that it's not been fully tested and something could happen, but Bones knows something already is happening, as Boomerang rips off a bone backspine and throws it at Director Bones like a boomerang. Director Bones panics, calling for Mildred to unlock the door behind him, and she does, allowing him to dive out of the way and let Boomerang barrel right past into the chamber. The door slams closed behind Boomerang, and Bones tells Mildred to initiate the protocol, but again the assistant says that it's not been tested. Bones demands that she activates the protocol, so the chamber activates and blasts Boomerang with an electrical charge, reverting Digger back to his human form, as Chase says that they have seen firsthand how dangerous the multiverse can really be, and how many lives are ruined by it, and how many of the good guys are unable to or unwilling to do what is needed, since it involves the willingness to exist in those grey spaces between right and wrong, and they are unwilling to meet their monsters. Bones tells the recovering Digger that he just revealed his better half, as later he finishes Cameron's tape on him, learning the woman thinks that Bones' own past with the multiverse might compromise his future choices, but Bones wonders about his past, wondering what Cameron Chase knows that he doesn't.
Director Bones finally gets to the Psycho-Pirate file. Knowing he's one, he actually makes him nervous, wondering where the being is. Opening the cassette tape case, Bones finds a strange, solid white tape, but disregards it as he pops it into the player. Pressing play brings forth a scream into his head, as the voice says that there is a lonely man who travels down from town to town, and the man currently walking the street is not him. The voice says that no one has seen the lonely man travel, almost like towns go to him, and if one wishes to meet the lonely man, they have to look for a building that is unusually flat. The man in the street spots such a building, investigating it, and going into the strange two-dimensional front door, which leads him into a dark room, where he finds the gold Medusa mask of Psycho-Pirate on the table. The man knows it really is him, as Psycho-Pirate leans out of the shadows. The man says that he didn't dare hope that it could really be him, as Psycho-Pirate asks what he has heard as the man sits, saying that he has heard when someone puts on the mask and answers 3 questions from Psycho-Pirate, he will grant them a share of his limitless power. Psycho-Pirate says that power is not limitless, but the man knows that he has power over the entire human emotional spectrum, and that's all that really matters. Psycho-Pirate asks the man what he's heard if he answers the questions wrongly. The man says if he knows he does that, he won't be seen again. He picks up the mask and puts it on, as a voice says that the mask has no straps, but he can feel it was molded to the wearer's face, and the gold has the smell of emotions to it. Psycho-Pirate asks him the first question, what can they know? And the man likes that question, thinking about it a lot, so he says that he thinks about how light can only exist to them because they have eyes, and air is only useful if they have lungs to translate it into breath, and without those tools they would not exist. The man says that they are shackled by their limitations of the human form, and they can only ever know what their senses are willing to tell them. Roger thinks that's a good answer, as the man knows that they say the pirate can see the very limits of that, and see beyond reality itself. Roger says that there was a crisis and he came unstuck from the universe, knowing the man has done his research. The man asks if that's one of his questions, but the psycho pirate says that that's just an observation. The man says that he has done his research, knowing everything about Roger Hayden and how he was a petty gangster before finding the mask and it made him into something more, but he never fulfilled his potential of his powers, and the man can help him with that. Roger delivers his second question, asking what is real. Thinking for a moment, the man says that only their emotions are real and the rest of life could be false, designed by someone else, and an entire world could be a delusion or an illusion. But if one was bored, they are really bored, or if one was enraged, they are really enraged, and while the source of the emotions could be false, the emotions themselves aren't, and they are made entirely of them. Roger is happy with that answer, knowing not many would have thought about that, and he didn't think that until after he put on the mask. The man says he's been looking for a like-minded soul for ages, asking if Roger does this because he's searching for someone like him, so he doesn't have to feel alone. Roger gets to his last question, asking who is the man. The man says that he is only a man, born and raised in the middle of nowhere, and now he's a fry cook in the middle of nowhere, but he could be more. The man says he serves them all day, all of the aging locals and truckers, the only two type of people you see in this type of town, and ones who never come back. He knows that they all act like their existences have meaning, and they won't be forgotten the instant they die, but the man sees as Roger does, behind the curtain, and he wants to join him and do things the Psycho Pirate does that affects the whole universe. Psycho Pirate finds this a shame, since the man is posturing, thinking that he was born and raised, but none of them are, since the universe is mere months old and it was remade again. Roger yells at the man, saying that he is like the rest of the people and trapped in the pale gutters. The man doesn't understand, so Roger pulls down the facade of the page, trapping them in a solid white room as he tells the man that finally he gets to see behind the flimsy white fabric each universe is built on, and how they are built and destroyed and forgotten. The mask seals itself on the man's panicking face as Psycho Pirate says he feels how every action is worthless and how the Medusa mask amplifies the terror. The man begins suffocating as Roger continues berating him, asking if he knows that it's possible to be scared to death. The man dies from fright and the mask falls from his face as the voice says the pirate retrieved the mask, knowing that he is the man unmoored from the reincarnations of the universe and who remembers all previous iterations, be it a crisis, a flashpoint, or a death metal. The Psycho Pirate watches from the outside. Roger hears the narrator, demanding to know who is speaking as the voice says that he thought Roger didn't listen to his own questions, since he really thinks he's outside everything and that there is nothing beyond his enlightened perspective, but Darkseid is. Psycho Pirate is suddenly transported to Earth Omega, where he meets with Darkseid, asking how the being is outside of this all. Darkseid says that at the end of everything there is despair, and at the end of all things there is the anti-life equation, and of course there is Darkseid. He wonders if Psycho Pirate would like to be remade so he won't be alone and join the despair, and Psycho Pirate agrees, being transformed into something new as Director Bones smashes the tape player, saying how much he hates Psycho Pirate very much. He knows that's enough sharing his caring time, and it's time he went and got Cameron Chase, since the world won't save itself. Meanwhile, on the House of Heroes, Captain Carrot finds himself missing his world. Thinking after this business with Batman is over, he's going to go home and stay for a bit. He notices he's walked in on the room where Machine Head has taken off his helmet, apologizing, but Machine Head says sometimes he's got to let the man inside breathe and remind himself of why they keep the multiverse safe. Carrot says that the ship parts are all in Machine Head's lab as he puts his helmet back on again, having some thoughts on what brought Thomas Wayne to them. Captain Carrot asks if he's heard from President Superman, but Machine Head hasn't, worrying his investigation as taking him deep into unusual territory. Calvin and Thomas meanwhile arrive on Earth 23, where Thomas knows Calvin wasn't kidding when he said he was president. He wonders how he's gone from being the last son of Krypton to the Commander-in-Chief, but Calvin says it's a long story, which Thomas knows it always is. Courtney comes to see Calvin, telling him that he's been gone for almost 24 hours and they were concerned, but they kept the world running without him or Superman. Calvin is grateful as the woman asks who his guest is, but Thomas will only tell her that his name is Thomas. Calvin asks her to buy him one more day, but the woman says that members of Congress want him to talk about the Multiverse Awareness Act, and the press are asking questions about multiversal attacks, and his mother and father are calling about the man from their field. Courtney takes her leave, and Thomas says that she has a thing for Calvin as he activates his home away from home protocol, revealing the Oval Office is just his fortress of solitude. Calvin tells Kellex to run a search for Lex Luthor, knowing they've clashed many times over the years, and he's a man who's let hate blind him. Calvin knows that he was developing a way to travel between worlds in the multiverse with a transmatter symphonic array, but he never finished it. Thomas notes how Calvin is spying on his own parents, impressed with it, but Calvin says it was their idea and it helps them think that they are keeping an eye on him. Kellex says that based on past movements, there are 117 possible locations for Lex Luthor and he can narrow it down, but Calvin does the math himself in his head, narrowing it down to 10 locations and then only one location. Calvin knows that Lex will know he's coming for him and Thomas knows they're walking into a trap, so it's good they brought their real suits with them. Changing and heading into Lex's desert base, Batman and Superman battle through his defenses, with Thomas asking if he's Superman and President, where is Calvin Ellis the man in all of this, and where is his family? But the hero asks Thomas the same question, since he hasn't spoken about his family since he crashed in the shuttle. Superman says that he can still take him home to Earth Zero and back to his son, but Thomas knows his family was taken away from him in his reality a long time ago. He remembers getting a glimpse of his family, but instead he ruined it, and he hurt his son in ways he cannot forgive himself for, and he doesn't want to see the damage he left behind. Soon they come across lead doors, which Superman easily rips away, finding Luthor's inner sanctum, hoping the villain won't make their questioning difficult. Batman notes that he is certainly obsessed with the multiverse as they find that Lex has been killed. Batman knows that this was recent as Calvin closes Lex's eyes, knowing that they could never have been friends, but he always wished that he would use his mind for something better. Batman discovers Earth 23's Lex was the one who designed the shuttles, and someone killed him for it. On Earth Zero, Cameron Chase tells Bones that this wasn't the deal, and she said that she would help investigate the truth about the changes in their reality. Bones says that that's what they are doing, and she saw how dangerous the multiverse is firsthand, and she's lucky Extract saved her from the fake Captain Atom exploding. Chase knows that Atom before blowing up said that Darkseid is, something Bones already knows about, asking if she trusts Atom or him. The two visit the captured Green Lantern and Obsidian, who demand to know where Jade is, as the rest of the JSA will come looking for them, and when he's freed, they'll drown him in darkness. Alan says that his son is right, and they can avoid a lot of trouble if they just release them and tell them where his daughter is. Extract says that she's sort of lost since she resisted and paid the price. The woman orders the heroes loaded onto their arc carrier since they are leaving in 90 seconds. Chase asks where Bones found Extract since she doesn't like her. Bones says that Extract understands what it's like when their whole world is ripped away from them. He asks if there's been any word from Hammond's ship, but Extract says that Hammond's ship should be at the location already, and she will follow up his frequency and they will find him and what he's been up to, with the last word being that he got his hands on Roy Harper. Chase knows that Harper is dead, but Bones knows this is another reason Extract needs to hurry, but he won't say where they are going, saying that it's classified. Chase knows that this means deep dark garbage, but Bones hopes she understands, showing her holograms of the various versions of heroes and threats their reality has been under attack from, knowing often it's people from their world, but the most dangerous threats have been from outside and they cannot take another space-time event, and the heroes are doing nothing to prevent them, so he bit the bullet and made a deal, one that will ensure that they are protected from the rest of the multiverse, and once they are done, they will be safe. Chase asks from what, so Bones wonders if she even saw what Captain Atom was capable of. Chase asks if he knew he wasn't from that world, but Bones feigns ignorance, telling her that they have work to do, and she needs to trust him since they don't want to be on the ship when it takes off. Chase shoots Bones in the leg, saying that they are all going, as Bones begins shifting back to his previous villainous costume and form, saying that she doesn't understand and this is the place of endings and she has doomed them all. The ship jumps away as on Hammond's ship, Infinity Inc. confront the zombified Roy, reminded to be careful since he's a Black Lantern. Power Girl tries to stop the zombie, but Roy slaps her away with a construct, allowing Jade to try and combat with her own constructs, wanting to see how he handles the Starheart. Roy begins fighting back, taking over his own mind again as Jade recognizes him as Roy Harper, stopping the other team members as she tries to reach through to him again, saying that they were on the Titans and Outsiders together. She knows he isn't trying to fight them, he's trying to fight the Ring. She says that Roy is inside and she heard what happened to him, thinking that he was dead. She hugs her friend as Roy returns to normal, knowing that the Ring had other ideas for him, saying that every time he uses it, he turns into that zombie. Damage asks why he doesn't just take it off, and Roy thinks that that might be the only thing keeping him alive, and it showed him that his daughter was still alive and he needs to figure out where she is. He asks the team how they got into the bleed, learning that when Jade came back, the JSA was already scattered and they were trying to rebuild rebuild what they lost, so she wanted to plan a meeting to check each other's notes and just spend time together. When the group got together though, they were attacked by Extract, whose weapons teleported them away. In the chaos and confusion, Jade was hit by one of these beams, and it triggered something in the Star Heart, which teleported her inside the bleed near one of the ships. Jade knows that they were trying to kidnap people from their world. Power Girl says that Jade helped them escape Hammond, but they have been lost in the bleed ever since. That is until Roy and the ship showed up. Jade says that Hammond isn't working alone, since the multiverse was just restored and not everyone has all their memories back, and someone is taking advantage of that. She finds the ship is getting a signal from another ship, which delivers them a frequency to go to a secret location. Roy wonders what they do now, so Jade says that if these people want him and them, they're going to get them. She activates the ship, jumping them to Earth Omega. Looking over the world, Jade doesn't know what this is, but knows it's related to her father's work on the totality. Roy knows that the ring showed him this place as well as Darkseid, surprising Atom Smasher, who wishes he had warned them earlier. Atom Smasher soon points at something as the team see Anti-Monitor's shadow demons all over the Earth. Flash meanwhile continues running on the device as Psycho Pirate demands he keep running. Atom Smasher knows this was a mistake coming here, wanting to go back to Earth Zero and get the Justice League, the Titans, and the rest of the JSA. Jade thinks he makes a good point when Roy's ring explodes with power as another ship smashes into them. The ship belonged to Extract and Bones, as Extract knows their frequencies collided, wanting to prepare for a rough landing as both ships smash into the Earth below. A Mayday call is sent out, and Harbinger at the Hall of Heroes gets it, but silences it as Superman and Batman return. Calvin knows that this all started with Thomas, but Thomas knows he's nobody. Calvin says he's the remnant of a broken reality, and more than that, he's the father of a great hero, and maybe they have been looking at this all wrong, and they should be looking at him. They ask Machine Head if there is any word from the Flash, but they know he's nowhere to be seen. But the hero has almost rebuilt the shuttle, and with the specs that they sent from Lex Luthor's lab, they'll be able to finish it in no time, and they should have an idea on what it was and where it came from. Machine Head knows that Calvin's Lex did design the shuttle and the metal comes from his Earth, but Calvin knows Lex tried this before and failed, so someone outside of Earth 23 is helping him. Calvin asks Harbinger to show him any signs of multiversal travel since the multiverse was restored, but she denies his request, surprising him as Machine Head finds that quite unusual as well. Calvin and Kellex begin hacking into the system to try and get around Harbinger as he finds a message from Barry Allen of Earth Zero. Thomas meanwhile uses a computer terminal to show him Bruce Wayne, showing him various versions of his son from across the multiverse. As Calvin learns from Barry's message, Justice Incarnate are to call an emergency meeting, wanting them to know that death follows them again. Thomas can see he didn't beat his son and he came back stronger with his family. Justice Incarnate soon arrive and Superman wants to call in the reserves along with all of Earth Zero's Justice League. Thomas says that he tried to tell his son not to be Batman like a foolish and scared old man, and that was wrong of him since he's always Batman. Calvin says that they are going to Earth Omega as suddenly Thomas is blasted by Machine Head, who turns on his friends, saying that he's not sorry for this. He gets Harbinger to open the doors so they can welcome in their new guests. Captain Carrot asks why, so Machine Head removes his helmet, saying years ago Earth 8, his world, was invaded by an alternate reality of theirs, and they tried to fight their war in secret, but they lost, and for years he questioned how, and all the signs pointed to Earth Zero. He says that he doesn't want to destroy the multiverse, he just wants to keep it separate so that there are no more crossovers between worlds, and ironically, he wasn't the only one in the multiverse that wanted that. His team begin teleporting in as he knows that there were lots of people who feel the same way, and so they came together knowing that there must be a sacrifice to correct a great injustice. The Injustice Incarnate make their presence known, joining their leader to face against Justice Incarnate.
Psycho Pirate meanwhile speaks with the people who have lost their worlds,
saying the multiverse is real and all of them know that, yet when people on Earth Zero found out, they went nuts and he was locked up in Arkham instead of being helped. He knows that he hid the truth as he knows his world was the original Earth 2, the one before the big crisis, but when the multiverse was recreated, his Earth 2 no longer existed and was replaced, wondering if they know how that made him feel. He knows others don't want what happened to him happening to their, but other people have seen it happen and again, and every time there is a crisis, someone gets hurt and worlds get hurt. But then the heroes of Earth-Zero celebrate because of the restart. They don't remember what was missing. He knows it will happen again, but Darkseid has offered them a deal. If they follow some instructions, he guarantees their worlds will be protected from Earth-Zero, and in return, one day Darkseid will call on them to pay him back, and back Psycho Pirate up. And when he calls, they better come running. Psycho Pirate hopes that they won't actually need to do that, as on Earth Omega, Chase survives the two ships colliding, climbing from the wreckage as she is confronted by Bones, who is reverted back to his villainous self, screaming that she messed up all his plans to save them and Earth-Zero. Chase asks what he did, so he reveals that he took Darkseid's deal and he gave him sacrifices, and in return, Darkseid will keep Earth-Zero safe from the coming crisis. He reveals that there are some people from different worlds who have multiversal energy in them, and when the multiverse gets put back together, some retain that energy, and that's what Darkseid wants. Green Lantern attacks, demanding to know where Jade is, but Bones says he doesn't know since she wasn't supposed to be kidnapped. Obsidian asks why they were targeting the JSA, so Bones says that like him, they didn't start on Earth-Zero, and they are from the original Earth-2 as well, before being forgotten about. Alan knows he picked the wrong family to erase, as Bones reminds him of his cyanide touch. Jade appears, smashing the villain down with a construct, asking if he remembered the Starheart. Jade reunites with her family, asking why they are there, so Alan says they came looking for her, but she says that's cute since they thought that she needed saving. Atom Smasher and the other Infinity Inc. members meet with Alan, who is glad to see them, wanting to get back home to Earth-Zero to spend time with his kids, as Extract appears, knowing the only thing that allows them to go to and from Earth Omega was the ships, and Flash, and there aren't any Flashes around. Wildcat, however, spots Flash on the giant running machine, as Roy Harper also arrives, calling out for his daughter as Chase asks why he isn't dead. Roy says the ring is keeping him alive, and it showed him that his daughter is alive and on that planet. Extract isn't happy to see Roy, but Chase tells her to shut up, wanting to know who she is. Extract reveals that she is the Cameron Chase from the original Earth-2, and she was erased from existence, but when the multiverse came back, so did she, and she found Bones and he put her to work. Green Lantern wants to know what they are doing to Flash, so Psycho Pirate says that they are making him run since he was the first person to ever travel from Earth to Earth, and before that, travel wasn't easy, but once Barry made the jump, he weakened the barriers between worlds, and now once Barry cracks their multiverse, Darkseid will finally have access to what rests beyond and use that power to control all of the worlds in the multiverse. Power Girl recognizes Psycho Pirate, remembering how Black Adam smashed his face in, asking if he's ready to feel that pain again. Psycho Pirate asks if they really thought he didn't come without backup, introducing Injustice Incarnate, who arrived through a portal with the imprisoned Justice Incarnate. The JSA attack, with Power Girl going after Psycho Pirate. The villain says that he missed Kara as the two teams viciously fight one another. Psycho Pirate demands they not be allowed to interfere with Flash since he's getting close to finishing. Barry meanwhile sees all his friends shouting at him to keep going and save the multiverse. He knows as long as his family's beside him, he's fast enough. The battle continues as Superwoman beats down Wildcat, knowing they didn't have one of her on her world. President Superman smashes out of his chains, rushing to save Barry, but Machine Head stops him, telling Calvin he did what Calvin couldn't, since he wanted unity and for all the multiverse to be one big family, but Psycho Pirate is right, and every time something bad happens, it's because of Earth-Zero, because they are special, or because they are a forever ticking time bomb. Machine Head asks if he knows what Flash did, citing the hero going back in time to save his mother from being murdered, and in turn creating a new reality. Calvin knows all about that, but Machine Head rips open his chest armor, saying that those cracks don't stop at Earth-Zero, and it splintered the entire multiverse. The villain unleashes some kryptonite on Calvin, saying that the changes made his world darker and harder. Machine Head confirms that he killed Calvin's Lex since he got scared and began asking questions, but he did tell him Superman's weakness. The villain points out Flashpoint Batman, knowing that he's a remnant of a dead world, and he wanted to torture that Flashpoint world, but it's gone now, so he'll have to take his revenge out on Thomas. Machine Head apologizes since they should have done this together, as Psycho Pirate restrains Power Girl, knowing it was working and all of the heroes are imprisoned except for Roy and Jade, who continue fighting on, learning his chains are coming from Earth Omega. Psycho Pirate says that all of their connections to the multiverse power Earth Omega, and it's a prison world and the chains that bind it grow. He knows that there will be no more multiverse travel or connections between worlds, and Darkseid has the power he needs to control it all. Roy asks what will happen to the multiverse, and Jade says that it is always meant to be in motion. Slowing everything down will allow entropy to creep in and kill it all. Jade is chained up, leaving Roy alone to confront Psycho Pirate, who says that his ring is the final piece. Roy knows the ring isn't from Earth-Zero, and the villain says it's something else in disguise, something older and darker. He knows that when the multiverse was restored, it unlocked things long since hidden, and when the Batman Who Laughed transformed the world in his own image, the Earth-Zero Batman used a black ring to resurrect the dead, including Roy. The hero knows that that's why he's alive, but Pirate knows that it's more than that, since he was chosen thanks to his history of darkness, and he knows pain and isolation, making him the perfect bullseye for it to target. And when the multiverse was remade, the ring searched for someone, just like how Hal Jordan's ring searched for someone with great willpower. The ring found Roy and his despair, making him its avatar. And now he just needs to let himself go. Roy knows that it's some great weapon, so he can use it to save everyone, and Psycho Pirate knows he can, but he knows what will happen if he does, mockingly saying that Roy will turn into a zombie and turn into a mindless monster, but it will take away his pain and suffering, and it will erase all he once knew. Psycho Pirate offers him the same deal that he offered the others, and that they will save Earth 2 and leave it alone, and Leanne will be safe. Roy realizes his daughter isn't actually on the planet, and it means she's back home and is safe. He powers up the ring, saying that he's got more than enough suffering to power it. The constructs of Roy free the other heroes as Roy turns into a zombie, telling the other heroes he has faith in them all and they need to save his daughter and save the multiverse. He says goodbye as Psycho Pirate hopes that he realizes what he just did. The heroes confront Psycho Pirate, but they hear Darkseid's voice that tells them that it's too late and any battle now will only feed his power. Darkseid arrives through a portal, telling the heroes the multiverse barriers have been created and all its citizens will kneel to him, and with his Omega Lantern at his side, he will control it all.
Barry Allen begins to do the two things he does best:
running and trying to save the multiverse, as outside his Speed Force cage, the heroes of the multiverse battle Darkseid's minions while the god himself does his usual villainous monologue about wanting to crack through their multiverse and into the Omniverse, using the Omega Lantern as a key thanks to controlling his power, and with it he'll control the power from beyond the veil. Jade and Obsidian take offense with this, but the zombified Roy is sent after them, and thanks to Obsidian's history with darkness and how he overcame his own darkness, the hero was able to break Roy free from the ring's hold. The multiverse's finest, President Superman and Flashpoint Batman, meanwhile battle Machine Head, who reveals his puffy monster face as he seeks revenge on the Flashpoint universe by wanting to kill Flashpoint Batman. Thomas Wayne, however, won't go down without a fight, as the Dark Knight is held by Superman, who knocks the Machine Head out once he removes his helmet with one mighty punch, before racing faster than a speeding bullet at the device trapping Flash, obliterating it in an extraordinary flash of light. In the aftermath, the heroes find that the Flash is missing, and the villains and people like Mr. Bones have been changed back to normal, including Roy Harper, but Darkseid offers one final ominous warning, since what they have done has prevented him from accessing the Omniverse. Psycho Pirate quickly rushes off to appear in another DC book elsewhere, as Machine Head tries to demand Darkseid continue the plan, and he can still go ahead with it. The villain learns the hard way that you don't speak back to Darkseid, as the villain obliterates him with the Omega Beams before turning the beams on everyone else, but instead of killing the heroes, he teleports them all the way back to their respective worlds, with the Justice Incarnate taken back to the House of Heroes, where Calvin knows that they were given a head start and they need to quickly find the Flash and crack into the Omniverse before Darkseid can. Days later on Earth-Zero, people are growing accustomed to being part of something larger than them, even trying out some beer which is rumored to be brewed within the multiverse, making Cameron Chase tell Roy Harper that they are actively investigating that now that she owns the DEO outright. Thanks to this, she's able to find out that Darkseid and Psycho Pirate didn't succeed in whatever they were planning with the Omniverse, and Mr. Bones has rattled his way into the wind, with Chase not knowing where he is going to turn up next. Roy is intrigued to know how Bones even got the woman on board, and it's revealed that Chase saw a video of her different versions of herself from the multiverse, and it made her question which one was the better version of her out there and which one was the bad version. But thanks to the recent events, she knows she's the great version of herself. Roy meanwhile has decided it's time to get back to living. since now he has a new lease on life and he heads to the Titans Academy to reunite with some old friends. On the hidden Earth Omega though, Darkseid continues his scheming, with Extract now helping him as his right-hand woman, along with his now united family. They aren't the only ones who have awakened to the power now in the multiverse, as the Empty Hand, the Upside Down Man, Eclipso, and Necron are all ready to vie for the power Darkseid wants. Darkseid knows that Earth Omega was never actually a world, it was a piece of a resting enemy that now awakens, and while he isn't the only one who seeks power, he is the only one who will control the Great Darkness. Lost in the Speed Force, the Flash continues running, suddenly realizing Psycho Pirate trapped him there and he needs to warn the Justice League and Justice Incarnate on what is happening, but he suddenly blows out of the Speed Force, landing on the original Earth 2, the world that was killed in the Crisis of Infinite Earths, where a voice welcomes him to Multiverse 2. The voice says he was made to watch as each world was swallowed and erased by darkness, as the voice is revealed to belong to Prior, who wonders if the hero knows what it's like to not have anyone heed his words and also watch as worlds are destroyed one after the other. He knows that there is another way as he touches Flash, knowing that they need to move on and let the real multiverse live. Flash relives his death from Crisis of Infinite Earths as he is sent to Earth Flash 1, where he is left to live out a happy life with his extended family as Prior watches over the Flash's world. On Earth 8, the Retaliators tell their leader, American Crusader, to chill out and have some tea with them. The team know that this is all about Machine Head, and Crusader knows that he's been gone far too long and is beginning to worry him. A voice says that they found Machine Head as Dr. Multiverse appears, holding the head of the being. She says her multivision saw his body vibrating between worlds and she was able to sync up with him and recover his body. She knows that ever since being hit by those strange energies in space, she can see the multiverse and their place in it, and now she can see the multiverse is sick. American Crusader is glad since the multiverse has done nothing but damage their world, demanding the woman leave. She wonders how they can ignore the giant flash of light behind her, knowing it's a beacon of Tartarus and his eternity conquest. The villain and his forces arrive on the Earth, prompting the Retaliators into combat, as on Earth 0, Avery Ho saves a group of people from Replicant, who is trying to destabilize the Chinese banks so they can now rely on cryptocurrency. Avery intends on stopping him before he kills someone, but the villain reveals that he's upgraded his power set with Multiplex, multiplying himself. As Avery battles the villain, Flashpoint Batman and Earth 23's Superman watch on, but Thomas isn't impressed with the woman's skills. Calvin tells him to keep watching, knowing that they can't do this without a Flash, and Thomas needs to trust him. Avery finishes up the villains with little trouble, confronted by Superman and Batman, who she knows don't look like the ones she knows. The heroes reveal they're from other Earths and need her help, and upon seeing a boom tube, Avery is more than happy to help, as Calvin reveals that she'll be aiding them in rescuing Barry Allen and the multiverse. The group head to the House of Heroes, where Aquawoman, Captain Carrot, Thunderer, and Mary Marvel welcome her to the Justice League Incarnate. Mary reveals that Darkseid made Barry run so fast that he cracked the multiverse and was sucked inside, so the villain could steal what dark unknown power lives on the other side, and they can't find the crack, at least not without Avery. Avery is confused, so Dinocop tells her to pay attention, telling her that there is a multiverse problem, which means is the Justice League Incarnate problem. He says that they are to rescue Barry from whatever is beyond the multiverse and then stop Darkseid and his family from getting their hands on unimaginable power by sealing the crack. Dinocop knows that it's not going to be easy since the House of Heroes is anchored in a fixed point in the bleed, and from there they can go anywhere they want in the multiverse, but the crack's location is unstable and they don't know where it is in the multiverse, and this is where Avery comes into the plan. Avery thinks that they got the wrong Flash since she really has no experience in all of this, but Calvin reveals that Barry chose her as his replacement on the team if anything were to happen to him. Avery agrees to try and help, wishing they wouldn't call her Flash though, since she's not. Calvin shows her the quantum treadmill, which using Avery's speed can narrow down the possible locations of the crack and allow Harbinger to pinpoint the exact location to transport the team to with Avery. Avery gets to running on the treadmill, focusing on Barry Allen, while the rest of the team monitor the vibrations, soon finding the search field is narrowing, when suddenly the team is transported to Earth 8, which they find in ruins.
The team recognize this as Machine Head's world, as Silver Eagle tells them that this is their fault as he tends to the now dead American Crusader. He tells them that they can keep their multiverse since their world is under attack because of it and Machine Head is dead because of them. Captain Carrot says that he was their friend as well and he betrayed them as Thomas tries to aid Crusader, but Silver Eagle blasts the man back, saying that he's dead now thanks to them. Silver Eagle reveals that Machine Head made a deal with someone in a golden mask to protect their world and it messed it up. Calvin knows that he means Psycho Pirate and he was being controlled by Darkseid, meaning the Eagle was lied to. Suddenly, Wonder Djinn is thrown into the group as Tartarus rips the behemoth in half, knowing all of their allies will soon fall before him. Eagle knows that his world is doomed thanks to their precious multiverse as Tartarus unleashes his power, knowing what lies beyond the multiverse calls out to him. Dr. Multiverse attacks the villain, but he easily grabs her, knowing what she really is as the Justice League Incarnate battle their way through the villain's minions. As Tartarus tells Dr. Multiverse that she is a desperate voice lost in the infinite possibilities of her own potential, Darkseid appears through a boom tube, saying that hope isn't required, only Darkseid is. Tartarus drops Dr. Multiverse to confront the being, knowing all about Darkseid, wondering what could break their treaty barring him from their universe. Darkseid knows that Tartarus speaks of a lesser Darkseid, a mere piece of his godhead that has long been reabsorbed. He demands the Titans surrender his hold on the crack in the multiverse since he cannot comprehend it. Tartarus knows that the villain boasts don't sway him and finally he'll have more power to be his equal. Darkseid finds the being ignorant since the great darkness beyond the multiverse is beyond Tartarus's feeble obsessions. Dr. Multiverse can feel all of the evil of the multiverse that has been consolidated into one point of focus as Tartarus wonders if perhaps they could work together. Darkseid fires his Omega beams at the villains, finding him tedious, but the beams don't kill him, with Tartarus revealing that his armor was forged from the metal ore of the 8 rings of the ancient spectrum, and now the multiverse will know who is stronger. As the Titans duke it out, Darkseid's grandfather box tries to kill Dr. Multiverse, but Superman saves her, and upon looking at Superman, Dr. Multiverse sees all the different versions of the Man of Steel, knowing that they are like dozens of stars piercing through the veil. The grandfather box returns for another attack, saying that their presence isn't required, as Batman knows that they need to stop Darkseid quickly as Tartarus continues his assault on the god. The team hide from the scouting grandfather box as Avery thinks that they don't have enough power to stop either Darkseid or Tartarus. Captain Carrot thinks that they should hide out and let them kill each other, and Dr. Multiverse thinks that's probably a good idea, knowing that she can harmonize their vibrations and use Avery's speed to unanchor the crack from Earth 8 and send it to another world. Avery doesn't know if she can do that as Superman and Carrot race off to keep the grandfather box busy as Dr. Multiverse says that she'll create a quantum field around the crack and sync it up with Avery's speed vibrations, and together their powers should be enough to destabilize the crack in the multiverse. Darkseid meanwhile manages to strangle Tartarus, telling him that he is an echo of a whisper of his weakest moment, and he would never fall to him. Darkseid kills Tartarus as Dr. Multiverse blasts the crack, sealing it shut with Avery's help. With the crack lost, Darkseid tells the heroes that they are only delaying the unavoidable, taking his leave through a boom tube to follow the crack, seeing as that his apocalyptic tech can already track it, and he'll be there long before the heroes are. Dr. Multiverse tries to stop him, but the villain disappears before she can blast him. She wants to follow after the villain, but Batman knows they have no idea where the portal leads to. Carrot wants to help Earth 8, but Silver Eagle tells the heroes he'll clean up their mess yet again. He says that Machine Head spoke highly of Superman and he was the smartest person the being knew, but Machine Head knew that he had to put their worlds first, and they can't save everyone since it's impossible. Superman disagrees as the team head through the portal. Avery stops though, knowing that she isn't ready for this since only a few years ago she was just some kid in Central City and now she's rushing off on multiversal adventures and she's terrified, and if a hero like Barry Allen couldn't handle this, what hope does she have? Dr. Multiverse says that she's scared as well and Earth 8 is her world, but they reject her because she reminds them of how small they are in the grand scheme of things. She says that when she looked at the League, she sees infinite futures, and it's a future she wants to help. She says that when she looks at Avery as well, she sees the energy that creates worlds, and a real Flash and a real hero, wanting Avery to join her to save the multiverse. Avery takes her hand and they disappear through the portal as back at the House of Heroes, Dino Cop loses the team's signal, finding it reckless that they even thought about confronting Darkseid.
Aquawoman wants to lead a party to follow after them when suddenly the house is rocked by a boom tube opening. The team are soon met by Orion, son of Darkseid, who knows that he's the only one who can defeat Darkseid. Orion says that he's taking command of Justice League Incarnate and the House of Heroes, since the only way to save the multiverse is to make it bleed. Mary Marvel knows that's all well and good, but notes Orion was followed as Calabac, Grail, and an army of parademons file through the boom tube to attack them. The team battle the parademons that breach the House of Heroes as Dinocop tries to send an SOS out to all worlds, but their comms are being jammed by the villains. Orion explains that Darkseid's forces want the House of Heroes and the tech that's inside of it since it was built by monitors, planning on using it as the ultimate weapon. Calabac demands the house be ripped apart before Orion uses it against them, but Grail calms him, since the parademons will do their job and both the house and Orion will be theirs. Aquawoman meanwhile calls Orion insane since he wants to use the house as a battering ram, but Orion knows that there is no other choice if they wish their team to survive. Dinocop shuts them all up, knowing the parademons are infiltrating section by section and will soon find something critical to destroy. The team know that if the parademons get something important, they will have to order the self-destruct sequence if they can't get moving. Orion thinks that he could use his astro harness in the ship's systems to get them moving again, so with no other choice, the team follow Orion's lead. On Earth 13, the Justice League Incarnate are led by Dr. Multiverse into a creepy cemetery, the supposed location of where Darkseid's boom tube opened up. Superman knows that his contacts on the Earth will help, but warns them that Earth 13 is filled with magic and mystery. Entering a mausoleum, they head deep underground, finding a twisted corpse which asks them the password. Captain Carrot wants to get out of there as Superman delivers the password, opening the brick wall as the Hellblazer John Constantine meets with them, welcoming them to the Tavern of Mystery. Superman meets with the Hellblazer, pleased that he has agreed to help as John says that his team is sorting things out still, so they need to wait by the bar, but warns them not to eat or drink or anything or even look at anyone. Avery asks Captain Carrot if he's okay, but the hero can't trust magicians since any minute now they'll try and shove him into a hat or sacrifice him in a ritual. Avery wishes Barry was there, telling Carrot about how when she got her powers she couldn't stop vibrating, but Barry helped ground her and taught her to focus on the good. Carrot knows that Barry is pretty good for someone from Earth Zero, and so is Avery, hugging his new friend. Superman meanwhile notices how everyone seems to be on edge, as if a war is coming, as Dr. Multiverse offers to buy him a drink. Calvin reminds her that they shouldn't drink or eat anything, as Maya goes to see what karaoke is like on this Earth. Thomas teases Calvin for not having some fun with Maya, but Calvin knows he doesn't have time for that since they're on a mission. Thomas understands, but knows as someone who has learned everything the hard way, he has to live his life, and he knows that the multiverse is a gift and it gave him his son back, and he got to see him grow up to be a better man than he ever could be. But his Martha will always be lost to him, and every day, all of them, including Superman, have a little less time and life left. He knows that Calvin needs to live his life, not just survive, but Calvin says that he's on a mission to save the multiverse. Thomas knows when aren't they on a mission to save the multiverse, and as part of their never-ending battle, making Calvin relent and go and try and find Maya for that drink. As he searches, he runs into Fate, surprised to see the villain is actually alive after he betrayed Earth 13 to Darkseid. Fate says that he didn't know it was Darkseid pulling the strings, and worse things are coming for them now, and it's all President Superman and his team's fault. Batman threatens to make his fist disappear in the villain's face, but before Fate can attack, he's confronted by Super Demon, who knows that with two Supermen there, the villain is truly fucked. Fate runs off as Calvin meets with the otherworldly counterpart of his, who knows it's time they found the menace he is after. Super Demon takes them to see Anataz, who will help them find Barry Allen and defeat Darkseid. Thanks to the veil between the spirit and corporeal realms being thin on this Earth, the JLA ended up there instead of Darkseid's true location thanks to this veil, but with the Legion of the Stranger's help, they can hold a cosmic seance to find Darkseid's true location and send the team there. As the ritual begins, the magical orb in front of them cracks, spilling forth a vision of Darkseid at war and the damage he has done and how it has awoken the Great Darkness, along with the Darkness's minions who all fight for its power. The team know that something is wrong as Batman and Captain Carrot burst into flame, knowing that they couldn't trust the magicians. The entire team burst into flame and disappear, but Anataz knows they aren't dead like John thinks they are. They were sent somewhere far worse than hell. The team are taken to Darkseid, who is currently battling the giant Asmodal at the outer edge of the multiverse. Avery knows that this wasn't meant to happen since the Earth-13 heroes were meant to help them out as Maya finds the crack in the multiverse, but it's surrounded by parademons and other minions. The team get to work, heading for the crack, but Dr. Multiverse is worried that they will need to make a hard choice between the fate of the multiverse and the fate of Barry Allen. Superman knows that heroes don't think like that and there's always a way to save everyone. As Modal demands that Darkseid give up his fight since he is no match for an angel of heaven. He smashes Darkseid back as Modal is goaded on by Sheeta Queen, who demands he kill Darkseid and take the power for himself to become the Angel King. The Grandfather Box also notices the woman, telling Darkseid, warning him of the woman as the Justice League Incarnate attack the monsters on the ground. Dr. Multiverse knows the crack has attracted other servants of the Great Darkness as a giant boom echoes through the world, heralding the arrival of the Batwoman Who Laughs, who blows up the team as Batman thought the Dark Multiverse was closed off, so how is she here? Thanks to her multivision, Dr. Multiverse tells Dr. Batman she can see she isn't from there, and Kathy Kane is actually from Earth 11, which means their multiverse is being corrupted. Thomas tells Maya never to call him Dr. Batman again as the Batwoman Who Laughs uses her gauntlet to begin siphoning off the power from the crack. Darkseid and Asmodal send their minions to get their power as Maya tells the team that she can still sync with the Grandfather Box and use it to boom tube the Batwoman Who Laughs to another universe. Thomas refuses to do that, wanting to kill the woman himself, but President Superman tells him that's not a viable option and they can hold her at the House of Heroes in one of their cells. Dr. Multiverse doesn't know if she could send her to a specific location, but Calvin tells her the house is anchored in a fixed point in the multiverse, and since they have all been there, she could sync up with the team again like she did with Avery on Earth 8. The team know that this could work, but Avery asks about finding Barry. Maya knows that the only option is to destabilize the crack and send it to another universe like last time. Thomas tells them that they need to stay and fight this head on and stop running, but Superman sees Darkseid stab Asmodal, knowing the god isn't distracted any longer, and they need to live to fight another day. But Thomas knows that Calvin wasn't listening to him back at the bar when he said that they can't assume that they will get another day. Dr. Multiverse tells Batman that they are doing this now as she unleashes her power onto Batwoman Who Laughs. Orion meanwhile prepares to move the House of Heroes, powering up and achieving some movement in the station, piloting it to safety. Dino Cop wants to prepare to ventilate all decks of the parademons once they are up optimal velocity, as Aquawoman doesn't trust this plan. The Batwoman Who Laughs suddenly appears on the station, having been teleported there by Dr. Multiverse. The team rush to lock her up as she unleashes the Gauntlet's power, knowing that the heroes will not ruin her plans. As the villain attacks, Calabac and Grail burst into the house, attacking the heroes as well. Orion loses control of the House of Heroes, sending them like a pinball through the multiversal bleed. Dinocop orders Harbinger to activate the House of Villains failsafe, ordering the self-destruct of the House of Heroes as it blasts through the bleed and into the unknown. Dr. Multiverse meanwhile is helped up by Superman, learning her multivision is gone and she can only see Calvin Ellis as himself. They find themselves in a quiet suburb, not knowing where the rest of the team are, as the other members of Justice League Incarnate have been spat out across the worlds of the multiverse. The superhero team, the Nimrod Squad of Earth-41, confront Captain Carrot,
demanding he tell them about the rot infecting their planet. Spore tells his friends to stand down since Captain Carrot doesn't know anything about it and they once fought together to save the multiverse, and that time has come again. He helps Carrot up, telling him about how his body is now part of the Green Spore, and because of it, he has a unique bond with the Fluorosphere, but not of just this Earth, but the multiverse, and he knows the darkness that's come and the crack in the multiverse, which has led to his greatest enemy, the Annihilator, trying to break it open and gain the ultimate power from within it. Carrot says that he lost his friends trying to stop Darkseid, and after the power he's faced, they will need a lot more heroes to stop this. Spore agrees, knowing that all his allies will help, including Dinocop. At the crashed House of Heroes, Grail hopes that the crash killed Orion, but Calabac knows that the children of Darkseid aren't so easily killed, but that can't be said for their parademon horde. The Batwoman Who Laughs returns, cackling away, and Grail isn't happy since the multiverse just got rid of the male version of this character, then this one turns up like some cockroach. But she's not worrying since she won't live for long. The Batwoman Who Laughs doesn't want to fight the villains since she is leaving the Earth, and they should as well since she knows where they are. Calabac thinks thinks that they are going to need more parademons and they need to escape this place, but the heroes, if they are still alive, won't be alive for long. The heroes regroup nearby but find no signal of Aquawoman or Orion. Dinocop wants to figure out where they are and find some help from people on this Earth, but Thunderer knows where they are, revealing that they are on Earth 7, his former homeworld, and it's been long dead. Thunderer says that when the heroes all go home after their missions, he doesn't, and he just has to stay on the House of Heroes alone, and now he has failed both of them. Dinocop apologizes, knowing that they can rebuild the station, and Mary Marvel tells him once they figure out how to rid his Earth of the Gentry, they will rebuild that as well. Thunderer thanks his friends, knowing that they need to focus on the mission at hand and find their friends, since the rest of the Justice League Incarnate need their help, and so does the multiverse. On Earth 31, Avery Ho is made to walk the plank of a boat owned by Blackbeard, telling the Pirate King that she's not there for any cosmic treasure of his. The bony captain knows his chest of maps told of her coming, knowing that she is the key to guide him to the crack in the multiverse. Blackbeard proclaims that this is what he wants to happen when Captain Wonder and her Amazons attack from their invisible blimp. Avery falls from the plank but is rescued by Donna of Troy, who frees her from her bonds. Avery thinks it's time she lent a hand as she speeds around the boat, knocking out all of Blackbeard's men. Captain Wonder says that she reminds her of Wally Waterwalk, Donna's friend on the Titans, as Avery finds the chest the pirate talked about, finding it to be filled with a bunch of DC comics. On Earth 33, President Superman and Dr. Multiverse scour their way through a comic book shop as a guy compliments Maya's cosplay, citing that they just introduced Dr. Multiverse, so her cosplay is quite impressive. She asks Calvin why they are there, so Superman tells her that they are on Earth 33, which should be impossible since it's surrounded by a membrane that only ideas can penetrate, and it's the membrane that's stopping them from accessing their powers, but they can still communicate with the team. But to do so, they need to make a comic book. 7 days later, Calvin, using an idea from an old Superman movie in this world, manages to secure them an apartment to live in. He reassures Maya that everything is going to be okay, and thanks to the time moving differently there is more than enough time to help their friends and save the multiverse. Calvin explains that it takes years to create issues of a comic that unknowingly conveys real things that happen over just a few weeks or months, but they can win this, and they ended up on this world for a reason, and he intends on helping out. The heroes get to work, and after 23 days, Calvin meets a man named Ulrich Saxman, an editor at DC Comics, whom Calvin told everything to. Saxman knows that it's all impossible, but that's the kind of story he edits every day, and the imagination is more powerful than they give it credit for, and with the magic of comics, anything is possible. Flashpoint Batman meanwhile finds himself on Earth 26, where he beats up Feline Force, who is carted off by the cops, proclaiming that he'll have his revenge on Batman and the Zoo Crew. Later at the Z building, the animal heroes tell Batman that the transmatter cube isn't connecting to the House of Heroes, but when Captain Carrot returns, maybe it will work for him, which means Batman is stuck around for a little while longer. The team are happy about that, despite Batman's reluctance, since he was able to defeat Feline Force, and they want to make him an official member of the Zoo Crew because of it. Avery soon appears, glad to see Thomas since she's been looking over comics for days. Thomas really wants her to get him out of the cartoon world, so Avery touches Batman, zapping him and herself back to her world, pour over more comic books. On day 65 of Calvin and Maya's research, the couple argue over what Batman would say and wouldn't say. Calvin tries to charm Maya, but she doesn't fall for it this time, storming out of the room. 84 days later, Calvin moves Maya into her own place, despite her knowing that she doesn't need it. Calvin doesn't know how long they'll be there though, and they try to make it work as a couple, but they work better as teammates. Soon their phones ring with notes from Saxman, with the editor wanting Darkseid to win on page 27. A few days later, at the DC Comics offices, Aldrich explains that they have the villain win and it's dramatically necessary, but Maya refuses to do it, not knowing if her comics are influencing things outside the Earth or they are receiving signals from other Earths, but she will not aid Darkseid. Saxman tells her they need to do it to sell books, and they have always done it, and somehow their multiverse still exists. Soon Avery's voice breaks through into their Earth as her and Batman appear in a ghost-like form. Avery says that she can barely penetrate this Earth's membrane, and Dr. Multiverse is the only one who can do it properly. Maya says that her powers don't work there, but Avery tells her that she is just scared like how she was when she started all of this. And Maya is the doctor of the entire multiverse, which includes this Earth. Avery tells him that the crack in the multiverse is in the Nimrod Squad comic where Captain Carrot is, as Aldrich reveals a device on his hand, happy to learn where the crack is. Avery tells Maya to sync her power with her like they did before to get to Carrot's world, reaching out with her hand as Aldrich begins changing, saying that he has endured this mundane realm for months and they will not ruin it with their power of friendship. Calvin changes costume, demanding to know who Saxman really is as the being grabs Maya and Avery's hand, telling them that with only his help will they have a chance at salvation. On Earth 41, Captain Carrot and the other heroes battle Annihilator as Superman, Batman, Avery, and Dr. Multiverse arrive battling Aldrich, who is revealed to be Darkseid. The heroes all restrain Darkseid, refusing to let him destroy the multiverse, but the being throws them off with ease, telling them that he is more than Armageddon and he is Darkseid. He confronts Annihilator, demanding the being hand over the crack, but the villain knows that he'll need to pry it from his rotten fingers. Darkseid obliges him, attacking the villain as the heroes regroup, with Superman saving Avery from one of Annihilator's claw tentacles. Captain Carrot says that this Earth's heroes are fighting a losing battle and they need to help them. Calvin knows that they will stop Darkseid and rescue Barry, but Thomas wants to know how many worlds are they going to let suffer for one man, saying he knew Barry Allen and for the greater good they need to close the crack now. Maya agrees, but Avery refuses to do that, knowing that if Barry was there he would try to save everyone. Maya apologizes, saying that her powers are to heal the multiverse and maybe they can save Barry after they stop Darkseid from destroying everything. Superman knows that this isn't the right way, but Maya knows that his way isn't always right, racing off to grab the crack from Annihilator, which is just what Darkseid wanted. In a flash of light, Annihilator is disintegrated and the crack is gone, and Darkseid reveals that Dr. Multiverse never had the power to seal the crack. She can only contain it, so no one can exploit it. Avery knows that the villain still loses, telling him to go back to whatever hellhole he crawled out of, but Darkseid tells Maya to tell her friends her secret, so Dr. Multiverse knows that it's not over and they need to let Darkseid win. On Earth 7, the heroes find the hull of the Ultima Thule, knowing that they could get it flying and escape the world. Strummer finds something, alerting the team to Aquawoman and Orion, who now only talk about the Oblivion Machine and the Gentry. Dynacop knows that with the Gentry finishing their Oblivion Machine, they will have to blow it up before they leave, but Orion calls him a fool since the machine is everywhere because Earth 7 is the machine. The world around them begins to shift and change as the Empty Hand arrives, telling them that the final chapter begins and the Great Darkness is coming.
Dr. Multiverse explains that in the beginning there was a single black infinitude, black and cold, but soon a light grew in the darkness and it screamed at it, causing a flaw to form in the perfection of the light, and from that flaw the multiverse was born, beginning the start of the eternal push and pull of the great darkness and the light, which culminated in the crisis of infinite Earths, a war between the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor. Monitor gave his life to activate the multiverse's immune systems, the superheroes who fought the Anti-Monitor, but victory came at a cost, and the multiverse died to give birth to one single universe. Thanks to the universe being weakened, the Great Darkness tried to attack, but luckily Swamp Thing was on hand to broker a truce and compromise of a near perfect harmony. But soon the Great Darkness continued its plans via puppets like Magog and Superboy Prime, all whom were unaware of what was happening to them, eventually building and leading to another crisis that forced the lone universe to evolve again into a new multiverse. Monitors were dispatched to contain and limit the new multiverse to 52 worlds, slowing the Great Darkness's awakening. Soon though, Darkseid, one of the few aware of the existence of the Great Darkness, soon learned of its truth, that it cares for no good or evil, life or death, and only wants nothing to be everything once more. So Darkseid triggered the final crisis, all designed to draw out the Great Darkness, but there was one thing that Darkseid didn't count on, which was his own mortality as he was killed by Batman. As Superman tries to save the multiverse with the Miracle Machine, the Great Darkness shows itself through Mandrax, Mandrak, the first monitor and first corrupted by the dark. Another monitor activates the immune system of the multiverse again, and the heroes protect the worlds, defeating Mandrak and activating the miracle machine to heal the multiverse. The Great Darkness soon learns its true enemy is that of the superheroes, with Earth-Zero being right in the center of it all, containing prime versions with variations of the heroes emanating outwards to the surrounding universes. The Darkness soon found Dr. Manhattan, cursing him with the task of weakening the heroes of Earth-Zero by stealing time from their universe. In another world, the right hand of the Great Darkness soon became the empty hand, growing the army of the Gentry from the corpses of the old multiverse, corrupting even the Super Judge to its ranks. Luckily though, the Super Judge sent out an SOS to the Justice League Incarnate and many other heroes of the multiverse who came together to fight the Gentry. While the battle raged, the final monitor, Nix Uotan of the Gentry, freed Darkseid from his tomb, returning him to life. Darkseid began the journey back to godhood, and the heroes saved Nix and quarantine the Gentry on Earth 7, where the Gentry continue the work on the Oblivion Machine to undo the wish made by the Miracle Machine, as the Great Darkness began the Metal Wars on Earth 0, unleashing the horrors of the dark multiverse on the world. The heroes still managed to beat back the Batman Who Laughs and Barbatos, but they would be fundamentally changed as Earth 0 was no longer the center of the multiverse, replaced with two new Earths, the mysterious and still undiscovered Elseworld, as well as Earth Omega, which was revealed to be a fragment of the Great Darkness imprisoned by the Quintessence, who were recently killed by the one true Darkseid, who had returned to godhood. From his new seat of power, Darkseid kidnapped and used Barry Allen to crack the multiverse so he could control the Great Darkness and prevent it from turning everything into nothing. But then the Justice League Incarnate came along and messed it all up. Dr. Multiverse tells the others just as Barry Allen was about to crack the multiverse, President Superman broke Darkseid's machine and it bound Barry and the stress point to Earth Omega, pulling the hero into whatever lies beyond, while the crack was relocated to Earth 8, her world. She reveals the multiverse gave her powers to heal it in case anything like this happened, and it's why she's been so driven to seal it with or without saving Barry. But when she had the chance, she wasn't powerful enough. Luckily, her powers came with cosmic insight, and it's why they came to this place for answers, knowing Darkseid must win. Darkseid knows the absolute enemy of everything is the enemy of evil as well, and he should be powerful enough to stop it now. Superman refuses to believe this, as Avery demands to know how Maya could have done this, since she said together they would save the multiverse. Batman wants to get her as far away from Darkseid as possible, but it's too late as boom tubes open and Darkseid's army arrives. Grail and Calabac reveal that Orion betrayed them and crashed the House of Heroes on Earth 7, prompting Superman to try and learn more, but Grail punches the man, knowing her words are for Darkseid only. Captain Carrot tells Calvin to calm down since they are surrounded, as Darkseid asks her about the monitor tech in the House of Heroes since it's crucial for his mission. Grail says that their army didn't survive the impact and they escaped upon learning they were on Earth 7, which is currently infested by the Gentry. Darkseid knows that they must go there and fight, wondering if the Justice League Incarnate will join them, but Calvin asks if that's the only way, why didn't the villain come to them first? Darkseid knows diplomacy is a luxury they cannot afford right now, and every moment spent chasing the hero's ideals of truth, hope and justice allow the enemies to strengthen and grow. As he explains the Dark Multiverse's influence has already grown, Thomas tries to inject Dr. Multiverse with something, telling Calvin that it's just a sedative, but Superman, thanks to his microscopic vision, knows he's lying. Thomas begins coughing, knowing that killing Maya solves the problem, as it's revealed that Thomas has been infected by the Great Darkness, and Darkseid knows that Batman now no longer exists in the body. Superman tries to reason with Thomas, but the former hero calls for the eradication of all. Darkseid has had enough, firing his Omega beams at the man and killing the Flashpoint Batman. He finds Superman mourning him pathetic, since he's never met a Superman who has been able to overcome his weak humanity. He demands the hero accept the casualties of war and fight on before nothing exists. Darkseid confronts Dr. Multiverse, taking the power of the multiversal crack from her and wanting to use it as a nail to be driven into the empty hand. He rallies his battle legions behind him as he boom tubes over to Earth 7. Avery asks Superman what they should do, but the man still doesn't know, since their teammates, the House of Heroes and everything are gone, and they have no way back to other Earths or a way to call for help against Darkseid and the Great Darkness. Captain Carrot knows that they can't just take Darkseid's word for this, and they don't know if the rest of the team are gone, and they can't give up hope. Superman knows his friend is right, since Thomas would want them to make this moment count, and while it's too dark to see the light, it doesn't mean it's not out there shining for them to find it. Dr. Multiverse knows she can get them to Earth 7, that is if they still want her help, and Superman knows that she is part of this team despite being disappointed in her, but knows that she only did what she thought was right, but she did it without them, and that's not what teams do. Maya understands that none of them are meant to do this alone, and the team agree to go to Earth 7 and find their friends, as on the other Earth, Darkseid and his forces confront the Gentry. Darkseid proclaims that his resurrection was a fatal mistake in their master's plans, growing in size and stabbing the Empty Hand with the multiversal power. The being laughs off the attack, pulling the multiversal spear from his body and proclaiming that Darkseid is the greatest fool in the multiverse and beyond. The Empty Hand reveals that all the villain has done is deliver him the final component for the Oblivion Machine, and soon the Great Darkness will be birthed into the multiverse and the entire Omniverse will shatter. He proclaims that his hand is no longer empty and Darkseid is no longer needed, stomping on the villain as Superman and the others make it to Earth 7, finding the crashed House of Heroes. Calvin uses his belt's Brainiac AI to restart Harbinger, bringing the computers back online and ordering her to run an expanding perimeter around the wreckage, as he and Captain Carrot will use their vision powers to scan deeper while Avery runs a perimeter. Superman wants Dr. Multiverse to be ready to transport them out of there if the Parademons or the Gentry find them, but Maya can see that Darkseid is losing the battle, but Superman tells her they'll deal with that once they get some more backup, and he's not giving up. A voice says that he probably should, as the rest of their team appear, all having been infected by the Great Darkness and intend on doing the same to the rest of the heroes. In the past, Darkseid's wife Sully shows her husband his newly born son Orion, showing him he doesn't need to always have a clenched fist, and this is what happens when he is his true self. Later on, Sully dies under mysterious circumstances as Darkseid's mother tells her son not to be weakened by this, and love is chaos that cannot be chained, and hopefully the death of his wife will bring the gift of control to him and he can remember who he is. Darkseid does so, as in the present he battles the Empty Hand as Justice League Incarnate battle their darkness-possessed friends, with Superman promising to save them from the Great Darkness. Dr. Multiverse can see how to break them free from its hold as Avery struggles with Mary Marvel, getting caught in a chokehold. Dr. Multiverse tells her to lose control of her speed so that Mary cannot predict where she will go. Avery blasts Mary off of her as Maya knows that if Flash can sync their vibrations, she can separate everyone from the Great Darkness, but only as long as Superman and Captain Carrot keep them busy. Superman tells her to hurry as Avery begins building up speed, letting Dr. Multiverse sync her powers together with hers and free all of their friends. Justice Incarnate reunite, but Orion knows there's no time to celebrate since Darkseid cannot be allowed to get this great power. Superman knows that the Great Darkness is the bigger threat here, and Dr. Multiverse knows that the Darkseid is the only thing right now keeping the multiverse and the Omniverse away from the darkness. Orion thinks that they are all doomed then as Darkseid grows in size to meet the Empty Hand on its level. The Hand finds his power impressive, but it's nothing compared to the darkness, and the crack in the multiverse has allowed him to tap into the Great Darkness directly. He beats Darkseid away, saying that he's nothing but a gnat to be swept away by the Empty Hand. The giant Darkseid falls down, almost crushing the heroes as the Empty Hand begins its plan, creating the Oblivion Machine, knowing that the Gentry have longed for this moment. He opens a portal, shepherding in the Gentry into the darkness before asking if Darkseid can hear its call, offering him an invitation into the portal. Darkseid doesn't back down from the fight, rushing into the portal after the Empty Hand, finding himself in a black void as he calls for the coward to come and face him. The Great Darkness says that he has returned to nothing from whence he came, and Darkseid knows that he cannot be controlled. The darkness says that control is just an illusion. Darkseid's mind is already his, showing him his right hand, which is now the Empty Hand, while the left hand has become the closed fist of Darkseid. Darkseid again knows that he's no puppet, but the Great Darkness knows it's already too late for the villain. Orion meanwhile tells the team they must destroy the Oblivion Machine as Grail appears, knowing they cannot allow him to destroy the machine while their father is trapped inside of it. Orion dares Grail to try, but in her current state she won't be able to, but Grail knows the heroes aren't in any shape to fight either. Orion stops the arguing, knowing what's on the other side of the portal threatens all of them combined, and he can feel the pull of the machine in his blood, just like he thinks Grail can.
He tries to convince her to join the League and help him save the multiverse and lead their people, but Grail refuses to take that burden onto her shoulders since Orion is actually next in line, ordering the hordes of Apocalypse to bow before their new lord. The Justice League Incarnate meanwhile look over the machine, wondering how they can even stop this, since it will eventually swallow Earth-7 and then the entire universe. Thunderer knows how he can handle this, revealing that while Orion's forces called him mortal, he actually isn't, and he's the storm god of Earth-7, and he thinks he can call upon the power to destroy what's left of the planet and the Oblivion machine along with it. Superman refuses to let him destroy his home world since they vow to save it, but Thunderer knows there's not much left of the world, and even if he could fix it, he would be its lone survivor. He tells his friends that the House of Heroes and them are his home, and Harbinger has already saved that. Superman agrees to help, but Dr. Multiverse wants to try and rescue Barry Allen from the darkness before destroying anything. Avery knows they can do this, but Superman doesn't want them to be on the other side of the portal alone, so he and Captain Carrot will go with them. He tells Aquawoman and Dino Cop that if they don't come back in a few hours, they need to destroy the portal even if they're still within it. The team speed into the portal, arriving in a strange colourful suburb. As they try and find Barry, a little boy hears what they are saying, wondering if they're looking for his Uncle Barry, revealing himself to be Wallace West. He leads the heroes to the streets as Avery thinks that this Wallace is this world's Kid Flash, as soon they find Flash mowing the lawn of his home. Avery goes to hug him, but the man doesn't know who she is, only knowing she's obviously another Flash. Superman introduces himself, telling him that he was tricked by Darkseid into damaging their multiverse before being trapped in this prison, but Flash knows that's nonsense since this place is a paradise and he's happy, excusing himself for his supper. Superman goes to touch him, but Flash punches him in the face, saying that he's right where he belongs, speeding inside. Captain Carrot thinks that he's off his rocker, wanting to just drag him back into their multiverse, but Calvin knows that's easier said than done. Suddenly Pariah arrives, telling them that this universe is too fragile for crossovers. He knows he can make them all happy, offering his hand to give them all their own paradises, but Dr. Multiverse warns against that, powering up to escape, but the villain knows that that's perfect. Back on Earth-7, Aquawoman and Dino Cop find the portal is getting unstable, wanting to just tear it down, as Orion says they need to step down as leader of the Justice League Incarnate, since he's taking over his father's kingdom. He leads the hordes of Apocalypse back to New Genesis as Aquawoman limits how much he loathes that man. Thunderer gets ready, blasting up into the sky and calling forth the World Storm, unleashing the power onto the Oblivion machine and Earth-7 as he says goodbye to his world and friends, blowing it all up as the House of Heroes speeds away from the explosion. Soon Mary Marvel spots the team emerging from the darkness. Superman and the others are brought on board as they enter the bleed once more, escaping from the explosion. Captain Carrot wonders if they had a win now, as Superman tells Maya he should have been able to talk with Pariah, but Maya knows that he is the voice of the Great Darkness, and there is no reasoning with both of them. She does reveal that when she saw Pariah, she saw what he and the Great Darkness are building, calling it an army like no one has ever seen before, and its darkness already spreads across the bleed and nothing can stop it. Superman knows they need to get to Earth-0 since they need Barry's Justice League for this. Pariah meanwhile knows all is going according to the Darkness's plans, and the Justice League Incarnate close the portal, but the barrier between Multiverse 1 and 2 is weakened, and now that Darkseid has rejoined the body, it's time to just push through it. Darkseid meanwhile has succumbed to the darkness, joining Necron, Doomsday, Eclipso, and many others in the Dark Army. Back on Earth-0, Ra's al Ghul dreams of his many conflicts with the Earth's heroes and with Batman, knowing that the feuds he had with the detective are the stuff of legend, and his mission to save the world was extreme and he has trained others to follow him. Ra's awakens coughing, knowing that he's an old man with nothing left now though. He hears someone shouting outside, grabbing his weapons and heading out onto the balcony, as someone proclaims their skills are unmatched and they cannot be beaten. He finds Talia sparring with Damian in the courtyard below, causing him to stand down and watch from the shadows as his daughter and grandson battle, taunting one another. Damian is quick to remind his mother that he sort of won his recent tournament, but Talia knows that he'll have another chance to prove his skills as she pushes him back. Ra's meanwhile begins coughing up some blood, remembering how the Lazarus pits are cursed as he knows it's time. In Gotham, a black masked man talks with a group of captured criminals, knowing that Blackgate should have kept them locked up, but instead they were paroled for good behaviour, and now they spend their time in a different type of prison. He continues his speech as the criminals disappear and Batman reappears, taking down the vigilante and reminding the paroled criminals to check in with the parole officers in the morning, telling them to keep up the good work.
Oracle soon contacts Batman, knowing that there is something he would want to see, sending footage to his cowl. Batman finds it impossible, as sometime before, Ra's and Talia turn themselves in for the many crimes they've committed, with the news quickly covering the historic events. Earlier in Nepal, Damian overhears his mother arguing with Ra's about turning themselves in, knowing their family has gone through hell because of his actions, and recently everything was stolen by Leviathan and Manhunter, and she went through it all so she could just get it back. Ra's knows that this is the best route for the family, but Talia refuses to turn herself in, and if they want to come for her, they will face their army. Ra's tells her that they have tried to change the world through violence, and it hasn't worked, and the world is on the brink of another ecological disaster, so it's time to try something else, since they owe that to Damian, hoping his daughter will trust him since she will understand very soon. Later in Washington, Talia and Ra's get ready to turn themselves in at the Makovian embassy, as Batman watches from a nearby rooftop, telling Oracle that this is more than some League of Assassin plan, and Ra's and Talia have many enemies themselves, so they need to make sure that they are safe. Damian appears before his father, finding it rather kind of him that he would think that. Batman is lost for words as Oracle tells him that Ra's is moving. She tells him to hug his son, but Bruce can't say anything or do anything, instead turning back to see what Ra's is doing as the man turns himself in to the DEO director Cameron Chase, who offers him a chance to say something to the crowd, as is part of their deal. As Lex Luthor, the Outsiders, and the Totality watch on, Ra's takes to the podium, introducing himself and telling the press that their world is dying, and for years he blamed humankind, and he always thought the Earth needed fewer people, but he knows that this way of thinking led to more enemies for him to defeat, but recently he's seen the value in people thanks to his family. He knows he thought he was the only one who could save the world, and that was his mistake, so he reveals that he is gifting the signs of the Lazarus pits to the world, since he knows now that the world is worth saving, as are all of the people. He hopes the people will allow him to share what he has learned. Suddenly, Ra's is shot in the head and killed by Deathstroke, who continues to fire into the crowd, hitting Talia multiple times as Batman confronts the assassin. Deathstroke throws a group of grenades towards the crowd, blowing up a van as Chase demands Talia not be allowed to escape as Robin helps his mother's people get her out of the area. Deathstroke tells Batman that he won't be stopped, and he won't be stopped from making sure Ra's has no body to resurrect him. He presses a trigger which activates a bomb next to Ra's head. Robin races to save his grandfather's body, but Batman grabs the boy at the last second as the bomb goes off, obliterating the assassin's body. In the aftermath, Chase learns that Talia and Deathstroke both escaped as Batman confronts his son, who knows that he could have saved the body, screaming that that's what Batman always does. He finds a way. He punches his father futilely, breaking down in his father's arms as Bruce tells him that he couldn't let him do it because he's his son. Bruce asks him to come home, but Damian won't, wanting to have told his father what he's been up to and how many lessons he's learned and the people and friends he has met, but now he has lost 2 grandfathers because of Batman. Bruce knows that if he was there, he would have saved Alfred, angering Robin, who leaves knowing what his father meant by those words, and that he's going to find Deathstroke and bring him in dead or alive. Later on in Nepal, the dying Talia is taken to the Lazarus pit but stops her men, not wanting to be dumped into the cursed pits. She calls for a doctor and tells them to send out the call and tell the shadows to come home. Talia assembles the Demon's Shadow group of supervillains, telling them that they are going after Deathstroke and his family and anyone who has ever worked with him or tried to protect him, and they will kill them all. At Deathstroke Incorporated, Deadline returns with Prometheus, angered at what Slade did to Ra's since he went back on his word about making a secret society and staying hidden. He soon finds Deathstroke sparring with his son Respawn, as Slade demands to know what Deadline thinks he's going to do to him. Deadline demands to know what Slade was thinking when he began making moves, but Slade has no idea what he means. So Deadline activates a newsfeed showing him that Deathstroke has killed Ra's al Ghul. Slade knows that he's not worn that particular armor in years, and this was the work of an imposter, but it's not the ones who toyed with the Justice League recently. He does know that the moves the man made look familiar. He says that he's been at the base for 3 days training Respawn, knowing someone is setting him up and they need to be ready, but it's too late as the Demon's Shadow assault the building, calling for the death of Deathstroke.
Elsewhere, a hooded being ventures through a destroyed city,
picking up some of the ashes on the ground and vowing that he will never forget, and the people responsible will pay. Back in Washington DC, Batman meets with Cameron Chase at the bombing site, told by the woman the one time they finally get their hands on one of the greatest criminal masterminds of all time who was willing to help them solve
solve crimes dating back centuries and give them Lazarus Pit secrets, he is then killed by Deathstroke. And on top of that, Deathstroke and Talia al Ghul both escaped. Batman calls up a digital hologram of the attack since he had eyes on the area in case there was any trouble. Chase wishes he wouldn't do that since she didn't want to see a man get shot in the head again. Batman wonders how Deathstroke got into the city and got this close, and Chase actually knows how. Surprised the Dark Knight doesn't actually know something for a change. She shows him a huge tunnel that has been dug on the outskirts of town and how Deathstroke used it to get into the city unseen. Batman knows that a huge tool of some type would have been needed to make this, and it would have made a hell of a lot of noise, so someone surely would have seen him, but Chase says that her team haven't come back to check for any evidence of any trail, but Batman knows there'll be no trail to follow. But that's not their biggest problem, since Deathstroke is one of the greatest assassins in the world, and if he wants to kill you, chances are he will. But when he shot Raish, Batman was on him in 7 seconds, seconds that Deathstroke could have used to kill others. Chase knows that he shot at Talia, but Batman knows that he didn't kill her and he missed her on purpose. Chase asks why Slade would want her alive as Batman disappears on her. Elsewhere, Slade and his secret society battle the Demon Shadow as the ninjas flood their base, with Slade thinking that this is some type of revenge for him killing Raish, but Deadline knows he didn't do that, it was an imposter. Respawn thinks that they can take the ninjas, but the group know that they need to get out of there since there are too many of the killers. Slade and Respawn escape as Deadline holds the line against the ninjas as Angel Breaker introduces herself to the assassin, cutting through Deadline's bullets as she tells him that they have been commanded to kill Deathstroke. She cuts off Deadline's head, calling for Detonator to take out the building. Prometheus meanwhile leaves Slade and his son to die, teleporting away like a coward as Detonator fires a missile at the building. Slade and Respawn dive from the building as it explodes, landing on a nearby roof as Slade knows now he has to teach his son something he never wanted to teach him, knowing they must now hide. Elsewhere, Ravager drinks her worries away in a bar as news reports on Deathstroke's killing of Raish. Suddenly, someone causes a commotion outside, throwing a bouncer into the bar as Robin meets with Ravager, telling her that she left without saying goodbye. Damien tells her that Slade crossed the line and he needs her help, but Ravager doesn't need to be convinced, getting up and wanting to go and kill her father. At the Demon Palace in Nepal, Batman takes down some of the on-watch ninjas before being confronted by an army of them who say that they knew he was coming and he isn't welcome there. Batman, however, easily takes down the myriad of ninjas before beating down the door and confronting Talia, who knows that he could have just snuck in without her guards knowing, but he always needs to make a show of everything. Batman thinks that she would know about making a show of everything since she had Deathstroke kill Raish and wound her so no one suspects that she was behind it all. Talia says that she is grieving for her father, and Batman comes in and makes accusations, and even after everything they have once meant to each other, she expected more from him. Batman knows that Raish has died before, so how is this time different, but Talia knows that he saw his body was completely destroyed. Batman thinks that he did it as some type of martyrdom, but Talia says that she is now the leader of his empire, and she defeated Leviathan just as she's defeated Batman before, and yet her father decided to turn them both in, and look at what that got him. Batman realizes that she didn't hire Deathstroke, and Talia confirms as much, knowing that Slade was building an empire of his own over the last year and she was keeping an eye on it, and Slade just pulled the trigger first because she underestimated him. She asks where their son is, learning that Damien is looking for Deathstroke, causing her to try and attack Batman, not happy that he was sent to go after a killer. Her bullet wounds, however, take a toll on her, causing Batman to help her stand, as she says that the doctors did their best and she doesn't want to use the Lazarus pits right now since she doesn't trust them. She knows that Batman doesn't care about her or them, but Bruce says that he never wanted to see her hurt as Talia removes his cowl, knowing he's the only one she would ever allow to care. Before Bruce can say anything, Talia tells him to shut up as she kisses him. Elsewhere, Angel Breaker tells the defeated Raptor to tell her where Deathstroke is.
But the villain has no idea where his boss is, since why would Slade tell him? Angel says that Slade is going to pay for his actions as the rest of Talia's assassins track down Slade's secret society of supervillains, hunting them to the far corners of the earth. In San Francisco, a tour guide talks about a huge fire caused by an earthquake in 1906 and how much of the old city was destroyed and it can be found underground. As he moves the tour deeper into the catacombs, a man and his son
divert away from them, entering a secret passage, as Slade tells his son that this was one of his bases he made in the city when the Titans had a HQ there, and he built it in a way that he could just restock his weapons and armor when needed. Removing his disguise, Slade tells his son of the food in the fridge, warning him of the expiration dates and that they'll be here for a long time while they figure out what's going on. He goes over the information he has, knowing that someone dressed like him killed Ra's al Ghul and they did it for a reason, wondering who the masked assassin is. Respawn soon finds his father's bladed weaponry, equating them to toys, but Slade knows that those are instruments of death and destruction and nothing that can ever take a life is a toy. Respawn jokingly asks if his father has ever killed anyone with an action figure, and Slade lets on he may have as the boy spots target dummies made to look like the Titans. He whips a Shuriken at the Robin one, but Slade isn't impressed, throwing multiple Shurikens at the targets and hitting them all in their heads. Respawn thinks that was okay as the Shurikens explode, making him excited as Slade tells his son he's going to show him all the tricks. Respawn wonders if maybe if he cuts out one of his eyes he'll be better like his father, but Slade takes his knife, telling the boy that he doesn't want to be like him and he'll train him, but he didn't call himself the king of the supervillains to go on the run at the first sign of trouble, so he wants to regroup with his secret society first, and once they are set up properly, the boy will be trained. Respawn floats the idea that Talia could have killed her own father, and Slade considers it since he knows her well and she'll do anything to get what she wants. Talia meanwhile kisses Batman, who stops her, reminding her of Selina as the woman leaves, knowing that it was a moment of weakness and she must have been wounded more than she thought. Batman puts his mask back on, asking why Ra's was turning himself and her into the DEO, so Talia reveals that he's been rejecting the Lazarus Pit for months, and his mind was the clearest that it has been in centuries, and he wanted to share his knowledge with the world. Batman knows that something is missing in this equation, and Talia reveals it to be Damien, since she believes that he did this because of Damien, since the boy finally showed him that his legacy would live beyond him and that someone could change for the better, and she knows this because Damien showed her that as well. Angel Breaker returns with Raptor, offering the villain up to her master since he requested an audience before she slit his throat. Raptor tells Batman that his kid did a great job in the death tournament, revealing to Batman what Robin has been up to lately. Raptor knows that Talia is pissed about her father dying, but going on a killing spree isn't going to help her find Slade. Batman demands to know what Raptor is talking about, so Talia tells him of the demon shadow that she sent out to find Deathstroke and kill him and his friends. Raptor doesn't know where Slade is, so Batman wants to interrogate him, knowing that he doesn't need to die, but Angel Breaker finds Batman's skills are weak and everyone knows he won't do what is needed. Ghostmaker told him that he has rules. Batman is surprised to hear that Ghostmaker is involved in all of this as Angel unsheathes her sword, knowing that she can make Raptor speak. Batman kicks the weapon from her hands, telling Raptor to run and demanding Talia call off the demon's shadow so he can find Slade himself, but Talia knows that Bruce cannot tell her what to do and never has been able to, sending her ninjas after the hero as Batman escapes the temple. Talia tells Angel to let him go and to follow Raptor instead, since he will try and warn Slade and lead them right to him. Slade and Respawn meanwhile play a card game called War, with Slade teaching his son how to play when they get an incoming call from Raptor, who warns them of Talia and her assassins looking for them. He knows that somebody in the society will give them up eventually and it's only a matter of time. On top of that, Batman is also after them, so Raptor warns him to stay hidden and stay wherever he is. Slade knows that now they'll be in the safe house even longer as the power is cut to the building. Slade doesn't think that it's possible since he's the only one who knows this place exists as the safe house doors open. Respawn dons his mask to take on whomever is coming through, but Slade demands he stop as Robin and Ravager arrive, telling Slade that he's going to pay for what he did.
Batman meanwhile fills Oracle in on what Talia and Slade have been up to,
knowing he isn't so sure that she cares about why Slade killed her father, since she's too busy sending her assassins out to kill Slade and his friends. Oracle finds no sign of Deathstroke since he assassinated Ra's, noting how Slade knows how to cover his tracks. She'll begin running scans on past safe houses. Batman doesn't need to find Deathstroke, knowing he needs to find Damien instead, since the last time he saw the boy, he vowed to find Slade, and if he knows his own son, he will. Robin and Ravager meanwhile battle Deathstroke and Respawn, who reminds the others that they aren't on Lazarus Island anymore, and whoever dies here will stay dead. Robin understands the rules, reminding Respawn that he killed him once before, and he'll do it again. Deathstroke knows that he got lucky with that, hitting a button and setting off some charged explosives, wondering if Robin really thought he wouldn't be ready for something like this. The entire safe house explodes, blowing up the street above and allowing Slade and his son to escape, taking to the rooftops. Respawn wonders why they didn't take down the heroes, but Slade knows that if they found them, then Talia's assassins won't be far behind, and where Robin goes, Batman won't be too far behind either. Robin attacks them, telling them that Batman is the least of their worries. He knows that Slade killed Raish, having seen the assassin do so, as Respawn demands he back off, but Ravager attacks him, keeping him busy. Slade tries to tell Robin that he was set up, but Robin and Ravager know the truth is hard to come by with Slade. Respawn knows he was set up, and he and Slade were never at the embassy. Damian wonders why they should trust him as Respawn removes his mask, revealing that he looks exactly like Damian. Robin thinks this is another one of his mother's tricks, but Respawn knows that it's not, and now he should understand why he hates Robin despite on the island he began hating him a little less. He reveals that Talia knew nothing about him and he was created by Raish. The boy says that he is a mix of Talia al Ghul and Slade Wilson, and Raish made him to run his experiments on because he knew Talia would never let him run them on Damian. Slade tells Damian his whole family is screwed up and he can't trust his mother or his grandfather, but he is taking Respawn under his wing, something even Batman won't do for him. Robin demands to know if Ravager knew about this, and the woman reveals that she did, with Respawn revealing that she was actually the one who brought him to Deathstroke before turning on them. Damian finds himself happy to have a real brother as Respawn attacks, wanting the rematch with Robin, finding himself jealous at what Damian had with his mother and father's love while he had nothing, and Damian never appreciated it all. Ravager demands Slade stop them, but the man wants to see how good his son actually is. The two boys find themselves evenly matched as Batman arrives, demanding they stop fighting. He reveals that his son left a trial, which makes him worry that he's too caught up in his rage. Batman notices Respawn and his appearance, confused as to what's happening as Slade says that Respawn is his son, not Batman's. Robin tells Batman that Raish created the boy in a lab and he's a mix of Slade and Talia. Slade knows that explains a few things, and he didn't kill Raish, but maybe he should have. Dr. Moon soon contacts Slade, but they find out that Moon has been captured by Angelbreaker and Merlin, who knows that Talia is pleased they have found Deathstroke. Slade knows that Moon sold him out as the Doctor reveals that they threatened to kill Phobia if he didn't help. Angel tells Slade that they'll call off their attacks on his people and spare Dr. Moon if he agrees to come to Talia's Lazarus Palace in Nepal. Batman wants Talia told that he will make sure Deathstroke sees justice, wanting the attacks called off, but Angel knows that's not good enough and Slade needs to die, and besides, Deathstroke won't let Batman take him anywhere and the decision is up to Slade himself. Slade stays silent, so Merlin is told to kill Dr. Moon. The Doctor tearfully tells Slade to promise him that he won't let them kill Phobia and to tell the woman that he really did love her. Batman tells them that he will bring Slade as Moon is killed, as Angel gleefully asks who will die next for Deathstroke. Batman knows that Slade could have prevented that, but Slade knows that if he turned himself in, they would just kill him and his society, something Batman knows as well. Batman says that he's not taking him to Talia, but he is taking him in to suffer justice. Slade asks what he's going to do about Talia since she sent a kill order on him, so why isn't he going after her, wondering if it's only because Slade is in danger, asking what type of hero saves only good people. Slade throws a grenade down into the streets towards some of the people gathering around the hole, prompting Batman and Robin to go after it. Batman grapples the bomb, throwing it down the hole as Robin scares off the civilians. The bomb goes off as the heroes return to the roof, finding Deathstroke and his family are gone. Batman wants Robin to tell him everything, but Damian believes Slade. Batman knows how could he possibly say that, but Damian meant Respawn, and while he's protecting his father, he's not lying, and he can tell if the boy is lying, since he would do what he does when he lies. Batman knows someone is playing a dangerous game and who really killed Raish and why. Damian wants to go and find out, but Bruce stops in, knowing that he failed him in too many ways. He wants to work on the case together with his son, asking what he has to do to prove that they can do that. Robin decides he'll want to drive, getting into the Batwing before asking while they search for the real killer, who is going to protect Slade and the secret society of supervillains. Batman knows that they weren't happy about it, but he called in some backup, and it's not Nightwing like Damian thinks. Prometheus meanwhile battles the demon's shadow as they damage his helmet, ruining the villain's one advantage over them. Before they can kill him though, Ghostmaker and Clown Hunter arrive, taking down the villains and telling Prometheus that he is now under the protection of Batman Incorporated.
At Blackgate Prison, an inmate is taken to see his lawyer.
The man thinks he's finally getting out of the hellhole, but upon entering the interrogation room, he finds Batman and Robin waiting for him. Robin isn't impressed with this guy lie as Batman explains that months ago, the Justice League encountered some fake Deathstrokes who were working for the Royal Flush Gang, and that's too much of a coincidence for what they are currently dealing with. And if the Deathstroke who killed Ra's was an imposter, they should start here. The man knows he's not talking to him, since last time he did, Batman cheated him. Robin decides to take over the interrogation, but before even laying a hand on him, the man screams, saying that he'll talk. The man says that the Royal Flush Gang hired them to pose as Deathstrokes and paid them to get the clothes for the part, sending them to a tailor in Central City who makes costumes for the rogues. The man says the name of the tailor was Gamby, and when they went there was also another guy there who was also getting a Deathstroke costume, but he wasn't related to them. He knows the man looked familiar and was quite handsome, and he ordered a special costume, wanting it to look like the classic Deathstroke suit. He knows that he could feel the anger coming off the man, and it was scary, almost as scary as Batman. The man finds the heroes are long gone, having met the Batwing on the roof, as Damian wonders about Deathstroke and the secret society, hoping this Ghostmaker fellow and the rest of the wannabe Batman are up for protecting them. Batman tells him to be nice since Ghostmaker is an extremely capable hero and leader. He contacts Ghostmaker, finding that the hero has rounded up most of the Slade society, despite many of them actively trying to fight him and Batman Inc. when they came for them. Batman asks about Slade, but Ghostmaker says he's got eyes on him and they're keeping their distance. Batman is glad since he wants to hear what Slade will do when he thinks no one is watching. Batman Inc. meanwhile want to know why they are protecting the scum who will try and kill them, thinking Talia should be allowed to kill them and it will be one less headache for them. Clown Hunter thinks that they are doing it because Batman said so, but Ghostmaker knows it's because he said so, and currently they are Deathstroke and his cronies' guardian angels. In Washington DC, Slade, Respawn and Ravager stake out the bombed out embassy that Ra's was killed at. Rose asks why they came there, but Respawn knows that their father doesn't need her help, wondering why she's even there anyway. Rose says that she's not helping them, but Talia has ordered all of Slade's family killed, and that includes her. She thinks that going back to the scene of the crime is a rookie move and Batman would have already checked the place, and Slade knows Batman is a detective, not a killer, and he sees what the imposter Deathstroke saw, and maybe he can get into his head and deduce why he's pretending to be Deathstroke and framing him. Batman and Robin meanwhile arrive in Central City, where Batman tries to talk to Damian about the death tournament he was in, wondering if something happened there. Damian is too distracted by his reflection, seeing Respawn looking back at him. Batman knows he's thinking about Respawn, and Damian tells him it's not the first time he's had to deal with a clone, but there is something different about this time, not wanting Respawn to learn from Slade's bad influence and instead wanting to try and help the boy, like how Batman and the rest of the Bat family helped him. The heroes arrive at Gamby's shop, finding no one around as Robin finds his secret passageways, opening a door to a bright white hallway. Batman knows that Gamby would be ready for a double cross, being that he dealt with criminals, wanting Robin not to set off any alarms. Robin wishes to tell his father about something that happened in the tournament, revealing he sorta has a girlfriend right now. Batman is surprised, and so much so that it leads to him tripping a laser alarm which sets off various traps, which the heroes quickly race through the gauntlet of, smashing through the door at the end of the hallway. They find themselves in Gamby's inner sanctum, and it has already been destroyed, discovering the unconscious Gamby nearby. Batman finds that he's not dead, just tranquilized. Robin knows that none of this sounds like Slade's MO, knowing this wasn't about Ra's al Ghul at all. It's about his mother and Deathstroke, since someone wanted a war between them. The imposter Deathstroke appears, knowing that Damian is smart, and if he's as smart as he remembers, he will stay out of it and let him do what Damian couldn't. Robin refuses to let him go, knowing that the villain knew what would happen when he killed Ra's. The villain knows that the war will stop once Slade is truly punished. Slade meanwhile looks over the bomb site, telling whichever of Batman's sidekicks is watching them to come out and talk. Hood reveals himself, knowing that he's not a sidekick, wondering how he knew he was there. Slade knows that he's not as good as Batman no matter how much he tells himself that, revealing that he knew who really killed Ra's al Ghul. Hood tells him that Batman isn't his boss and Batman is following a lead as well, so if Slade has news, he should know as well. Hood is suddenly hit hit by a shuriken as Talia's ninjas ambush Slade and his family. Hood demands to know why they are attacking him, so the ninjas say that they will kill Deathstroke and all his associates, including those who protect him. The Wilson family get ready for a fight, and Respawn knows that they can take a bunch of ninjas, but Slade discovers that they are taking one of his moves, as ninjas with guns appear, attacking them. The family attack, with Slade killing one of the men before taking another ninja hostage, demanding his friends back off. The ninja tells him there is no more running and he will die today. Slade threatens to kill him, but the ninja knows that his life means nothing and he lives to serve the demon's head, and Slade must die at all costs, including his own life. The other ninja is ready to shoot through their friend, but Respawn jumps in the way as they open fire. Nearby, Ravager finishes up the ninjas that cornered her as she rounds the street, finding that Hood has been almost beaten to death. She knows Batman's going to be pissed as she soon discovers Slade, learning that Respawn has been killed by the gun-toting ninjas.
Slade remembers the time he was training the young boy, telling Respawn that no one will ever hurt him again.
In the present, Crime Doctor says that he did all he could, but Respawn was dead before Slade even brought the boy in. Slade goes to kill the man, but Rose stops him as Crime Doctor says that Rose said Slade would pay his fee. Rose lets the man go, knowing him escaping with his life is his payment. Slade meanwhile looks over his dead son as Rose tries to talk with him, but Slade says that Respawn never had a real name, just a code name, and he was treated like nothing by the Al Ghul's, and then they killed him. Slade tells Rose they need to die, asking Rose again if she is with him in this. Batman and Robin meanwhile confront the fake Deathstroke, knowing that his actions have had consequences. The Being wants to know what his crime is, since he removed a dangerous presence from the world by killing Ra's al Ghul, wondering if Batman would really just let him live on for another few centuries. Batman asks why he isn't taking credit for the kill if he hates Ra's so much, but the villain says that his mission isn't complete yet, and Talia and Deathstroke need to kill each other first. Damian senses that the Being is trying to hide his accent, as Batman senses that he knows this man somehow, knowing no one he has trusted would ever wear Deathstroke's costume. The man says that the Batman has no idea what it takes to wear the costume of a sworn enemy, and who hurt him in ways Batman cannot imagine. Damian reminds the man that he killed his grandfather, but the man says that this battle has been brewing for a while now, and the Al Ghul's need the push. Batman learns he's targeting Talia because of her crimes, something Batman forgets, it seems, thanks to his son with the woman. The man reveals that he followed Batman before and it didn't do him any good, as he begins shooting at the heroes, but Batman disarms him, causing him to try and escape. Robin knows that he is cornered in the room, but the villain smashes through the wall, bringing rubble down on Robin. Batman grabs his son and Gambi, racing through the rubble as the entire underground room is consumed. They find the fake Deathstroke has disappeared down another tunnel, as Robin wonders what caused the cave-in since no explosions were triggered. Batman checks the ground, thinking about something, as Robin knows that he knows something, but he doesn't trust him enough to tell him. Batman Inc. meanwhile continues to watch over the secret society, told by Ghostmaker they are looking after them until Batman says not to. Ghostmaker knows that they are about to be attacked as smoke bombs go off around the place. The team know that that's not ninjas as Deathstroke arrives. Ghostmaker knows that Deathstroke is just the distraction and the real target is the Society, who have gone missing from the monitors. Ravager has taken the Society, telling them not to kill anyone as they escape Gotham. Batman Inc. confronts Rose as Ghostmaker asks if Deathstroke wants protection, learning he found the Society thanks to the secret trackers he placed on them, not trusting any of them. Slade is surprised both of them have never met, having heard stories of Ghostmaker, who knows that Slade is all talk and not enough walk, but he expects nothing more from a guy who regularly goes after children. Slade attacks, but Ghostmaker easily beats him back, knowing the rumors are true and he is getting old. Deathstroke disappears from Ghostmaker's sight, grabbing Clown Hunter and putting a gun to his head. Slade says that his son was killed and he lost many of his kids to the heroes and they need to stop letting kids play dress up. Ghostmaker asks him to let Clown Hunter go, but Slade breaks the boy's arm, wondering if Ghostmaker wants to prove how fast he really is. Ghostmaker drops his katana, knowing Batman would cross the line if he let Clown Hunter die. Slade dumps Clown Hunter onto the ground as Ghostmaker tells him Talia will find him and he did this as a favor to Batman, not caring about the rest of the Society and if they die. Slade triggers a button, blowing up the entire building as Ghostmaker knows that he's billing this destruction to Batman. Deathstroke escapes with the secret society, letting Prometheus know that he knows who killed Ra's, but it doesn't
doesn't matter anymore since now they are going on a suicide mission right into the heart of the demon. Talia meanwhile is told by Angel Breaker that their spies have found that Batman and Damian are working together, but they are not looking for Deathstroke. Talia asks how her mission with Black Canary went, and the villain knows that Diana rejected her offer to join them, and they have no idea where Slade is now. Talia wants to take some precautions, going to see the captured Mother Soul and telling her that her son Raish is dead. Mother Soul knows the prophecy is coming to pass as Talia tells the guards to take the woman back to Lazarus Island, preferring it when she was trapped there. Mother Soul says that the demon Nezar will return and rise once again, as Talia tells Angel Breaker that Deathstroke won't be able to hide for long, but Angel wants to find Rose and kill her in order to bait Slade out of hiding. Some ninjas tell Talia about the Batplane heading towards them, making Talia think that Bruce has finally come to his senses and is bringing himself and their son to her. She wants her people to greet them, looking forward to the reunion as outside the Batplane lands and Deathstroke and the secret society of supervillains assault the compound. Batman meanwhile questions how Deathstroke got past Ghostmaker, but the anti-hero wonders where Batman was during this assault. Batman says that he was tracking the fake Deathstroke, thinking Maker should have been able to deal with some simple babysitting. Ghostmaker says that Hood isn't responding to his calls and Deathstroke broke Clown Hunter's arm, so he made a call. He knows that the society don't want his protection, so they should just let Talia kill them anyway. He knows Deathstroke was acting frantic and unhinged, and Batman thinks that the society and Slade are in hiding, but Damian knows exactly where they have gone. Slade and his team meanwhile battle the Demon's Fist, who try and escape after realizing Slade's forces are overwhelming them with sheer violence. Angel Breaker calls them cowards, wanting to get Talia to safety, but Talia refuses to leave, confronting Slade for murdering her father. Slade knows that it wasn't him, but they are past that now, as Slade and Talia lock swords in battle with one another as Batman suits up in a bat glider on the Ghost Stream, telling the team the gliders will deliver them undetected into Talia's base. Damian doesn't have a glider as Bruce tells his son that he isn't coming because this is too dangerous. Damian wonders if this is about Alfred, knowing that his father said if he was there, Alfred wouldn't have died. Batman knows what he said was cruel and he didn't mean it, knowing that he shouldn't have left Gotham when Bane took over the city and he shouldn't have left him in a position where Damian felt like he was the only one who could save Alfred alone. He tells Damian that Alfred's death was his fault and it's why he needs him to stay behind so he's safe. Damian says his father will just have to trust him as he leaps from the plane, forcing Batman to go after the boy. As the Society and the Demon's Fist continue to fight, Batman catches the parachuteless Robin, landing amidst the battle and taking down the ninjas and the Society. Batman reminds Ghostmaker of their deal, meaning he's not to kill anyone, as Angel Breaker confronts Koa, knowing seeing him with Batman is disappointing. Koa asks why Angel is there, learning old friends and loyalty are often their weaknesses. Ghostmaker knows that she wasn't that loyal, blocking Angel's attack, as the villain accuses Ghostmaker of only being interested in making her his Catwoman. Robin meanwhile rushes ahead of Batman, who warns him not to rush into this. Damian knows that they need to hurry as a ninja is about to catch him off guard. Ravager kills the ninja as Robin demands to know why she would work with her father after what he has done. Rose says that after what Talia did, he had no choice. She reveals that Respawn is dead and Talia's ninjas killed him just like they killed the Hood. Batman is sorry for her loss and too many have died because of this charade. He tries to console his son, but Robin throws his hand off, knowing that he doesn't need that from Batman, wanting to find his mother and Slade before they kill one another. Deathstroke and Talia continue their sword fight as Talia asks why Slade is there to kill her if he didn't kill her father. Slade says that her family needs to be put down, revealing how Raish created a clone boy made up of parts of him and her. Talia knows her father's experiments were none of her concern, as Slade says that he wanted to help Respawn and have a second chance to raise a kid his way, but she took it from him. Slade kicks Talia down, knowing someone set them up and wanted them to kill each other, but he won't do that. Instead, he's going to torture her and make her watch as he kills Batman and Robin. Enraged, Talia attacks, but thanks to her blinding rage, Slade easily beats her down, knowing she really is her father's daughter. Slade raises his sword, knowing that she came close to surpassing Raish a few times, but she always failed in the end. He brings the sword down, but Talia catches it in her bare hand, stabbing Deathstroke in the gut with her own sword before ripping the knife out, proclaiming that she was never pursuing the dragon, she was the dragon. Robin arrives, telling Talia that Slade didn't kill Raish, but Talia doesn't care as Rose arrives as well, finding her father is dead. Batman demands to know what Talia has done as the fake Deathstroke appears, knowing that she did something she should have done a long time ago. The villain says that he had hoped that both Talia and Raish would have died when he shot at them at the embassy, but he missed so she could watch the world come undone and she would suffer for it. Batman knows that he missed because he's not Deathstroke, and Talia knows that she can easily kill an imposter as the building begins to rumble. Rose thinks it's an earthquake, but Deathstroke says that it was the death cry of the Demon Empire. The villain thought that Batman would be proud of him since he waged a war in the shadows to get what he wanted. Talia demands to know what her family ever did to him as the villain begins removing his costume, saying that Deathstroke hurt his family, but Talia hurt his country, and the people of Markovia need their prince to avenge them. The fake Deathstroke is revealed to be Geoforce, who says that either everyone dies today or only Talia dies, and it's up to Batman to choose.
In the past, Brion asks the Markovia Council how Leviathan is getting away with what they are doing to his country.
People tell him the royal family is mostly symbolic nowadays, and while he has powers, he is no longer invulnerable, and his weaknesses have become their weaknesses, as Mark Shaw and Leviathan have come to them with a legal offer for the country, and they are going to take it since their people are in desperate need of financial aid. Suddenly, the city is attacked by a hail of meteors as Geoforce springs into action, saving the people and getting them safely underground as he proclaims that Geoforce will save Markovia. He is suddenly smashed into the ground by one of the large rocks, and later, as the city burns, he awakens, finding himself the only survivor of the attack. In the present, he tells Batman that Talia al Ghul is behind the attack thanks to her mission to gain control of Leviathan back from Mark Shaw. He knows that he had two people in his life he truly hated, Talia and Slade Wilson, so when Raish wanted to turn himself in, he saw an opportunity to kill both Slade and Talia. Brion causes another earthquake as Batman tries to talk with the former hero, but Geoforce wonders if Batman knows what Deathstroke did to his family and to his sister, since everyone seems to forget that, and while he tried to kill him before, he failed. Brion knows that he had to stop Slade, and if he couldn't be a hero for Markovia, he would be a hero for the world, since Raish, Talia, and Slade should have been killed years ago, and now doing it and posing as Deathstroke has hurt his soul. Batman knows that this is because he isn't a monster like Slade, and what he is doing isn't justice. Geoforce wonders what would Batman do if Gotham was destroyed, and if Raish has succeeded in one of his plans, would Batman have let him live? Angel Breaker and Ghostmaker's battle spills into the room, so Geoforce blasts Breaker into a wall with his rocks. Batman tells Koa to get Batman Inc. and anyone else out of there as Geoforce powers continue to build, knowing that if he can't have his home, neither can they. Deathstroke's body is taken by the Society as Rose tries to follow, but is cut off from them by some rubble. She finds herself, Robin, Batman and Talia are trapped in the building, but Batman knows they can jump the 100-foot drop down the mountain. The team head for the window as Black Canary arrives in a bat plane, telling Batman that if he needed a ride, all he had to do was call her. The heroes get on board and blast off, but Geoforce hits the plane with a lava flow, causing it to crash. Getting out of the crash jet, Batman asks how Canary found them, learning that Angel Breaker came to her to ask for help in killing Deathstroke, so she followed the villain. Rose tells her Deathstroke is dead and Talia killed her, as Robin wonders where Geoforce has gotten to as a booming voice calls today Talia's Judgment Day. Geoforce reveals that he has taken on a huge stone titan form, telling Talia that her lineage ends there. He begins to attack, making Brion think that it's unbelievable anyone would die trying to protect a monster like Talia al Ghul. He wipes her ninjas away as Talia saves Batman from a flying rock, cutting it in half. Batman thanks her, but she doesn't want him to read into it, wondering where their son is. Robin meanwhile grapples up the giant titan, with Talia knowing that he is seeking revenge. Damian demands the cowardly Brion show himself, goading Geoforce into revealing his location. The villain fires rocks at Damian, wondering who said he was hiding. Robin dodges the rocks, saying Brion hid when he disguised himself as Deathstroke. Brion doesn't think that Robin is aware of how much he sacrificed
sacrifice as he watched his country burning, and Talia did it, and thanks to it, a piece of him forever burn with his people, and he will know he is righteous in his choices because of it. Robin attacks, but Brion punches the wind out of the boy. Having heard stories of the hero and how he was also trained to be a weapon like him, but he did it for the love of his country. He knows that after Talia and Raish tried to kill Robin, he is still defending them. Robin knows that it doesn't matter who they were, as Geoforce killed people and his actions led to the deaths of others, and others who never had the chance to change themselves, and then he called himself a hero because of it. He kicks Geoforce in the face, telling him that heroes don't kill. With Brion knocked out, the giant rock titan begins to crumble, almost falling on Damien, but Batman tackles the boy out of the way, knowing he'll always catch his son. Rose knows that this isn't over, as Talia intends on killing Brion, who wonders if he is supposed to beg for mercy now. Talia tells him there'll be no mercy today, as Batman tries to talk her down. Robin tells him to stop, wanting his father to trust him as he goes to see his mother, telling her that Brion killed Raish because of his actions, and Raish was far from innocent and he earned his death, but in the end believed the family could be something better. He knows that Raish also felt that he should pay for his actions first, and now they must pay for theirs. Talia knows that Raish did so much damage to their lives, not understanding why she is so upset about it. Robin knows that it's because she saw Raish wanted change, and now she has a chance to do that. Damien reminds her that they have always had each other, wanting her to give up this vendetta. Talia drops the knife, hugging her son, as Geoforce gets up, knowing the demon lion must die. Before he can punch Talia with his rock hand, she kicks him in the face, knocking him out cold. Robin wonders what happens now, as later Batman tells him that Director Chase will have arrested Brion. Not sure how many of the charges will stick on him, but he is locked away in Belle Reve right now. He knows that Slade Wilson's body was taken by the Secret Society of Supervillains, and Ravager is on the case looking for the body. Angel Breaker meanwhile escaped and is now leading what is left over of Talia's ninjas, something Black Canary is looking into, while Ghostmaker continues running Batman Inc., and Talia has honoured Raish's deal with the DEO and given herself up to them. Damien says he actually meant what's happening with him and Batman, since for the first time in a long time, Batman trusted him and there is so much that has happened between them in the past. He was worried that after everything he did, his father wouldn't want him back. Bruce remembers how there was a time where he would have to kneel to get to his son's level to see to him eye to eye, but now he often forgets how much his son has grown up since the first time they met. He knows change like that is hard for him, but he is proud of his son and the man he is becoming, knowing that he will always have a place by his side. Batman wonders when he was going to tell him about this death tournament he was in and his new girlfriend, as Oracle contacts them, telling them that Killer Moth and Firefly have teamed up and are rampaging through the city, and the GCPD have cornered them in Slaughter Swamp. Barb asks if Batman needs backup, but Batman knows not today, since this one calls for Batman and Robin. Elsewhere, the Secret Society of Supervillains take the dead Slade to a Lazarus pit, dumping him into it. They wonder if this is the wisest course of action, as Prometheus says that Slade was the only one who came to their aid and they owe him. They notice the pit has begun bubbling, and soon the green-hued Lazarus pit is covered with a blackness. Slade rises from the tar-coloured pit, demanding to know where Talia is. Prometheus says that they got away, as the others notice the pit didn't heal Slade's eye. The team wonder if they are going after Batman, but Slade wants them to think bigger, making Prometheus wondering if they're preparing for a crisis now. Slade Wilson, now infected by the Great Darkness, says that they have a new contract and they are going to kill everyone.
Across the Earth, all of the Justice League are suddenly teleported away.
Oliver grabs Diana as they are teleported away, telling Diana wherever she goes, he goes as well. Diana doesn't think that was the wisest idea, as they find themselves in a black room with Black Adam, who demands to know from the couple where they are. Adam tells them that he was in Kahndaq patrolling when something pulled him into a darkness. Diana knows that they know as much as Adam, as they head through a door and find that they are in the House of Heroes and were summoned by the Justice League Incarnate. Dino Cop talks with Batman about Thomas Wayne's fate, as Superman talks with his old friend Captain Carrot, asking if he's okay. President Superman says that he called the Justice League of Earth Zero to them because the multiverse is in grave danger, and he thought the Justice League Incarnate would be enough to handle it, but they failed. He apologizes for whisking them away from their lives without any warning, and he had hoped to call more of them to the House of Heroes, but it is still healing itself, so Dr. Multiverse could only do so much. Superman asks his counterpart what happened since he thought Barry Allen was with them, but Calvin knows that he should have come to Kal-El the moment this all started. He reveals to Superman that the Flash is now trapped in a twisted reality and Darkseid has been enslaved by the Great Darkness, an ancient evil that has been awakened and has created an army of immense destruction, and in all his travels he has never known a fear like this one, and now the Great Darkness is trying to get into the bleed and soon take over everything in the multiverse. Zatanna knows her father died trying to stop the Great Darkness before, knowing all about the Force of Annihilation. Adam knows that he has defeated the Force before, but Dr. Multiverse tells the heroes that they don't just fight the darkness, since it's a forever presence that's neither good or evil, and the most they can hope for it to do is rest and wait for it to rise again. Wonder Woman remembers being warned by the hands that shape the universe that her saving the multiverse would come at a cost, and her and the Spectre searched for that cost, but all they found it was hope. Calvin reveals that the Spectre is now dead as the darkness attacks them. Batman wants to get the word to the Titans on Earth Zero, but Green Arrow knows that he worries too much and they are the Justice League, and stopping crises like this are their whole thing. Superman and Wonder Woman back up President Superman as Dr. Multiverse begins to teleport them all away. Dr. Multiverse snaps them away to the ruins of a dead multiverse, where Hawkgirl knows that all of this should have been gone by now. Pryor says that it is gone and it was swallowed by the darkness, and it forced him to watch it over and over as his punishment for his sin. He reveals the antimatter chamber he has built has begun the Great Crisis, and he will use it to correct his mistake. Avery knows that this is the man who trapped Barry, as Superman remembers Pryor was a scientist who was one of the first people to have their world destroyed by the Anti-Monitor during Crisis on Infinite Earths. Batman also remembers him, knowing that Pryor is to go from one catastrophic event to another. Pryor knows that is why he's there now at the site of another great disaster. Superman tells him that he knows what it's like to lose a world, but the Great Darkness is using him and they wish to help Pryor. Pryor considers it for a moment, but then calls them on their lies, knowing the Great Darkness only wants peace. And the darkness was woken by the heroes and their constant wars, so now they must die. He summons forth some shadow monsters, telling the League that the darkness has shown him the way, and they will now fight his dark army. The heroes confront the possessed Pryor and his army for the multiverse, but Pryor knows that this is just a taste of the Great Darkness's power, and once his work is finished, the darkness and his whole army will be free to spread peace amongst the multiverse. Batman attacks Pryor, calling for Black Canary's help to stop Pryor from turning on the machine. Green Lantern protects Batman from Necron, knowing that that's easier said than done, as the heroes find that there is something wrong with these villains, as even Zatanna's magic doesn't even work against the Upside Down Man, which it should. Superman knows that Aquaman was right, and Darkseid isn't some brute fighter like he is now. Wonder Woman thinks while fighting the God of War that these are mere shadows of the villains they pretend to be, as Dr. Multiverse figures that they are possessed by Pryor's darkness, but it is spread too thin across them for full control. Darkseid slams Superman into Calvin, saying that the darkness will be the end of everything, and once they are free, the darkness will wield them with its full power. Black Adam faces Darkseid, blasting him into the ground and freeing Darkseid from the darkness's control, but the villain knows the Justice League cannot win this battle. The darkness returns to him and blasts Adam with his Omega beams, as Green Lantern makes some League constructs, using them to keep the army off of them. John finds that the monsters can't handle his light, and Pryor knows it's because he's the pinnacle of the Green Lantern's power, but the darkness has no limit unlike the light, and the darkness's army is larger thanks to Darkseid. It's revealed that the Quintessence are now all possessed by the darkness, as is the Spectre, who proclaims that they now have become the spirit of darkness. Pryor's machine almost finishes powering up as Wonder Woman saves Batman from the shadows. Green Arrow and Black Canary take on Doomsday, with Oliver asking Dinah to keep the villain busy as he jumps past the beast, firing an arrow through the battlefield and into Pryor's machine, blowing it up. President Superman finds the army is weakening as they disappear altogether. Oliver hopes that his friends are glad that he came now, wanting to wrap this all up so he can go home and make some chili. Suddenly, Oliver is smashed into the ground by Doomsday, his back broken. Dinah blows the villain off of him with her scream, rushing to her husband's aid and demanding to know why he followed her. Oliver says that he will follow her anywhere as he passes out in her arms. Pryor continues to try and fix the machine as the Trinity confront him, telling him it's over. Batman tells Dr. Multiverse to get Oliver and the team back to the Hall of Justice, but Maya tries to explain that Pryor is a lot more dangerous than they think.
Pryor tells the heroes they've only delayed the inevitable, and he hoped their talk of heroic sacrifice for the greater good was more than words, but instead they'll now be mourned. He kills Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman with an energy blast, firing and killing the rest of the Justice League, screaming that he wanted to bring peace to the multiverse and make amends for his sins. Black Adam attacks, punching Pryor, but his blows do nothing as Pryor stops him, saying that he survived the deaths of infinite Earths, and how did Adam think that a punch from a false god would hurt him? The Justice League Incarnate are all killed by the energy wave as Adam screams Shazam, blasting him and Pryor apart with his lightning bolt. Adam falls to the ground, blacking out as on Earth Zero, the League who remained behind try and figure out where their friends were teleported to as Superman arrives, telling them Robin let him know that Batman was teleported away and hasn't returned, wondering about his own father. They suddenly hear a huge explosion, realizing that it was something crashing into the meeting room. John and Wally race to the destroyed room, finding Black Adam has crashed through the roof, ranting about the entire Justice League being killed. Sometime later, a group of kids marvel at all of the exhibits inside of the Hall of Justice, learning Starro the Conqueror wasn't quite the first foe the team fought, and the earliest meetings between the team is often debated. Tour guide tells the kids to hurry along to join the rest of their tour as one knows that her father said the League have saved the world a zillion times. The tour guide informs the kids that the Justice League play an important part in the history of superheroes, but they aren't the first team of heroes. However, the League took a deeper meaning than most teams that came before them, and everyone has a favorite version or roster, but it's not just the roster that makes them who they are, it is what they represent and the relationships between them all and ideals they create. The guide knows that the mere existence shows that people with incredible power can work together, and no matter the challenge, they were the best of them. Taking the kids past the golden statues of the League, the guide knows that they sadly showed that they are far from perfect, and even they can fail, and they sacrifice themselves to hold back the dark, and now they are a world without a Justice League. One kid asks the guide if she thinks that they are really gone, since they come back from the dead all the time and someone will find them and bring back the Justice League. The guide screams that the League are dead and this hall isn't a museum, it's a mausoleum. The guide transforms into Clayface, whose boss tells him this wasn't part of the plan. Basil knows that the plan stinks and they thought they could keep it together until the museum closed, but pretending to like the Justice League was killing him, and the kids ask too many questions. He spots a mother box, knowing that the League was so arrogant to leave such powerful weapons like the mother box on display, but he guesses that the threat of them being around was enough to keep people at bay. The Flash suddenly appears, knowing that it's good he decided to stop by for a visit. Clayface says that he tried to walk straight and narrow, but with Batman and the Justice League gone, other people are making big moves and they offered him a new deal. He smashes Flash in the face with his mud, but he finds the mother box is gone. Nearby, the kids have grabbed the box, escaping the room as Clayface gives chase, while Wally finds himself unable to vibrate out of the mud thanks to it continuing to shift around him. He knows it can't hold his lightning though, blasting himself out of the clay and over to the children, telling Clayface to get away from them. Clayface wonders if this is where he calls in his backup, or is this where the new Justice League shows up to save the day? He takes on the form of multiple League members to get under Wally's skin, but the Flash knows there is no Justice League, and to honor them, he's going to teach Clayface a lesson. He speeds around Clayface, telling him that when he was a little kid in kindergarten, they used to make clay sculptures, and they would be soft and movable until they put them in the oven. He tells Clayface a quick Flash fact, knowing that his speed gives off heat as Clayface begins to harden from the heat, turning into stone. Taking the mother box from the kids, Wally asks if they want the real tour, showing them around the museum until it's time for them to leave. As they leave, one of the boys asks if Flash thinks that there'll ever be a Justice League again. Wally says that years ago, the Flash was his mentor, but then one day there was a crisis and he died, and he had to take over being the Flash, and it was hard stepping out of the shadow, and taking his place on the League was one of the most scariest things he's ever done. He knows that in his head, he was still a Teen Titan and the new kid on the block, but with time, he learned that the Justice League is always growing and changing and embracing the new, just like they embraced him. He knows that the boys' question isn't really if they will find a new league or even when they will have one. The real question is, who will be the new Justice League? Over in Gotham, Nightwing begins fighting the villain Brick.
Wondering why the villain is all the way there and not in Star City. Brick knows that without Batman, Gotham is prime real estate, but Nightwing reminds him there is more than one Knight, and he's lucky he ran into him and not the Batgirls. Suddenly, Superman smashes Brick into the ground as Dick asks why John is there, why he didn't come sooner, and he had it handled all by himself. Superman knows that he shouldn't be making jokes at a time like this, since Black Adam told him the Justice League is now dead. Dick tries to calm John down, but he wants to know why he's not freaking out, since they could be really gone. Dick knows that Clark has died years before, wanting to leave Brick for the Gotham PD as the heroes go and get a drink to calm down. Dick tells John that at Superman's funeral, Batman had such a matter-of-fact attitude about Clark's death, and he didn't want them to all know how he really felt. Dick knew that if Bruce showed how he really was, it would scare the rest of them, and in a few months Superman returned. Dick reveals that years later after that, Batman died as well, and he thought it was just a trick, but once they confirmed it was real, he put on the bat suit, revealing that Superman was actually pretty mad at him for doing that, but eventually saw why he had to do that, and then Bruce came back just like Clark did. He remembers how Barry's death impacted Wally a lot as well, and sometimes he thinks that Barry coming back hurt Wally even more. John wonders if he doesn't worry about death now, but Dick does. However, he has faith since he refuses to give up on Clark, Bruce, Diana, and the rest of the League, since they've shown countless times that they can't give up on hope. John reveals that he talked with some of the other heroes and they are scared since they don't have Dick's experience. Dick explains that that's why the Titans Academy is a priority for him, since he needs to prepare these kids. John also reveals that Young Justice are building statues in front of the Hall of Justice to honor the fallen, and they are planning a vigil, wanting Dick to come and say something. Dick thinks that they are overreacting and they don't need to start a new Justice League since the old one are coming back. John reminds him that people don't always come back, making Dick remember his parents and even Alfred. John worries about the Dark Army coming for them as they are brought their food, beef bourguignon and ketchup, Clark's favourite. Dick knows it's pretty disgusting, but figured John could use some good comfort food. Suddenly, Kid Amazo and some Amazo prototypes begin rampaging through the city, and John knows that Dick knew they would be coming. Dick admits that he did hear something on the grapevine about a villain breaking into Star Labs, wondering if Superman is up for a team-up. Dick thanks John for coming to him since he didn't realize how much he was acting like Bruce, not wanting to worry the hero, so he hid his own worries. John knows that he was also being a bit like his father as well, but what do they do now? Dick asks him what would Clark do, so Superman tells him that he would tell him it's his duty to be strong and carry on the Justice League's legacy. As they rush off into battle, Superman asks if Nightwing will talk at the vigil, and Dick knows he definitely will. In Central City, Wally, Wallace and Linda meet with Iris, learning Barry has been gone for a couple of months now, knowing that she didn't come to them sooner since that's what Barry does, and he disappears for weeks on end, but then he comes back like nothing ever happened. She knows though that since hearing of the League, something is definitely wrong. Wallace mentions Avery Ho was with Justice League Incarnate, wondering if something happened to her as well. Wally thinks about how his family are scared and he needs to do something, so he tells Iris that he'll find Barry, but right now the world needs him. Iris understands, wanting Wally to go save the day, so Flash and Kid Flash race out of the city as Wally talks about the first time Barry died and how every criminal in a costume and power decided to pop out of the woodwork and make a name for themselves, and he spent the first few months as Flash making sure they all knew that Keystone and Central City were protected. He knows the same will happen now with the League gone and they are going to have to play Whack-A-Mole, a game Wallace doesn't actually know anything about. Wally leads Wallace against Giganta, helping clear the road of innocence before smashing the villain in the face, toppling her down. Wallace gets some chains from a nearby mechanics and restrains the giantess, with Wally telling her that if she gets out of line again, she's going to get an earful. Wallace wonders if now's the time for dad jokes, and Wally knows it's always time for dad jokes. The Flashes speed off around the world, stopping many villains as Wally knows that the world is hard and full of pain and darkness, and if you let it in, it can paralyze you into inaction, which is why he jokes and smiles and believes in hope, and the reason the League was formed wasn't to save their worthless species, but to protect what makes their species worth something, and it's that hope that keeps them going forward and keeps him running. Wallace suggests that they split up to cover more ground, so Wally says that he'll take the northern hemisphere while Wallace takes the south, and the one with the least villains captured by 8 PM buys dinner in Chicago at their favorite pizza joint. Wallace speeds off as Wally returns to the Flash Museum, finding Barry's statue outside. He knows it doesn't mean less when one of them dies, it just means their sacrifice is more than just a moment in time, and it's a reminder to live
live a life of purpose. Superman soon contacts Wally, telling him about the cult of Cobra attacking Washington DC, so Wally speeds off to help his friend, knowing the world can always count on its heroes. In Sector 2814, Hal Jordan pursues a dangerous interplanetary creature back to Earth, calling for backup from the Justice League, but no one responds. The creature falls towards Earth as Hal knows that he can't let it into the ocean. The creature, however, impacts into the ocean and begins to transform, multiplying as it heads for Atlantis. The Atlanteans spot it as Aquaman responds to the threat, wishing Arthur was there to help him, but based on Hal's distress call, these things aren't fish or friends. Jackson can tell that they are predators as he attacks, knowing that they won't get by him. Suddenly, one of the creatures bites him as Hal joins him, flooding his memory with images of the Justice League. Hal is happy that the hero kept them busy, introducing himself as Jackson introduces himself as well, telling him he was Arthur's partner. Hal tells him that no one knows where these creatures came from, since they are from an uncharted bit of space, and they are going to need Aquaman for this. Jackson realizes that Hal doesn't know, telling him that the League are all dead. He knows he doesn't have any answers for Hal, but Hal wants to deal with these aliens first, since they have eradicated all life on other planets' oceans that they have visited. Jackson knows that something is wrong with them, wanting Hal to drop the force field around them, as Jackson assures him that he doesn't know what he's doing, he's just doing it. He tells Hal that they need to create a lot of centrifugal force, so the hero gets to work and they separate the parasite alien from its host. Jackson talks with the alien, who is freed now, assuring them that they are all friends. Hal gets ready to take the alien back up into space, as Jackson warns him of the Atlantean Council preparing for a power vacuum left in the League's wake, so the world may need him, but Atlantis needs him more. Hal knows it's okay to take his time with this, and he's off to find out what happened to the League, reminding Jackson that he and the other young heroes need to step up, since the world will need them. Elsewhere, a man walks through a snow-filled park, telling himself that he is saving the world, but not in some great discovery or with some great deed, but by letting the cosmos just spin uninterrupted. There is suddenly a bright light as a woman soon appears in front of him, asking if he's okay, and he seems to have lost something. And if he has, she could help him find it. The bright light returns and the woman turns into someone else, who tells the man that they could find whatever he has lost together, and if only he would build the machine. The man rushes off, telling the woman that she doesn't exist, as a woman in a white dress appears in her place, saying that she did exist and so did their children, asking if he's ever going to acknowledge them. The man is revealed to be Pryor, who says that he understands the nature of the multiverse better than anyone else, since he found the first evidence of it, and he was the one whose hubris came to destroy it. He experiences another of the flashes as he knows being dragged back into existence. He knows some bastardized version of the multiverse must exist, but it's not what it should be, and there is no universe in which his family lives. His wife Sondra tells him to build the machine and bring them back with its power, since it could do anything with it. Pryor knows that the Monitor, Owens, Controllers, and even Darkseid all had power, and it was never enough, and every time he opens his eyes, the world ends. He says sorry to his wife, knowing this multiverse is a false one, but her and her kids have no place in it, and he refuses to burn it all down again. Pryor thinks that he's finally free from the woman until Sondra comes back, screaming with her eyes blackened by a darkness, saying that he abandoned their family and his work doomed them, and she wouldn't accept that he cannot save them. She tells him to build the machine, but Pryor still refuses, wanting to put things right, having accepted the truth that all the multiverse requires to thrive is that its Pryor do nothing. He knows he would rather kill himself than build the machine, so Sondra tells him to go and do it then. So Pryor finds a nearby tower, climbing to its roof and readying to jump. He tearfully tells himself that this is how he saves the world, just by standing aside. The bright light happens again and he finds himself in a bombed out city, thinking it's all in his head. The great darkness appears, hoping that he can now see that the multiverse is in danger and only he can save it. Pryor becomes possessed by the great darkness, knowing that he will build the machine for the being. Sometime in the past, Nocturna tries to steal a moon talisman when Batman arrives to stop her. She knows that humans have stars in their bones, and what comprises their bodies originated in the stars over the course of billions of years, and when stars die, they are swept into space to become the basis of new stars and even new life. In the present, Nocturna tells herself that the lives and deaths are a constant cosmic cycle as she confronts a security guard, told to leave the museum she broke into. Nocturna knows that with the League gone, his partner had the right idea by running when she turned up, up, and so should he. The guard escapes as she heads to the Egyptian exhibit, finding a necklace she needs. Batgirl appears, wondering if she's doing this because she needs the challenge, or is there something she's not telling her about her feelings for Batman again. Nocturna wonders how Batgirl feels knowing that she isn't good enough to die with the real heroes, and she's just backup at best, not even good enough to be a sidekick. The hero and villain fight across the exhibit, but Batgirl bests Nocturna, knowing that she's good enough to ruin her night. Nocturna kicks Batgirl's baton from her hand, but Batgirl is ready, bringing her other baton down. However, Nocturna catches it, wondering who taught her that move. Steph says that Batman did, as Nocturna asks why the hero is following her, wondering if something has happened. But Steph knows it's all different now, equating Gotham to a black hole, and nothing escapes its pull. Nocturna tells her not to fear the night when it's particularly empty, as Batgirl is soon called away by Oracle to deal with something else, warning Nocturna not to steal anything. Nocturna bids her farewell and soon sees someone on a rooftop above. On the roof, Nocturna finds Firefly, who wants to offer her a place in the secret society of supervillains. Nocturna wonders why she should even join them, as Firefly says that Gotham is a black hole and they have a plan, introducing her to the rest of the society members, telling her their plan is much bigger than Gotham. Before the Dark Crisis, Batman looks over the destroyed remains of Rip Hunter's office, finding his notes on the multiverse and omniverse as he tells someone that they have found it. A voice says that if they found it, someone else will have as well, and if the maniacs around there catch them, they are all screwed. Batman knows that they won't be found since the Time Masters have their own problems to deal with and they will never know they were there. Mime and Marionette catch up to Batman, with Marionette telling Batman that they don't trust him and he shouldn't trust them. Mime points his invisible gun at Batman, but the hero snatches it from his hand as he reveals that they have arrived at the vault. Entering the giant vault, Batman asks which one of Hunter's gadgets is the one they need. Marionette asks if their deal is still happening and Batman agrees to it, shown Janie Slater's watch. Batman takes the watch and snow globe it was tied to, telling Mime and Marionette that they are done there and they have a little girl they need to go home to. Marionette says her name is Anita after Mime's mother, but realizes Batman isn't going to tell them what he wants the snow globe and watch for. She says that they don't really care, but they know how dangerous it is as Batman heads to Hunter's whiteboard, rubbing out Hunter's claim that Thomas Wayne will die. On another Earth, Thomas Wayne is woken by Oswald, who knows that drinking 57-year-old alcohol is way more fun than facing Judge Dent's allegations against him, but he's still being charged with murder and he should sober up. Judge Dent arrives, knowing that Thomas is drunk yet again, as he asks why the man hasn't gone to see his wife at Arkham, like he asks, since she won't talk to anyone but Wayne about the Joker, Thomas's late wife Martha. Dent knows that the Batman might have saved his daughter from the lunatic, but the trauma Martha put her through was terrible. Thomas, however, knows that none of this is right, since Martha never became Joker, since Barry Allen changed it all back. Dent becomes more and more frustrated with Thomas, knowing that he won't fail his wife like Wayne failed his. Thomas takes off, closing the elevator door on Dent's rantings as he tells himself that Barry changed everything back, remembering how he was ripped out of time by Reverse Flash, being turned into a living paradox that tried to force Bruce to quit, but he was cruel and wrong about that. Learning the world needed his son and he made Batman into something good, unlike what he did to the mantle. He also remembers Darkseid and how he was shot with the being's Omega beams, meaning that he should be dead and Bruce should be alive, but he is buried along with Martha. As he looks over his family's graves, Oswald contacts him about Dent getting a warrant, but Thomas demands he be left alone. Thomas decides he's going to break into Star Labs since he's learned enough about the universe beyond his, and he knows this could be an alternate world mimicking his own. However, he knows the vibrational frequencies he's registered let him know that Darkseid didn't send him to a parallel Earth, but he's back on his actual own reality. He feels the touch of his wife's cold hand on his shoulder as the Joker tells him that she thought he saved their son, but it was all a dream, laughing in the darkness. Thomas finds no one behind him but the ghostly memory of his dead wife. The news meanwhile discusses the various catastrophes happening around the world as Wesley Dodds talks about having dreams about these events, but the news anchor says that he doesn't care about his premonitions, since millions have already died in the war between the Amazonians and the Atlanteans, something that he didn't see coming, and it's only a matter of time before Aquaman brings his armies to American soil. The anchor is tired of hearing about his dreams since they are living in a nightmare, and if the masks aren't taken down by the government, they are doomed, especially since the heroes they could trust all disappeared while hunting Per Degerton and his Nazis in South America, with Sandman managing to be the only one who escaped, but he had no memory of what happened. Dodds thinks that there are others, but the anchor knows that the Element Woman is just as delusional as Dodds is, and the Superman has been accused of much more than when he first appeared. The anchor says that Sergeant Steele revealed on his show the night before that a so-called terrorist attack on Metropolis 30 years ago was actually the Superman's rocket ship crashing to Earth, with it being speculated that he is the forerunner of an alien invasion, so now they must prepare for an impending Kryptonian invasion. Thomas meanwhile scours the phone book, finding Barry Allen, when suddenly one of his clean chalkboards is written on, leaving him with a message that tells him that everything matters. He demands to know who wrote it, thinking it to be Eobard Thawne, who has come back for revenge for him stabbing him with a sword. Thomas knows that he'll just do it again, since here on his world, nothing matters. He smashes the chalkboard up, getting Barry's address before retrieving Joe Chill's gun, knowing that he will change the world and save Bruce and will kill whoever did this. In Central City, Barry Allen rushes through a crowd, telling his mother on the phone that he's trying to meet someone and he had a date arranged for the night before, but he was late. He tells his mother about the woman and how she lives in his apartment building, and he knows it was rude to be late, but he can't control if something bad happens, since if a crime goes down, everyone calls on him to help solve it. Barry heads to the newest crime scene of the Clockwork Killer, finding the victim called himself Abracadabra, and like the other victims, his heart, liver and intestines are gone and replaced with clockwork gears. Barry is told to just properly identify the victim and determine time and cause of death, as later, Barry heads home, finding himself sharing an elevator with Fiona, the woman he was meant to go on a date with. He tries to apologize for ditching her, but the woman says she ended up going out with the bartender, rubbing it in Barry's face. She knows Barry seems like a nice enough guy and wants to give him some constructive criticism, knowing he goes home every other day to have dinner with his family, and he works a job that doesn't appreciate him, and he comes home to an empty place, and this isn't the life he's meant to be living. Barry goes into his apartment, knowing that he really blew it this time, as Thomas Wayne announces his arrival, knowing that it's not his fault this time. Barry knows who Thomas is, but Wayne thinks the man remembers him from their past adventures. Barry knows all about Thomas Wayne, and who wouldn't know all about one of the most famous men in the world, but Thomas tries to explain that he is the Batman, and Barry calls himself the Flash, trying to explain the events of Flashpoint to the hero and how Barry is the fastest man alive and he could break the time barrier. He explains that the reverberations from Barry's actions when he tried to alter history rippled back and forth through time, changing his and many other heroes' histories, his son Bruce as well, and while they restored it to the way it was, something has altered it again and he needs Barry's help to save his son and the world. Barry takes everything in, knowing that he needs to leave to see his mother, being that Thomas said that she is dead. Thomas, however, stabs him with a syringe, knocking Barry out, as later, he ties Barry to a chair on the rooftop of Wayne Casino. Barry realizes that he's in an electric chair, as Thomas knows that he's proving himself right, setting up all the chemicals to recreate the Flash's accident. Barry tries to tell Thomas to stop this, but Wayne knows that Barry has a wife and children and a family and a legacy, and he even taught him that there was a better way to be Batman since his son has become the Batman he never could be. He knows that it's different when you lose a child and it can break you, and it did break him forever. He activates the chair's antenna, telling Barry that he'll make sure none of the rage and guilt he had mattered, since the Flash will save everyone. Suddenly, a harpoon is shot through the chemicals, spilling them everywhere as lightning hits the chair, killing Barry Allen instantly. Oswald soon contacts Thomas, telling him that Dent is coming for him now for the murder of Joe Chill, as he hears an explosion below. Batman surveys the explosion, finding Harvey Dent's car has been hit and Dent has been killed as his son calls for help. Thomas plucks the boy from the burning car, shielding him from a secondary explosion as the child points out who shot his father. Batman spots a man taking off across a rooftop with a harpoon gun, knowing that it was the same harpoon that shot the chemicals around Barry. He wants to know why that man wanted Barry dead, catching up to him and kicking him down, demanding he tell him, but the man says that he was actually trying to hit Batman, since Aquaman said that he was going to use Barry Allen to change things and he had to kill him. Batman wants to know how Aquaman could have known this, but the being says the vigilante can do whatever he wants to him, since it's no match to what the Atlanteans will do to him once they found out he failed their king. He reveals that he loves murdering people and watching them die, thinking that he and Batman can be allies since they are the same, because everyone knows Batman is a killer like him. Batman beats him, telling him to shut up as he tells himself not to kill the man and to be like Bruce and use what he has learned. The man asks if he has ever watched a child die, making Thomas relive the night his son was gunned down in front of him. This causes him to snap, violently killing the being by smashing his head against the wall over and over, knowing this won't matter and none of it will. Later on, Thomas meets with Commissioner Gigante at the bombing site, wondering why Dent's son was with him. The commissioner says that Dent took the boy wherever he goes after what happened with his daughter and wife. Thomas wonders what will happen with the boy now, learning that Child Services is coming to pick him up as a Flash races by Thomas, calling out his name in the dark road. Later on at Arkham, Commissioner Gigante visits Gilda Dent, apologizing for the death of her husband, but Gilda is only interested in if Thomas is there since he is the only one she will talk with. The commissioner leaves as Roger Hayden screams that this is all wrong and she isn't commissioner and Bruce Wayne is meant to be Batman, demanding to know where Bruce is. On Earth Zero, Bruce looks over his father's letter to him as a voice tells him that this won't end well for his father, and what Bruce is doing could threaten the Divine Continuum itself. Bruce knows, considering the number of times he saved the Divine Continuum, it owes him, but the voice knows it will come back to haunt him. Batman tells the kid that if he could stop him, he would have, but the voice, belonging to Corky Baxter, knows that maybe he doesn't need to worry about him alone, but Rip Hunter will be mad when he finds out Batman broke into his lab, since he's finally going to get the Time Masters back together and they're going to change Batman's history. The boy knows that he warned Bruce since he's just opened a can of worms, and they are going to make him eat them. At the Flashpoint world Wayne Manor,
the news reports on the Atlantean attack on England and how the Atlanteans have seized the entire country, beating the Amazons as King Arthur tells the world that they will retreat from his oceans and turn over all of their nuclear weapons and come under his authority within 12 hours, or he will turn the oceans red with their blood. Thomas meanwhile sits in silence, eating dinner with Harvey Dent's now orphan son Dexter as he thinks about killing Joe Chill and many other criminals, but it never satisfied him. But that was before Barry Allen arrived on his world and told him about Bruce and how on his world Thomas and Martha died instead of Bruce, leading to Bruce becoming Batman, and one that instead of punishing the world like Thomas did, he decided to protect it and those in it. He knows a just world, however, is a child's dream, and he knows that more now than ever. Thinking about his current situation with everything being altered back to normal, he knows Aquaman is involved since one of his assassins was sent to kill that world's Barry Allen, which took Thomas's best chance at getting the world back to the way it was. Oswald comes by, talking about Dent's death before seeing the man's son is there. Thomas says that he's going out of town and he needs Oswald to look after Dexter while he's gone, since he can't trust anyone else, especially since the boy is a witness to his father's death, so he might be useful sometime down the line. Thomas quickly introduces the boy to Oswald, who awkwardly gives his condolences to the boy as he quietly asks Thomas what he is meant to do with the child and how does he even feed him. Thomas knows he'll figure it all out as he opens the secret door to his Batcave. Oswald notices that Thomas's clock is 11 minutes slow and the hero knows that it's broken, telling his friend that he's going fishing. Oswald is scared as Dexter creeps up on him, telling the boy not to do that, as he asks him what he wants to do. Dex says that he wants to learn to shoot a gun, surprising Oswald, who wonders what type he wants to try. Thomas meanwhile suits up into the Batsuit as he goes over his theories, thinking Reverse Flash altered the past, but it doesn't make sense as to why Thorn would let him live, wondering if this is meant to be some type of torture thanks to him stabbing him in the past. He also wonders how Aquaman factors into this as he watches the news that shows Director Waller appealing to Congress to draft every metahuman convict in the country into the United States Army, all of whom will fall under the control of a being known as the Son of Saturn. The news also reports Oliver Queen was killed recently by Freedom Beast, who claimed that Queen murdered his daughter and the Beast's lover. Thomas retrieves Joe Chill's gun, knowing the Garden of Eden is overgrown and filled with weeds, rot, and thorns. Along with him, he knows that Aquaman will tell him what he wants, or he will gut him like the fish he is. In England, the Atlanteans have taken over the entire country, flooding huge sections of it as the news counts down to Waller's vote on the expansion of Task Force X, but they report that the vote was interrupted by Senator Thomas Wright, who had taken the Senate hostage with a human bomb. David Knight, the former hero Starman, warns the world that something is coming from beyond the stars, as in Keystone City, every clock falls behind by 11 minutes, with scientists theorizing that the entire city fell out of sync with the rest of time. The Superman meanwhile has been spotted, prompting people to wonder if he's going to rescue England from the Aquaman, as Miraclo is approved by the FDA for mass production, and the world's nukes are beginning to be pointed at the British Parliament, where Aquaman now resides. The fate of Wonder Woman is still a mystery to the world, as inside Parliament, the defeated warrior
area is kept watch on by Atlanteans, who continue to gloat over her being captured and her people being killed. Wonder Woman calls one closer, with one of the men telling her how his family was killed by the bloodthirsty Amazonians. Diana calls him closer and she uses her teeth to rip out some of the man's tentacles on his face. The other guard had warned him not to get too close, as suddenly they see a shadow in the water below them. Batman appears, killing the guards before approaching Wonder Woman, who thought he was dead. She asks to be let loose, but Batman didn't come there for that, wanting to take her lasso of truth instead. Thanks to her being blinded by the lasso, Diana says that she will kill him if he touches it. Thomas is aware and knows that it's the only thing tying her to the pole, and he says that he only wishes to borrow it since he needs information, and in exchange, she gets to live and she might have enough time to free her sisters before the entire country sinks into the sea. Diana wonders what will happen then, since they can't just go back to their island and forget everything that has happened, but Thomas tells her to do whatever she wants since it doesn't matter to him. Arthur meanwhile listens to his ticking clock as he ponders his orb, when suddenly the lasso falls around his neck as Batman begins choking him, demanding to know who sent the assassins to kill Barry Allen and who asked him to do it. Arthur resists the lasso, grabbing it and flipping Batman over the throne. Batman knows that no one can resist the lasso, demanding he answer the question, so Arthur is soon forced to do so, knowing that whoever sent the killer, it wasn't him. Now he's going to take Batman's head. And that's the truth. Oswald contacts Thomas, but the man says he's a little busy, but Oswald reveals that their casino was hit by a bomb and was destroyed. Arthur drops Batman, telling him that he's not the first to try and stop him and try and save the world, but they fail to realize that Aquaman is saving the world instead. Thomas realizes that with him going after Aquaman and the casino blowing up, someone wanted him out of Gotham. Arthur says that Diana will burn the world to the ground thanks to Thomas releasing her, as Thomas continues wondering if someone posed as Aquaman to use the scavenger and make him think it was Aquaman behind this. The clock strikes 12 as Arthur goes for his glowing orb, intending on sinking the entire country, knowing that Diana and her Amazons will die on the island as it sinks. He notices his trident is missing from his throne as he is stabbed in the back by Wonder Woman with it. Wonder Woman says that Arthur's reign is over and so is man's as the king dies, telling his former lover that he loved Mera, and Diana killed the only queen he ever loved. Diana tells Thomas that their deal is done, demanding he leave and tell the world that she is coming for them. Thomas knows that it doesn't matter and nothing on this world matters. As Thomas returns home, news of Aquaman's death has spread, as does Wonder Woman's takeover of England, with her moving her forces into what is left of Europe. Thomas hears a gunshot, finding Oswald teaching Dexter how to shoot a gun and random things from throughout the manor. Thomas calls Oswald over for a word, and the man notices about the casino, wondering what they are going to do. Thomas wants to check the security cameras, but Oswald reveals that they were disabled, really hoping that Thomas is going to find out who did this and make them pay. Thomas knows he always does, as he disappears from Oswald's sight, prompting the man to go back to keeping an eye on Dex and teaching him how to use a firearm. On Earth Zero, the Flash arrives in the Batcave, asking if Bruce is okay since he felt something. Thinking that Eobard Thawne is back and he's tried to tap into the Speed Force again, having tracked him to the Batcave, and maybe he's masking his trail. Batman reveals that since Thawne was last in the cave, he's beefed up security with weapons that mimic Captain Cold's Absolute Zero gun, positioning them all over the cave, so if Thawne was there, he'd be turned into a popsicle. He assures Barry that he's okay as the Flash speeds off to continue his search, revealing to Bruce that he and Jay Garrick are getting together to search, with the Justice League and the JSA on standby. He knows that something is disrupting time and they don't know who or what it is, but they'll find out very soon. Bruce wishes him good luck as he speeds out of the cave. Corky Baxter reveals himself, telling Batman that the Flashes will find out what he is doing, and while he can't stop Batman, they can. He tells the hero that it's not too late to undo this, as Janie Slater's watch continues to tick on, but Batman knows it already is too late. Thomas Wayne meanwhile tries to piece together the killings of the Clockwork Killer, who while he was out of the country dealing with Aquaman, killed 3 more people. He knows the police don't think the murders are connected, but Thomas knows better, knowing Nathaniel Adam, Matthew Ryder and Percival Sutter were all like Barry Allen, and he knows who they all were on Bruce's world. Thomas is angered that he had a hand in killing Aquaman since Bruce wouldn't have been tricked into doing that, but he's old, angry and reckless and is as corrupt as the world he lives in and everyone in it. He thinks once he finds the killer, nothing will exist anymore since nothing matters except the motive behind these murders and who he has to kill to fix the timeline.
Thomas changes back into his business suit as he knows that if the future existed, a savior in the form of the Legionnaires or Booster Gold would have come to help, but since they haven't, this is how he knows he is alone. Oswald tells him that the commissioner wants to see him at the casino, but Thomas reminds him the casino doesn't exist anymore. Oswald knows that's the problem since his source of income to fund his life as Batman has been cut off, so he needs to do something about it. Thomas wants to discuss it later as he sees Harvey's son Dexter staring off into the moon. Oswald thinks that there is something wrong with the boy since he wants to learn about explosives after having seen the casino blow up. Thomas tells the man to teach the boy about bombs as he goes to see the commissioner, who isn't hopeful they are going to find any survivors from the explosion. Thomas knows it's not important, making the woman wonder if he means the dead employees or his dead revenue stream, but all Thomas wants to know is what type of explosive was used. The commissioner says that they are still processing that information as she mentions Roger Hayden. The psycho pirate wants to talk with Thomas at Arkham Asylum since he was ranting about coming from Hypertime to take refuge from the Dark Crisis. She also reveals that he keeps saying that Bruce Wayne is meant to be Batman, as Thomas knows that's ridiculous, but he knows he finally has a lead as he heads to the asylum, remembering all about Hayden from Bruce's files and how his memories never changed despite reality changing around him. He knows the man is right about someone always trying to reshape the world, as Thomas feels almost sorry for the man and what he must endure since he probably doesn't even remember what reality is supposed to look like, which is why he is also suspicious of his ramblings. Batman breaks into the asylum and finds Roger has hung himself, but after looking over the scene, Thomas deduces that this was made to look like a suicide, and a sloppy one at that. He finds insane writings all over the cell walls proclaiming that Bruce is Batman, as well as something about infinite crises, as well as the names of all of the Flashes. However, Thomas doesn't recognize one name, Judy Garrick. Thomas doesn't understand most of the writing, but as he leaves, Gilda Dent talks to him through her cell door, knowing that he took her son since Roger told her. She reveals that she knows that Thomas is Batman, as Thomas wants to know what she saw. Gilda says that she will only talk about her son, asking if Dexter is okay. Thomas knows the boy saw his father be gruesomely killed by a harpoon-wielding maniac, bringing it back around to Roger's death and wanting to know who killed him. She notices the casino chip Thomas has in his hand, wanting to see it. Thomas gives her the chip and tells her to keep it, as she tells him that she didn't see what happened to Roger but heard him being strangled with his own bed sheets. She knows that's how her daughter died and her body was cremated, and she fought with Harvey about how they would deal with her body and bury her. Gilda notices one side of the chip is burned black as she asks if Thomas buried Bruce, demanding he answer her, knowing that he drove his wife mad and it started with his drinking and sleeping around. Thomas knows that none of this matters as Gilda continues to chide Thomas for his mistakes and for what he put his wife through. She knows eventually people will stop cowering and assert themselves to the people who made them feel like they didn't matter, something which Martha did. She says that Thomas was always a bad father, causing him to lash out and smash her viewing window. Gilda isn't impressed, knowing that she can even hit harder than that as she slams her face over and over again into the shattered glass, tearing up one side of her face as she knows it all matters to her, and so does the pain, since sometimes only that matters. Thomas heads to the roof as the guards soon find him in the prison, escaping the men shooting at him as he knows that this isn't his life and he fought to change it and his pain. He knows it's wrong, so he'll make sure it won't exist anymore and plans on erasing it all. Batman heads into the city knowing that while it isn't real, it feels real. He spots the rogues mugging a woman, confronting the criminals and hurting them badly since it feels good to him. Thomas finds that he loves having no consequences, and this is the most he's felt like himself in years. Boomerang pulls a gun on him and Thomas grabs it, putting it to his own head and telling the man to pull the trigger. Digger breaks down crying as Batman grabs the gun, pointing it back at Digger and deciding he's going to kill him since why not? He knows this is the only way the chaos and fear stops in this world, and if anything ever mattered, it was this. He tries to convince himself that he's doing this for Bruce when suddenly he is thrown hard into the brick wall by the Superman, who says that he heard what Batman said and he's wrong since everything matters. On Earth Zero, Corky Baxter knows that the storm is growing and is trapped inside the snow globe Bruce stole from Rip Hunter's time vault. The boy says the Snowman family inside the globe has it as hard as they do since their entire world is shaken up and turned upside down all the time, but in the end it always turns back into the same place it always was. He says that the Snowman father is like Bruce's father Thomas and he can see into another world.
but he can't ever get there. He knows that being stuck there would be a real drag, but Bruce knows it's also safe in there since inside the snow globe, the snowman never melts. Corky reminds Bruce that he stole this globe from Rip Hunter, but Rip took it from someone else to protect the Divine Continuum from Dr. Manhattan. Bruce doesn't care about that, as Corky thinks that he should, since the watch Bruce stole isn't the only thing drenched in tachyons, and the globe and the watch stabilize one another, and the difference is that no one is going to come looking for Janie Slater's watch. But Batman took the globe from the Time Vault, and if Rip and the others don't get there to back him up, the owner of the snow globe is going to be drawn to it, and if he shows up, Batman is going to be very, very sorry. 30 years in the past above the planet Krypton, several ships race out of the atmosphere as Jor-El tells his baby son Kal-El that their planet is dying, so they have sent him out into the void to save them all. Later above Smallville, Jonathan Kent witnesses a shooting star race overhead, with Martha Kent making the same wish she always makes, but Jonathan reminds her of what the doctor said and they can't have kids, no matter what she prays for. The star heads for Metropolis, where people witness it and many other debris fall from the sky and into the city, toppling the Daily Planet building and killing thousands. Jor-El tells his son that he'll be a god among the people of Earth and they will fear him for it, but he shouldn't let that overwhelm him since he was sent there with a mission. In the present, the news reports on the devastation of Metropolis 30 years prior and how recently Sarge Steele released government information that the meteor shower brought forth a rocket ship from another world, carrying a dangerous alien that was imprisoned. However, several months ago, it was freed by Batman. While the news plays, Oswald shows Dexter how to pick a lock, finding the boy is a natural. Suddenly, a ghostly visage of Eobard Thawne appears, demanding to see Thomas Wayne since something in hypertime is coming for him. Dexter asks Oswald what that was, but he has no idea, knowing he's going to need a drink, offering the boy one as well. Superman meanwhile tells Thomas that everything matters as Digger goes for his gun, firing on the hero, but the bullets just bounce off. Superman tells him to leave or burn, brandishing his heat vision at the villain. Digger escapes down the alley as Batman demands to know why the Kryptonian is there, so Superman says he needs his help, but Batman leaves, telling the hero he has things to do. Superman grabs Batman, but Batman punches Superman over and over, fracturing his own wrist on the Man of Steel's face. Superman wants him to come with him, but Thomas says that there is nothing he can do or say to make him go with him. Superman merely slaps Thomas across the face, knocking him out cold and taking him with him. In Arkham Asylum, some orderlies talk about what happened to Gilda Dent, knowing that she couldn't have done that by herself, but the guard knows that the blood was all on the inside of her locked cell, thinking losing her husband and daughter got the best of her. They take the now bandaged up Gilda into her room as she weakly says that she just wants to see her son. A dark voice says that she'll see him soon as Gilda begins hearing the voice inside her head, knowing the doctor said the voice wasn't real. The voice thinks the doctor is no god, so he wouldn't know what's real and what isn't. The voice knows what the woman did as the being appears in her cell, telling her that Dexter will come for them since the boy needs his mother and they will finally finish this. Thomas meanwhile awakens in the care of Poison Ivy, asking where the alien is. Ivy says that Superman doesn't like being called that and Batman doesn't scare her anymore since while he killed her, it only led to her enlightenment and return as one of the Parliament of Trees. Thomas thinks she's crazy and always has been as he learns that they are in a place that is called the Oasis. As they walk through the fortress, Pamela reveals that Superman reached out to them to help create this place for displaced people like him, giving those without a home sanctuary and protection. She says that while Superman had the idea for this place, it was Jason Woodrue, the Swamp Thing, who built this. Thomas is brought before the Swamp Thing, who tells Superman that they need to expand the green in order to accommodate the European refugees after the Aquaman incident, knowing he's doing all of this to atone for his sins. Superman thanks him and then tells Batman that he needs his help, wanting him to see something. Superman activates some crystals that Ivy says that Jason found around Metropolis after Superman's arrival, but they aren't from Earth. The green activates the crystals and a visage of Jor-El appears in the vines, telling Kal that if he finds this message, it means he survived and that they could as well. Jor-El reveals that while Krypton is dying, there is a home out there that they might find, and that Kal, like the other children, have been assigned worlds. But Kal's is different since it has a yellow sun, and it will be their new home, with Kal's mission upon reaching adulthood to be to use his powers to disarm the humans in advance of their arrival, and then they will conquer them as father and son. Jor-El
Jor-El tells his son that if he does this, he will be lauded as the hero of Krypton, which he knows he is. Thomas realizes that it will be an invasion, as Ivy says that she thinks the crystal's knowledge was meant to be embedded into Superman's memory while he was a child, but something went wrong. Thomas asks how long they have, learning from Swamp Thing the invasion will be there in 5 days. Superman and Ivy ask if Batman will help them gather an army and protect their home from enslavement and destruction. Superman knows that Jor-El doesn't understand that the people of Earth can be good, but Thomas is outraged since Superman was imprisoned and tortured by these people, and now his father wants to destroy them so his son can have the future he deserves, thinking that he shouldn't stop him. Superman says that the people of Earth and their lives matter, as Ivy asks Batman to help them bring Cyborg, Element Woman, and Starman back together, along with some new heroes who have cropped up, such as Bloodline, Eclipser, and Snapper Carr. Batman refuses to, since he now has 5 days to complete his own mission and it's got nothing to do with theirs, wishing them luck as he leaves to find his own way home. Elsewhere, the Commissioner looks over a new crime scene, told it's the same as the other killings, and Iris West, the owner of the apartment, said the guy just showed up out of nowhere all panicked and she ran away, and hours later her husband came back home to find the body. The cops can't identify the body either, and it's as if he doesn't exist. The body is revealed to be the Reverse Flash, who has been killed by the Clockwork Killer, as the Commissioner says for someone who doesn't exist, he sure wears some flashy threads. In Hypertime, Bonnie Baxter and Jeffrey Smith feel a paradox has been reset, fearing that it was Thomas Wayne, but Bonnie knows that it might have been Eobard Thawne as they are hit by time lightning. Bonnie knows that they need Rip Hunter, but Jeffrey thinks that they just need to get back to the other side of the continuum since it's stable there. Bonnie knows that the Omniverse is more stable, but its multiverses are currently being attacked by the Great Darkness, which will no doubt alter them again, so they need to stay clear until the Justice League returns and the darkness passes, unless they want to risk their own histories being rewritten yet again. Jeff thinks that this is why Rip is missing in the first place, and he could have been corrupted and controlled by Pariah. Bonnie knows that no one can control Rip Hunter, and it's why they're in this mess in the first place, but Jeff thinks that Corky Baxter also had some fault in this, not wanting the girl to dismiss her brother's involvement in it. He hopes the boy isn't making things worse as they enter Hypertime proper, knowing Hypertime has enough problems with Thomas Wayne still being around.
Corky Baxter meanwhile tells Batman that he's getting on his nerves, since shouldn't he have enough problems with the Great Darkness making all of their bad guys even worse, and they just got out of the Omniverse trouble, so why is he trying to make more trouble for himself? Corky tells Bruce that this is his last warning, but Bruce ignores him, which Baxter knows will have consequences. In Flashpoint, the news reports on more of the Clockwork Killer's victims, this time being discovered in an apartment of Iris West, while elsewhere in the world, the Task Force X, now consisting of over 100 dangerous metahumans, begins combating Wonder Woman's forces in Germany. David Knight, the former hero known as Starman, is also reported to have gone missing, as in Arkham Asylum, a cleaner hears a voice. Gilda Dent calls from her cell, telling her that it was just her and her friend, as Thomas wishes he had X-ray visions, since then he wouldn't have to cut open Eobard Thawne, the newest victim of the Clockwork Killer. Thomas thinks of Thawne as a living paradox, one who exists when he shouldn't, and he's the man responsible for solidifying the timeline somehow around Nora Allen's death, which Barry tried to stop and what caused Flashpoint in the first place. Thomas is curious about how he was killed, but he is obsessed with the why, knowing that he doesn't have much time to save his son. Batman begins cutting open Eobard, finding a piece of a clock in his chest, just like some of the other victims. He remembers Barry telling him how his life should be and how he was supposed to die along with Martha instead of Bruce, and Bruce was to become Batman instead. He thinks all of it is supposed to fit together and work, just like a clock, as the news continues to report on the trial of Tobias Whale, while Penguin tries to find something for young Dexter Dent to eat, but the boy disappears on him, breaking into the Batcave and taking some of Thomas's gear, telling himself that this is it and he can't be scared. Thomas soon returns home with the clock pieces, knowing that the gears found in Reverse Flash weren't random like they were in the other victims, and they were all from the same clock. Oswald meets Thomas, who knows that the boy has gone missing. Oswald knows it's his fault since since he had the news on and they were talking about Arkham, not thinking the boy was paying attention to it. Dexter meanwhile sneaks onto the top of a van pulling into Arkham Asylum, getting into the prison unseen as Thomas heads for the cave, knowing Dexter went to Arkham to see his mother. He soon sees files on his desk and Oswald knows that they are files related to Harvey Dent and his wife, wanting Thomas to take a look at them. Thomas can't since he has to put together the clock and he can't go and look for the boy either. Oswald gets angry since he is talking about helping a kid who lost his sister to suicide and his father to murder, and he doesn't need to know he lost his mother to madness as well. Oswald thinks that he would do it himself, but he's not the physical type, as Thomas continues to work, knowing that he's one step closer to finding the real killer and it doesn't matter where the kid is gone. Oswald knows that they aren't talking about Dexter anymore, as at Arkham, Dexter knocks out the cleaner, taking his ID card as a radio talks about the rumors of an impending alien invasion, and how Will Payton and his associate Carlotta Rivera are seeking out help from people who have had experience with extraterrestrial conflict. The prison security talk about how they now patrol the wings thanks to Psycho Pirate committing suicide in his cell. They soon become distracted when a security door opens nearby thanks to a keycard being used, allowing Dexter to drop from the ceiling on the men and knock them both out, grabbing their guns and removing the magazines, dumping them in a bin. As Thomas puts together the clockwork gears, Dexter breaks into his mother's cell, hugged by his mother who is happy to see him. Dexter knows the asylum isn't good for her, wanting to free her, but she says that Arkham will help Dexter like it helped her. A voice thinks that it's going to help them all, prompting Dexter to ask who was that. Gilda is soon overcome by the voices in her head, which say no, as Gilda says that she wanted to keep them apart, just like Harvey threatened to do, but everything will be okay now. Thomas finishes the clock, but one piece doesn't fit, finding it doesn't even actually belong to this version of the clock. He reads the maker number on it, realizing which clock it goes to. Oswald finds a file on Gilda Dent, knowing that his boss needs to read this now as Thomas races upstairs, going to the clock that hides the cave behind it, and upon removing its face, he finds the gears match the one inside. Dexter and Gilda soon hear a voice as the wall to the cell is blown open and Thomas knows who the real killer is, as Martha Wayne, the Joker, steps into Gilda's cell, cackling as she does. The laughter finds its way to Earth Zero through the snow globe, which unleashes a huge burst of energy of what Bruce thinks is temporal energy. Corky, however, knows it's much more than that, calling it blue shift power, which is created when the Omniverse comes into direct contact with hypertime, making for the most dangerous energy this side of the divine continuum. Bruce demands to know what it is doing, so Corky explains Rip makes him do a book report every week, so he's pretty literate for a kid of his age, citing Shakespeare's Tempest and how that story had a great big storm, as well as citing the Swiss Family Robinson. But unlike the fun they have on the island they are stranded on, this won't be fun. Corky reveals that Martha Wayne had a lot of secrets and problems, things even he doesn't know, and things Bruce didn't even realize his father was going to have to face in Flashpoint. He says he really did warn Batman and that the hero doesn't know everything about everything this time, and he doesn't know the truth about his own mother. 2 days after the Dark Crisis ends, the news reports on the miraculous return of the Justice League as Mr. Terrific talks with reporter Miss Chen on the news,
telling them all about the Great Darkness and how it corrupted and controlled sentient life and destroyed the Omniverse yet again and altered everything. He goes on to explain what the multiverse is, explaining that it's everything and everything matters. However, Dr. Bonnie Baxter laughs since the Omniverse is hardly everything, and while it's at the center of the exhaustive crises perpetrated by the Anti-Monitor or Alexander Luthor, Superboy Prime, or the Batman Who Laughs, or even Pryor, it isn't everything, and they are more important things thanks to the infinite number of Earths. She thinks everything only matters when it matters in their hearts, going on to explain that the Omniverse Michael mentioned is only referring to all of space, but not the existence of time, and the Omniverse has been disrupted and transformed before, but afterwards it stabilizes, and this includes their universe, which is the Metaverse, the universe from which all multiverses were born from. Bonnie continues by saying that the Omniverse and the multiverses are conceptual, while hypertime is emotional, and therefore never stagnant because it reacts and changes with them, and at every major personal crossroad, a choice is made and the timeline splits depending on those choices, and a new timeline is born within hypertime, and unlike other parallel Earths, these live forever. She reveals that the Time Masters are the ones who study temporal phenomena within hypertime and police it if they can. Miss Chen reminds Bonnie that people don't really like the Time Masters, being that they are incredibly reckless with time, and even Professor Martin Stein claimed the Time Masters were behind the 0 Hour event that altered people's memories across the globe. Bonnie doesn't think that Stein should be trusted, and the Time Masters weren't behind the first crisis in time, which revealed the bridge between the two sides of the divine continuum, an event which also changed the collective history of everyone. She knows that those that travel through time are aware that history is rewritten, but everyone else only ends up with a vague recollection of the past, noting how this is called the Mandela effect. And there are many who have tampered with time on smaller scales, but some almost eradicated everything, like what Extant, Gog, the Flash, albeit unknown to him, Deimos, and Dr. Manhattan have done. Bonnie says that while the skies turn red to indicate the Omniverse is under siege from a great threat, crises involving hypertime remain hidden, and no one knows of the various wars over time because in the aftermath, time paves over them. While Bonnie's interview continues, someone tells Rip Hunter that someone has breached the lab, firing on Rip and everyone else in the lab as bullets smash into his time machine. Mr. Terrific asks how Bonnie knows all of this, so she says that like Michael likes to declare that he's the smartest man on the world, she is the smartest woman. Suddenly, Jeff contacts Bonnie through her wrist communicator, telling her the lab is under attack. Bonnie blips away as elsewhere, the very much alive Ra's al Ghul welcomes Batman into his home, wanting to toast to Batman's return to life after the Dark Crisis. Ra's asks how his grandson is, but Batman knows that he watches his enemies so closely, so he already knows. Ra's, however, reminds him that the boy is his family, and that's all that matters, and it's why they have both committed their lives to making the world better. He slams an urn down on the table, revealing it to be the ashes of Thomas Wayne, the Thomas Wayne who was never supposed to exist, but then he was incinerated by Darkseid's Omega beams, or at least that's what everyone believed. Batman demands to know how he got it, learning that Ra's knows someone on the Justice League Incarnate team, and he read Walter Kovac's journal as well as some other research he did, knowing Bruce can still save his father, but he hasn't got much time. He shows Bruce a file on the Time Masters and files on Mime and Marionette, as one day after the Flashpoint was recreated, Thomas Wayne speeds towards Arkham, knowing that the Clockwork Killer's plans all along were to keep him distracted while she killed everyone who could change the past. Thomas knows that Bruce would have figured it out faster than him, and that Martha was the key to all of this, as Oswald contacts him, telling Thomas that he needs to save Dexter, who went to Arkham to break out his mother. Thomas doesn't care since Martha is his priority, but Oswald reveals that he read the file on Gilda Dent, the one the judge sealed, and that there are in fact two faces to the woman, and one is a darker side to her which Judge Dent covered up so no one would ever know of her crimes, including her children, since Gilda killed her own daughter, and it wasn't a suicide. Oswald screams at his boss, telling him that he believed in what he was doing despite how brutal he was, since he wanted to avenge his son. Thomas remembers how the man who killed his son said it doesn't matter that he was a child that he gunned down, but Oswald knows that Dexter is still alive out there. However, Thomas doesn't think so, and while it won't make sense to Oswald, all of this is going away tonight. Batman smashes through the gates of Arkham as Martha asks Dexter and Gilda if they thought about where jokes come from and how they work, scaring Dexter, who wants to go and leave with his mother. Both sides of Gilda tell him to shut up since they want to hear what Martha has to say, so Martha tells a joke, which is just the story of how her son was killed in a dark alley. Martha gets out her knife, but before she can deliver the punchline, Batman smashes through the window. Thomas attacks his wife, shooting the knife from her hand as he demands to know why she is doing this and why she killed all of those people. Martha slashes Batman's cape with a hidden knife from up her sleeve, telling him that he'll find out soon as Gilda and Dexter make it to an elevator. Gilda returns to normal, thanking her son for helping her, but the Two-Face takes back over, hugging Dexter hard and telling him that they'll be together forever as the elevator doors close. Batman grabs Martha, throwing her back into the cell as the guards rush in. Batman slams the cell door closed, sealing him and his wife in the cell alone as the guards pound on the door to try and get it open. Thomas says that Martha died, but Martha asks if he means when they last met in the cave or 30 years prior in the alley. Martha finds herself wondering that too ever since meeting Psycho Pirate and hearing him talk about Bruce, hearing Roger's rants while she hid in the walls, and she made him tell her everything before she killed him. him. Martha opens up the wall panel, telling Thomas that she knows all about the world where Bruce is Batman and the Joker was a man. Thomas follows his wife down a dark staircase, learning that the male Joker was named Jack Oswald White, whom Martha visited on their world before killing any of the other would-be time travelers, finding him to be a failed comedian on their world and one who was a cleaner at Wayne Casino. However, the man was happy with a family, happier than she and Thomas ever were. Martha says that she let him live though, even making sure he wasn't in Wayne Casino when she blew it up. Martha, however, began to get angry about it as she attacks Bruce from behind, stabbing him as she knows being in Arkham allowed her to tell who was really crazy and who was just acting it, knowing Roger Hayden sounded crazy with his talk of all the other worlds, but Martha will do anything to save her son, and if that means ending this world, she'll do it. Thomas falls through the floor in the room, briefly losing consciousness before realizing he's in another room, one that now holds a time machine. Martha knows that Thomas has questions, revealing that when Thomas left her for dead in the cave, a stream of water took her out of the cave and into the sewers to this place, almost like it was fate, and it was the first place she heard Psycho Pirate's voice, a voice which told her that this world shouldn't exist. Martha says that she hunted down the people who knew how to change time or potentially change time and took everything they knew, leaving a trail to keep Thomas busy, all while she built a time machine using the knowledge she had gained from these people. On Earth Zero, the snow globe Bruce has begins leaking the hyper timeline as Corky says that Bruce's father will never accept the world that Bruce put him in. Martha meanwhile cocks her gun, telling Thomas that she hates the world as much as he does, and they are going back in time to ensure it's they who die and that Bruce lives, with the only cost being the entire universe needs to die. She wonders what Thomas will choose as Rip Hunter appears before Bruce and Corky, knowing Bruce knows why he's there. Bruce refuses to let him interfere, but Corky reminds him that nothing can stop Rip Hunter, and he did warn the Dark Knight, however now he's up a certain creek without a paddle.
Rip Hunter tells Batman that manipulating hypertime is far beyond his competency. As the snow globe's power continues to explode through its cracks, Batman tells Rip that he needs to take Corky and leave, not wanting the man to challenge him on this. Rip knows that this is all personal for Bruce, but trapping Flashpoint inside the globe is like trying to trap a tornado in a jelly jar. It's only a matter of time before that glass shatters, since Thomas is rejecting his timeline, and the truth about Martha Wayne has made things worse. Rip gives Bruce one final warning to let his father go and hand over the globe, but Batman lunges for it, telling Rip that he didn't invite him or Corky into his home. As in the Flashpoint world, Martha reveals her time sphere that the would-be time travelers helped her build before she killed them, wanting both her and her husband Thomas to use it to go back in time to the night Joe Chill killed Bruce so they can save him by taking his place. Martha knows that this is what Thomas wants, and they can finally end it all and fix their broken universe, no matter who it kills. Martha kisses her husband, but Thomas pulls away, knowing that she killed Barry Allen and his employees. But Martha reminds him of his own mantra, that nothing matters in the world. Two-Face arrives, agreeing with Martha and wanting to destroy it all. She points a gun at her son's head, not wanting to be split like Harvey is, since he's supposed to be the one who's the monster, not her. Batman meanwhile flings a batarang at Rip Hunter, who destroys it with a time ray as he tells Batman that he won't let the hero risk tying the timelines in a knot for a man who is supposed to be dead, and either Bruce can help him release Flashpoint so it can be reintegrated back into hypertime, or he'll do it himself and then punish Batman in the past, the present, and the future. Martha meanwhile tells Thomas that the world was born of grief and that is what it's filled with, as elsewhere the Superman has assembled 5 other heroes to combat the impending Kryptonian invasion, whose leader, Jor-El, contacts Earth, telling them that they will pledge loyalty to Krypton or die, and that includes his son Kal-El. Barry Allen's body begins vibrating as the son of Saturn and Sebastian Faust battle Wonder Woman with their team. Martha thinks that this is the only thing the world has done to show how broken it can all be, so she wants to rescue everyone and send them to a better life. The young Dexter Dent, however, wonders what will happen to him as Corky throws his hat at Batman, which turns into an actual raccoon, surprising Batman since he just thought it was just some hat. Rip grabs the globe, getting ready to smash it with a huge hammer, telling Bruce that this is for the best since death is the only way Thomas will find peace. Dexter again asks if he will die, making Thomas think of his father Two-Face as he tells the boy that it will be like he never lived. Thomas wants to stop this, but Martha tells him that nothing matters, but Thomas thinks that it will have happened in some way, somehow. Martha continues to try and get Thomas to get into the time machine, but Thomas lunges at Dexter, telling Martha that he has to choose this living boy over their dead son. Gilda suddenly blows up part of the building, shattering the time sphere as she begins shooting at Thomas, knowing that she doesn't need time travel to erase things that shouldn't be. As she goes to shoot her son, Martha grabs the gun, telling Gilda that she's playing the fool as she shoots Two-Face in the head, killing her. Martha knows that might have been a touch traumatizing for Dexter as the entire building comes down around them. Thomas grabs them and grapples to a nearby building as later, the couple watch as the police tend to the ruined Arkham Asylum. Dexter notices it's begun snowing as both Thomas and Martha take the boy in their arms. The snow globe meanwhile calms down, shocking Rip, who tells Corky that everything is going to be okay as Bruce's father has proved them all wrong and the globe is now stabilized. Rip thinks that what Batman did was irresponsible, however, but Bruce knows the odds were in his favor, knowing all the answers he needed were in his father's letter. In the letter, Thomas knows that things happen because they make them happen, and Barry Allen was once haunted by his past, but he found love and family and most importantly friends. But someone tried to make him so he couldn't escape his past, and when he came to Thomas, he turned him away. As the bat signal shines in the sky above Gotham, Thomas and Dexter suit up, with the boy wondering why he uses the Robin moniker. Thomas knows it's a family name, as the locked up Martha thinks the boys all look good. Thomas tells her that Oswald will bring her some dinner and some more books she can read, as the letter reveals that Thomas knows that he's a man who's been corrupted by his own pain, and he had nothing left to live for. That is until he met the Flash, who taught him that they can't only live for those they have lost, but they need to live for those they have in their life still. Robin wonders if they are going to tell the people that Martha didn't die in Arkham, but Thomas doesn't want to do that as he looks over the news reporting on the Kryptonian invasion of Earth. Thomas gives Dexter a mask, telling the boy to protect his identity as Martha notices the boy's shoes are untied. Thomas promises to get him some new boots as the letter tells Bruce that all parents want for their children is for them to have something they didn't. So he and his mother want Bruce to be happy, hoping that he will try. Martha tells the boys to have fun, and if they ever need help finding some kryptonite, she knows who to call since she has connections. Batman and Robin leave the cave to kill some Kryptonians as the Time Masters regroup in Rip Hunter's time vault, calling the Batman a hypocrite. The team want to do something about Batman's disregard for the hypertime, but Bonnie tells Corky to shut up since he ran off to confront Batman without their approval. The boy settles down as Bonnie learns that Bruce is going to be pretty busy with his mother's family very soon, and them not warning him is his punishment. Bonnie asks about the 13 as her and Rip head for a secret vault deeper within the base. Rip knows that they all have been pulled back into history and it's rebuilding around them as they visit the stasis tubes of the 13 missing heroes, hoping that they regenerate back into the 1940s without incident, and the JSA will have to handle Degaton themselves since they have nostalgia to worry about. Elsewhere, Cleopatra, Pack and Babastis the cat try and hotwire their way through an IF detector, but the circuits explode in Cleo's face, making her realize that to find the Watchman, they will have to find another way. Outside the Hall of Justice, Nightwing delivers his eulogy for the fallen Justice League, knowing while they operated in the dark, it all started with a light, and after his parents died, he felt so lost, but then he took an oath to carry on his parents' memory and legacy, and from that light he watched the world grow. He knows that there were aliens, Amazons and gods, and Nightwing saw generations come together with sidekicks, new faces and new backgrounds, all with the mission not to just bring justice to the world, but also hope, a hope that shined brighter than any candle could. Dick tells the gathered heroes and people that they could never question what the League stood for and what they meant, and he knows many of the people there today are mentors, family, fathers, mothers, friends and family of the League. He promises the people that if they work together now, hope will fuel the light that pushes them through the darkness, just like the candle did the day he took his oath. Later on, Superman and Flash battle the cult of Cobra in Washington DC, with Wally knowing that Cobra never were this brazen before. Someone watches Superman through a sniper's crosshair as John tells Wally that these attacks are happening all the time now that the Justice League aren't around. Flash thinks this is bigger than that, thinking these villains are desperate and acting like they are running out of time. As the leader of Cobra proclaims that he is the end, Hal Jordan flattens his tank with a construct. Green Lantern wants to know where the Justice League is, so Hal is taken back to the Hall of Justice to see Black Adam, who details how he and the League faced off against Darkseid and various other dark villains, and even the Spectre, who will come coming for the multiverse, but there were too many of the villains, and he knows the darkness feared his lightning, so he called upon it to strike his enemies down, and it wound up ejecting him from the battlefield. He remembers crashing into the Hall of Justice, but also that the League were ripped apart by Prior's powers. He knows that he has never seen heroes turn to ash like that, and while the darkness was halted, the League also died. Hal doesn't want to trust the former villain, but John says his father vouched for Adam, and he was even on the Justice League with the other heroes. Wally knows that the attack started soon after, so it didn't matter if they believed Adam or not. Hal doesn't want to take his word for it, and asks who they had look into this insane story. Wally tells Hal that he asked Dr. Fate, the Atoms, the DEO, and even the Rogues, and no one knows what the Great Darkness is or even where the Justice League are. Hal wants to know where Nightwing is in all of this, learning that he's running Titan's Academy. He asks Wally what Barry would do in this situation, with Wally knowing that he'd look at it like a crime scene and follow the evidence, so Hal suggests that they form a Justice League to look for evidence, and he's going to go and look for the perpetrator. John tells Wally that the violence is ramping up on Earth, but Wally says that that is why the world has Superman, telling John that he knows what it's like to be in someone's shadow, wanting John to find his own way to shine. John visits his father's statue outside of the hall, knowing what Superman would do, as in Brazil, Yara Flor battles a demon who rants about the coming darkness as it burns the forest around them. Superman joins the battle, taking down the demon with Yara using his freeze breath. Yara knows that it's not so easy now to restore what the monster took, looking over the burned up forest around them. Jerry comes up to say hi to John as John introduces himself to Yara, who knows that John is really doing well filling in for his father. Superman tells her that they are to carry on the legacy of the Justice League, and it's why he's putting together a new version of them. Yara laughs, not wanting to be part of it since she cannot ignore what is happening in her part of the world with her tribe and forest. She knows that she just became Wonder Girl, and even that is a massive legacy to live up to. She gets on Jerry, telling John that they don't fill the roles of those who have fallen just because they want to, and she can't be John's Wonder Woman. She is just herself, and she can't join a team of superheroes. Later in New York, the Batman pursues the Trigger twins, dodging their gunfire as Superman slams into the front of their monster truck, capturing the villains. John thinks that he and Batman are the new world's finest, as Jace tells him that the Trigger twins were leading him to their arms dealer, and Superman messed that up. Superman tells Batman that they are trying to step up, and it took a long time for his father and his Batman to admit to themselves that Superman does need a Batman. Jace refuses, wanting him to go and ask a Robin, since the last time Batman teamed with anyone, he died. John leaves New York, asking various other heroes, until the next day at the Hall of Justice, people begin putting flowers at the League's statues, screaming at the people protesting that the end is coming. Black Adam watches them, telling the unseen Adriana that he should have died along with them, as Superman finds him, asking who he's talking to. Adam snaps at him not to use his super hearing on him, having healed enough that he wants to leave for his people at Kahndaq since they need him in a time like this. John knows that he's only been Superman for a little while, but he knows, learning from so many people, Adam included, he knows what the world needs. Superman reveals the new Justice League lineup, but Adam isn't impressed. John tells him that this will give the people the confidence they need to feel safe again. Adam critiques John's choices of Dr. Light, Killer Frost, Harley Quinn, Jackson Hyde, and the two Blue Beetles. Superman knows that they are all good heroes and the world needs a Justice League. Adam says this is not a Justice League since the world needs capable protectors, not children. Black Adam leaves, thinking Jonathan isn't ready for this role, and they both know who should lead the Justice League, and it's Nightwing. Dick meanwhile trains his students at the new Titans Academy, as Cyborg knows that Dick is turning their training center into a circus thanks to all of the trapezes. Starfire knows that this is Dick's favorite class, and Raven thinks that after the Red X incident, Dick should be allowed to have some fun. As Superman is targeted by someone, a bloodied Chupacabra arrives at the tower. Dick goes to help his former student, finding someone attacked him. Nightwing finds a bomb on the hero, but it's too late as it explodes, blowing holes all through the tower as Deathstroke and his secret society of supervillains launch an attack on the tower, knowing that the League isn't there to bail out the young heroes this time. Slade tells his people that their targets are anyone who ever called themselves a Titan, however the teachers are his alone. Slade intends on killing their legacy once and for all as the team bring him Beast Boy. Garfield says that they will just rebuild the tower again again like they did before, but Slade points a gun at him, saying that they're leaving the tower standing as it will stand as a bloody warning to anyone who tries to pick up a torch and put on a costume. He shoots Beast Boy in the head, as in Multiverse 2, Pryor can feel a crisis has begun as another voice in his head tells him that his anger doesn't help them much. Pryor knows that he and the other voice will get what they crave, and he knows that the list of heroes created in darkness is endless, wondering why they can't see how much good in their world has come from death. As he works on his machine, he knows that the Justice League wasn't enough and they need more heroes from Earth Zero. He watches the heroes of Earth Zero, angered that they are full of hope, since he will turn that hope into a weapon, and once the skies of the planet turn red, he and the Great Darkness will be brought to Earth Zero, and he will use the deaths of the Justice League to destroy the multiverse. Barry Allen, meanwhile, beats the Reverse Flash to death, telling the villain that he's done letting him torture him and he'll never hurt his family again. 24 hours earlier at the Speed Lab, Mr. Terrific explains that every speedster is connected to the Speed Force, and when Wally was pushed through various speedsters' bodies, he and Barry came up with a way to track his unique Speed Force signature, almost like a fingerprint, but it's like they've found the phone number of 3 different Barry Allens now, and they just need to dial the right area code for their Barry. Michael warns them that the device might lead them to other Barrys in the Omniverse, and it's why Wally will be sending into the Speed Force to check the connections and bring Barry home. Michael tells Wally that they need Barry back, since with the League dead, there is a vacuum out there and Barry is one of the greatest heroes to ever live. Wally knows he's also part of the family, and helping each other is what family does. Jay wants to get going as Linda and the kids arrive, happy to see Jay and the others. Linda wants to talk with Wally for a minute as Jai asks Max where Bart is, but Max isn't so sure where Impulse is, but will tell him about the game Jai got when he sees him. Iray asks Wallace if they're going into the Speed Force to find Uncle Barry, wanting to go with them all, citing how they saved the entire universe from Eclipso. Linda, meanwhile, is about to tell Wally about her powers when the portal is opened and stabilized by Mr. Terrific. Wally knows that everything that has happened lately has been a lot for Linda, as Michael gives the team some wristbands which will guide them through the Speed Force and to the Barry they need to find. Iray manages to sneak one of the bands for herself, as Linda tells Wally that it doesn't matter what she was going to say, wanting him to go and find Barry. Iray grabs her brother, telling him that they're going to prove that they are heroes. They jump through the portal as Jay goes after them, and Linda wants them brought back now, but Michael tells them the only way the kids are going to come back is if they use their wristbands to return. Linda wants to know if there's a manual override, but Michael knows he didn't build one in and they have to use the wristbands. But thanks to his settings, they'll head to one of the 3 locations he isolated where Barry could be. Max and the others want to get going, and Wally tells Wallace that he is with him while Jesse and Max team up and head through the portal as well. Wally assures Linda that the kids are smart and capable, just like she is, and he'll bring them and Barry back, and that's a Flash fact. The heroes head into the Speed Force, and Michael asks Linda when did she get powers. She demands to know how he knows, so Michael reminds her that while he didn't build a failsafe override into his machine, he is still pretty smart. He knows that she doesn't know how to tell Wally, admiring her since she is strong, smart, and ambitious, and reminds him a lot of his late wife. He knows that she is scared of what it means for herself, the kids, and their relationship, but Wally loves her more than anything on Earth, and she should tell him so they can figure it out together. Iray and Jai, meanwhile, are dumped into a dark alley. Jai knows they are going to be in so much trouble that their dad is going to go back in time and change history so that he gets kids that listen to him. Iray can't wait to find Barry and prove that they aren't little kids anymore and are actual superheroes, as they find themselves in a huge city, looking over a massive Allen Tower at the center of it. As a bat-themed speedster appears behind them, Iray thinks that they are in big trouble. Max Mercury and Jesse Quick meanwhile find themselves in a desert, spotting a car in the distance. The heroes race towards it and find it's not just any car, but a Flashmobile being driven by a Barry Allen as he outruns some huge trucks and bikers. On Earth Flash 1, Iris West is woken by her husband Barry Allen, who tells her that she is the most beautiful thing in the world. Heading downstairs, Barry learns that Iris is off doing a remote interview for a local food bank, as well as following up on the mayoral race. Barry speeds around the kitchen and gets the family's breakfast sorted before taking off to deal with a problem downtown, telling Iris and the kids that he loves them. As he runs off and changes, Barry tells himself he'd hoped to get some quiet time, but it looks like the bad guys have other ideas. The Flash is soon joined by Kid Flash as they race downtown, with Barry telling Wally that he is to deal with the bystanders and to stay calm. In Central City, Captain Cold makes off with some money he stole from a bank. Wally helps out the frozen people, getting them to safety and unfreezing them with his powers, while Flash takes off after Captain Cold. Flash punches Cold in the face, but the villain freezes the ground around them, causing Flash to slip and fall through a shop window. Captain Cold says that the encounter has left him cold, just like the hero's soon-to-be dead body. The Flash grabs a mirror, using it to redirect Cold's freeze ray back at him and freeze him solid. Kid Flash arrives, asking if Flash is okay, and the hero knows he's better than Captain Cold, wanting this to be a lesson to Kid Flash, telling the boy that everything you put out into the world will always come back at you. The heroes laugh as on a nearby building, Wally and Wallace from Earth Zero watch on, not having any clue as to what's going on, but they are going to get to the bottom of it. Pryor meanwhile begins to remember his past and how he understands anger, and he was so wrapped up in his experiments he didn't see it, and his ego led to the world being erased, but then infinite worlds and infinite people were wiped out and he was forced to watch. Pryor though heard a voice in the dark calling out to him and offering him a second chance to restore their Earths, and to do so, Earth Zero must die, and the Justice League's sacrifice delayed the inevitable, but a new crisis is coming, and he will teleport them to Earth Zero and bring them to their knees. In Titan's Tower, the students try and pull Nightwing through the destroyed corridors. Some want to fight on, but Nightwing awakens, telling Bratgirl that no one will die. Bratgirl says that he got the bomb off of Chupacabra, but it still went off. Lion Mane soon arrives with other animal-themed villains, finding the heroes and grabbing the children, as Nightwing demands they let them go. Hellhound knows that he can barely stand, and he was told to bring them to the new principal. Nightwing kicks Hellhound in the face, racing after the kids as he finds Deathstroke and his secret society have rounded up all of the kids and teachers. Slade tells Nightwing that he is already lost and the next generation is so weak, and one surprise attack crumbled them to dust. He knows that they have needed to learn this lesson for a long time, and he isn't just doing it here, having targeted many of the heroes across the world to make sure no one takes over from the Justice League. Nightwing knows that they have stopped Slade before and they'll do it again, but Slade isn't so sure, bringing out Beast Boy, saying that he was always questioning whether Beast Boy actually had a brain, so he tested it and shot him in the face. Slade knows that he will live, but he'll be scarred for life. Enraged, Nightwing attacks but is beaten down by Prometheus. Dick thinks that Deathstroke is just playing with them, and Slade agrees, knowing that he could just kill them all and no one would care, but if he killed Richard Grayson, the chosen one, they would care. He gives Dick his batons back, telling Black Spider that he wants everyone to watch. Nightwing and Deathstroke engage in battle and are evenly matched until Dick manages to smash Slade in the face, beating him down. Hyena says that if he does that again, he'll gut Bratgirl. Slade tells him not to, knowing Nightwing won the first round, wondering which student he'll choose for round 2. Slade wonders who Nightwing is going to choose from the Titans to fight in the next round, but Dick asks if he was killed, will everyone else be let go? Slade knows that he's always been a trophy to him and he wouldn't waste his time on anyone else, so yes, everyone would go free. Nightwing tells Deathstroke just to get it over with, so Slade fires his gun, but Superman stops the bullet in the nick of time. Nightwing thinks that John has his father's timing, telling him this is a job for Superman. Superman frees Bratgirl as Nightwing evacuates the children, telling Cyborg and Starfire to contact Oracle for backup. Nightwing confronts Deathstroke, telling him round 2 was up, but Slade knows that he was ready for the Super Sun as the Cyborg Superman arrives. Slade tells John that Hank Henshaw has seen the truth and he knows what's best for them. Cyborg Superman grabs Superman, crashing out of the Titan's tower as he tells John to respect his elders. John throws the villain away, telling him that he isn't his father. Hank grabs him with his techno-trendles, knowing that neither is he, but he understands since he pretended to be Superman once before as well. Nightwing meanwhile demands Slade tell him what this is really about, but Slade doesn't think he'll understand since they lost so much. The Darkness soon contacts him, telling Deathstroke not to kill the heroes since Pryor needs them, wanting Slade to bring his Dark Army to him. Slade demands that the voices shut up, telling Dick that orders have just come in, wanting Warp to get the secret society out of there. Warp however wants to finish off and kill the heroes, but Slade demands he leave with the others, wanting Nightwing to spread the word that it's open season on superheroes, and it will be a mercy killing since the survivors will be handed over to the Darkness. Superman meanwhile continues battling Cyborg Superman, being blasted by the villain's heat vision as Hank tells John that Clark was willing to die to save lives, but is John. Superman wants to find out, crashing into the Titan's tower and toppling most of it. In the wreckage, Cyborg finds Superman, stomping on Cyborg Superman's head and deactivating him, sick of him giving Cyborgs a bad name. Superman apologizes for demolishing the school, but Victor knows it's not the first time it's happened, as Nightwing thinks that Clark would be very proud of his son. Upon surveying the wreckage though, John isn't so sure, as Black Adam arrives, telling Superman that he was right and John isn't ready to lead the Justice League. But he was wrong about Nightwing, and while Slade led the attack, the blame of this tragedy falls at Nightwing's feet. Superman wants to know where Black Adam was, since if he's so great, why doesn't he lead the new Justice League and go after Slade? Adam knows that this was his intent, since Deathstroke's forces laid siege to his home and attacks are worldwide, but he has no choice but to agree with Superman, since it's his burden to lead the team and he'll turn them all into protectors. In space, Kyle Rayner helps out the prison guard in the prison he finds himself in, telling him to keep pressure on his wound as he blows his way into the hangar, wondering what he does now. A voice wonders the same thing, prompting Kyle to shoot in its direction, but luckily Joe Mullen blocks the blast as Hal calms Kyle down, telling him that they have just come to rescue him. Hal and Kyle reunite and Joe introduces herself, and Kyle knows all about the best detective in the Corps, wondering how they found him. The trio leave the prison and Hal fills Kyle in on the Justice League being killed by Pariah and his Dark Army. He also reveals that Black Adam was the only survivor, and Wally West and the Flash family are off into the multiverse to find Barry Allen in hopes to fix this, while they themselves find out who started all of this. Kyle appreciates them saving him, but if Pariah took down the entire Justice League, they're going to need more than 3 of them. Hal knows this, revealing that he has gathered the Green Lantern Corps, offering Kyle back his ring and hoping he is ready to report for duty. Elsewhere, John Kent awakens from his parademon-infested nightmares to the shouts of his mother telling him that his father needs him downtown to deal with a robot. John asks where his suit is, but his tired and frustrated mother reminds John that she has washed it and he's the one with the X-ray vision and he'll be late and people will die if he doesn't get moving. John dresses in his suit and leaves as Lois tells him that she will be busy that night so she can't cook, wanting John and Clark to grab something for dinner on their way home and to walk Crypto. John joins his father in battling Brainiac's giant robot, relaying messages to his father, as later, while playing fetch on Mars with Crypto, John talks about being ahead in his homework and wanting to go to Jupiter. His father learns that he has an upcoming test however, so Clark tells him that they can go after his studies and his test. Clark sympathizes with his son but knows Jupiter will still be there on the weekend. John wonders what's past Pluto, but Clark tells him they have been over this before and they won't be doing it again, telling his son they need to go home. A year later, John awakens to a nightmare of Darkseid massacring the people of Durla, hearing them screaming. Lois comforts the boy, telling him that they were only dreams, but Clark says he heard the screams as well, knowing that it happens every so often and he has tried to do his best not to let it hurt him, and there is nothing they can do. John tells his father that he is Superman and he is Superboy, and saving people is what they do. Clark knows that he has tried and almost died doing so, but there is only one of him and there is a whole universe of hate out there. John screams at his father, telling him that people are dying and that's what matters. His heat vision begins to spark up as he tells his father that they are just sitting around listening to people die. Clark leaves, knowing his son is right and he wishes he could do better. John calls for Clark to come back, not understanding why they can't help. He calls for his father to come back, not wanting to be alone, as Clark tells his son that they will talk about it in the morning and it will look better in the morning thanks to the yellow light, since John is a Kent and he will be okay. 1 year later, Superman gets a call from Lois, who tells him that she was told by John that he went to Rann alone. John meanwhile is beaten half to death by Orion, who thinks that they are very much the same and thinks John needs to learn the rough and painful way that father knows best. Orion asks the bloody John what allows him to judge him for his actions, as Superman arrives, smashing Orion away, telling the villain that John is his son. Clark tells his son that they are going home now, but John tells him that they can't since there is a war there and the people are suffering. Angered, Superman tells his son that his actions have just shattered a truce that has lasted years and Darkseid is now deploying his armada of death and Earth will soon face a crisis, so they need to go home and make a stand and defend their own family because no one else will. 1 year later after the war, Clark tells his son that the world is now safe thanks to him, and while he and Lois talked it over and he objected to it, it's time Superboy had his very own flying Kryptonian motorbike. Clark reveals its insane speed, telling his son that it doesn't travel in miles per hour but parsecs per hour, thinking John should give it a try, wanting him to keep it in orbit though for his first time, since he doesn't want him going through an asteroid belt before he knows how to properly use it. He promises to take John through all of the Kryptonian tech in it, as John tells his father he loves it, speeding off as his father reminds him to stay in orbit since they both know what is out there in space, and he will know if he doesn't thanks to his supervision. 1 year later, Clark sits up in bed thinking that he should go and check on his son. Lois reminds him that John asked him not to check on him anymore and he deserves some privacy. Clark hears someone at the door, rushing to it before calling back to Lois that John is hurt and they need her help. Clark helps his bloodied son inside, resting him on the couch. John says that he heard the screams again and he had to help, and Orion was again killing children. Lois tells him that they told him not to go, as Clark assures her that John will be okay and they'll go through this in the morning. Lois, however, says that John isn't Clark and Clark isn't like his son, and this is who John is. A year later, Clark thinks this is a mistake as John, now going by Superman, tells his father that he can't stay on Earth, not while people are in danger out there, so Clark can defend Earth and he will take the rest. He promises he will be back in a month to check in, and if there is actual trouble, he will just use Uncle Jimmy's signal watch to call his father for help. Clark knows that this is Darkseid's universe and there is going to be trouble, and John is counting on it since he's going to be the one making it. Clark wants to hug his son one last time, knowing that he's going off to war, so he gets a hug. Those are the rules. John hugs his father as Clark tells him that he needs to listen to him for once, and he needs to remember that he carries all of his parents' love with him and that will get him through the worst of it, just like how John's love got him through things and still keeps getting him through things. As John takes off for space, Clark and Lois reflect on having a teenager, knowing that it's years of telling them what to do and them ignoring it, and endless fights and emotions going in all directions, and while it's a living hell and all you get is someone who is bigger to worry about, Clark says he won't trade any of that for anything. He stops himself though, telling Lois that he was there and he got to see his son grow into the man he had to be, and he didn't miss anything and he wouldn't trade any of that for anything. Meanwhile, Green Lanterns Jason Todd, Kyle Rayner, and Natasha Irons battle a dark army,
as Eleanor Stewart asks her mother to tell her the story of the Guardian. Shirley tells her daughter that John doesn't like them calling him that, but before he was the Guardian of Earth, and even a Green Lantern, he was a Marine who fought in a war. The Lanterns above Earth continue their battle against the Dark Army, but one manages to stab Kyle, infecting him. Kyle begins to pray for John's help, signaling a green flash below on the Earth's surface as Shirley tells her daughter that something terrible happened to John when he was at war, but the man just prayed for the strength, and then in a flash of light, John became the Green Lantern and a superhero, the Earth's first and greatest hero who, after a battle on Oa, he built the Watchtower and founded a team to protect Earth while he traveled the multiverse. John soon turned in his ring and passed it on, retiring as down on the farm, John continues to build his fence, listening to the story his mother is telling his sister. He tells her to stop since he doesn't like hearing about it, but his mother thinks he's only heard about it since he's just sneaking around. As Eleanor asks about the war, Kyle's message possesses her, telling John that he is needed since they have found her and the Bright Revenant is with the Dark Army. Eleanor returns to normal, acting like nothing happens, which causes the elderly Shirley to disappear inside the house. John follows and is told by her that he told them that when he formed the Watchtower, he wouldn't be needed anymore. John knows that it's nothing to worry about and that the Corps probably just need a hand. Shirley doesn't want her son to talk like she is stupid, knowing he gave her back her daughter she buried at the same age she was when she lost her, and she hasn't aged since she came back, and it's like a miracle. And that definitely has a price to be paid someday, wanting to know the truth, thinking that today is that day. John explains that the army is called the Radiant Dead, and they are the ones who killed the old Guardians, and if they killed the central power battery like they were meant to, there wouldn't be any Green Lantern Corps. Or anything else for that matter. So he took the battery and hid it in the shape of his own sister. He assures his mother that it really is his sister, or his memory of her at least, but now she is more than what she was before. John tells his mother that he will fix this, and the woman hopes that he will come back, and John promises he will, since she will never have to bury either him or his sister ever again. John visits his sister, telling her that he has to go for a bit, hoping that she'll take care of their mother. He hugs her, telling her to practice her reading as he powers up, telling them that when he gets back, he's going to finish building that fence.
John transforms into his guardian form as Eleanor asks her mother why she thinks no one else can do what John does, asking if it's because he's a soldier. Shirley says that some people think it's because of that, but knows John is special because he is a builder and his mind is always pushed against the limits that were set upon him, be it the limitations of time or resources and even three-dimensional space. But now he's not limited anymore. John backs up his lantern army, killing a giant squid monster as Shirley tells her daughter that John has been the guardian since the day he was born, whether any of them like it or not, and there are some threats only he can face. John faces down a giant space baby as Natasha tells him an hour ago they had 2,300 lanterns, but now they have just over 900. John thinks that she should have called him sooner, but Nat knows he's retired. John thinks that it will be okay as John warns him of the baby one getting closer to the battery. Suddenly, chains shoot out of the bright revenant as it awakens, unleashing an army of dark Thanagarians. The beings kill more lanterns as it heads for Earth, but John pursues it. Jason doesn't want him going alone since it will kill him, but John tells him that he's not wrong to be afraid. However, Jason is wrong to let his enemies see it, since they are Green Lanterns and their enemies should fear them. John attacks the Bright Revenant, knowing what it is, how old it is, and how strong he is, and how he killed the greatest heroes and gods of 1,000 other worlds. But this isn't their home. It's his. John plunges his spears into the creature, blowing it up in a bright green light and freeing the other lanterns from its dark control. The lanterns celebrate the Guardian's win as he returns to Earth, continuing to make his friends on his farm. Shirley tells Eleanor, like all other heroes in the old stories, the war is over and now he's doing his works of peace. Eleanor asks if the monsters will come back and try and take her, but Shirley knows that with John Stewart around, they will never be apart again. In a medieval village, a poor woman gives what little she has to Sheriff Malcolm Merlin. He tells his men to take everything the woman has on her property since it belongs to them, when suddenly an arrow pins his money purse to a notice board. Green Arrow and his merry men appear, battling Merlin and his men and easily taking the lesser trained men down. Oliver thinks that Merlin needs to get a better grade of henchmen, meeting one of Malcolm's arrows with his own before tackling the villain down, putting him in a chokehold. Merlin manages to slash Oliver across the cheek with a dagger, fleeing into the forest as Green Arrow knows he can run all he wants, but the forest is his kingdom. Oliver gives chase as a bard watches from a nearby house. Knowing Green Arrow and Merlin are adversaries across worlds and universes, the being wonders if the hero always remains a hero or if there are a myriad of eventualities across all realities. The being thinks that maybe true love is the only constant as Oliver heads deeper into the forest, calling for Merlin to show himself. Oliver soon spots a small yellow canary, following it as it flies through a dense fog, which Oliver breaches and leads him into a giant city unlike any he has ever seen. Oliver thinks that it's magic as a hooded being tries to sneak up on him, but the hero catches their leg, throwing them through a glass window. The being reveals that they are a blonde woman whom Oliver really wants to get to know as she kicks him in the stomach, telling him that she doesn't like strangers in her city. The two come to fight each other, but then the woman tells him that she feels like she knows him, something Oliver feels as well. She thinks it's not possible as first a giant forest appears at her city's doorstep, and then the archer she thinks she knows shows up, but Oliver doesn't know anything more than she does, finding the city rather depressing. The woman thinks that he should see more of the city, wanting to show him as the bard from before knows that the queen has found his own queen now, but not all is well in their kingdom as a new player has arrived, one who crawls from a dark fissure in the ground to stop Oliver. Oliver follows the woman into a club, learning her name is Dinah Lance, but most people call her the Black Canary. Oliver asks her again if they have met, but Dinah knows that she would remember, yet he does seem familiar. They share a drink, then almost kiss when the Canary Club is blown up. A being who looks exactly like Oliver appears, calling for the death of the Queen, as Oliver thinks that the man is actually him. The evil Oliver fires an arrow at the heroes, which explodes over them, but they dive out of the way to safety. Green Arrow shoots at the doppelganger, but he takes no notice of the wound, telling Oliver he shouldn't have left the island since he doesn't belong in the city. Oliver realizes that this is a version of himself who never left the island he became shipwrecked on, telling Dinah he is some alternate version of himself. Dinah blows the man away with her canary cry, shocking Oliver who wants to know more, but Dinah says that she'll tell him after they commit some regicide, making Oliver think that they should call this doppelganger Oliver Reggie, knowing calling him Oliver will just get confusing. Reggie suddenly attacks Oliver with a knife, calling the hero weak, and he is to die because the outside world has corrupted him and he is not who they are meant to be, and the woman he is with isn't who they are meant to be with. Diana kicks Reggie in the face with her steel-toed boots, but Reggie grabs her, putting a knife to her throat, intending on muting her scream forever. Oliver tackles the villain down, but the sharp knife slips and stabs Oliver in the chest. Reggie goes to kill Oliver, proclaiming that he is not meant to be and these worlds were never meant to meet. Diana, now with Reggie's bow, tells Oliver to duck as she fires an explosive arrow at Reggie, exploding him and killing him once and for all. Oliver wonders if he survived, knowing if they don't see a body it could lead to some complications. Diana wonders what the villain meant by Oliver not belonging there with her, but Oliver thinks that he was wrong, since there is no world where they don't belong together. Oliver kisses Diana as the bard, revealed to be an older Oliver, knows that they will always find each other through a myriad of realities, and if they are meant to be together, they will find a way. During the Battle of the Dark Army, Oliver Queen dies after following Black Canary into battle, but from his death, Pryor builds two new universes, Earth Canary 1 and Earth Green Arrow 1. On his Earth, Oliver is found by Diggle in the Arrow Cave, having spent the entire night searching for a woman he sees in his dream, even building a machine to recreate the images of the woman he sees. But no one on the Earth matches her, yet he still thinks she is out there, maybe in another universe. Officer Diana Lance, meanwhile, is told by Commissioner Gordon she is late to her Birds of Prey meeting, but Diana is well aware of the protocols, explaining that she's been having the nightmares again. The nightmares where she loses everything to some unstoppable doomsday creature. Oliver meanwhile shows Diggle a ship he's built called the Shift Ship, which will transport him from one universe to another by navigating what he calls the Bleed. Diggle thinks that it's an arrow rocket, but Oliver explains that it's just shaped like one since branding is important. Diggle tries to get him to stay and fight crime on his world, but Oliver knows that he must follow his heart and find the woman of his dreams. Diana raids a building, finding Barbara Gordon waiting for her. She wonders if she's under arrest as Oliver activates the countdown to his rocket. Commissioner Gordon explains that Oracle has calculated the more Diana has her dreams of this doomsday, the more likely it's meant to happen, causing their world to end. Diana asks if she's being arrested for what might happen, reminding her friend that she told her this would happen if Barbara built the Oracle AI. Barbara knows that things change and she can do this the easy way or the hard way, but Diana knows that Barbara knows that she will always choose the hard way. Oliver's rocket takes him into the Bleed as Diana evades Barbara's hail of bullets, escaping into the city as Oliver's ship appears above in the sky. Oliver spots Diana, knowing her to be his bullseye, but suddenly the world is ripped apart by Pryor, who says a countless number of their worlds end like this, with the two meeting and the worlds ending, asking Diana what it is about them that keeps their realities from holding together. He thinks that he should just give Oliver's life up and let him die for good, but Diana knows that if he is insistent on the insanity of his worlds, then she has another way, explaining that Oliver will find her no matter where she goes, so Pryor should just build a world for them both together. Pryor understands now, knowing while the other League members merely fought alongside their comrades and partners, Oliver and Diana have a special bond and fight together as much more. He decides to make their cage of true love, combining both of their worlds so the couple can live and love in peace. Meanwhile, on Earth Batman 1, which has been ravaged by a psychic virus. In the Madlands lives the Sanctuary of Gotham, the last city on Earth, which is overseen by Mr. Wax, better known as the Architect, the man who runs everything in Gotham with the precision of a scalpel. The Architect is told that there is an incident during the downtime, but the man knows they mean during the night. His assistants Jason and Barbara boot up a review engram as Wax knows at night the city grinds to a halt and the delirium of the Madlands invades the lower levels. Wax asks about the audio, but his people tell him the audio files were corrupted by something and they captured none, as he watches the night attack some masked men moving an object. The caped being takes down the men, calling for someone to come out and face him as a smaller masked man rushes the being, his bayonet breaking against the clockwork armor of the knight, as he rips the man's mask off to reveal Oswald Cobblepot, who is shocked the knight knows him. Oswald says he was hired to move the tech as the knight says that he's hunted Oswald for many years, wanting to know about Martha and Thomas Wayne's death, believing that Oswald killed them. Oswald is shocked to learn that the man is the son of the Waynes, thinking that it makes perfect sense, but he didn't kill them and the being doesn't even know what he is, calling the knight a half-man. Oswald begins to be overcome with something and the knight tells him to fight it and stay calm, but it's too too late as the now deranged Oswald headbutts him, smashing his head apart on the knight's cowl and killing him. Wax wishes he could hear what the men were saying as his people tell him that Oswald's body was dumped at the morgue by the Redbreasts that morning. Wax finds them the problem since it's always a constant barrage of grimdark crap like the Redbreasts, understanding it's about striking fear into the hearts of criminals, but the knight just can't leave one alive just so the medical professionals can do their job for once. Jason thinks that people like it, but Wax knows that it's not about popularity since they never worried about the sneer deniers' approvals at the beginning. He reminds them that the plague of madness broke the minds of everyone, asking how they fight something like that with popularity. He knows that while he can barely remember how it all worked, they got it done and their machine has secured them a small piece of sanity. Jason reminds Mr. Wax that he was the only one who saved them and no one else helped him, but Barb tells him to stop since a guy who wears a white mask isn't comfortable with praise. Jason thinks that Wax's mask tests well with people, but Wax says he wears it since at the end of the day he wants to be able to go and get a beer without anyone treating him differently. He tells his assistants that he's just a builder as suddenly the knight smashes through the window, kidnapping him. Wax later awakens, telling the knight he's gone too far this time as he notices Knight's machine. Knight says he took it from Penguin and it's an etheric machine with psychic detectors that he took from Penguin. He tells Wax that he thought that he solved an old crime, but now he's unsure, so he used the machine to scan his brain and he found anomalies. So he then scanned the city using the same patterns, finding one match: Mr. Wax. He rips Wax's mask off as he reveals his own face, revealing that they are both Bruce Wayne. Knight suspects that one of them is a counterfeit, so he begins comparing the story of their childhoods, finding everything is the same until after the plague. Wax reveals that the name Wayne reminded him of to wane, as in fade out, and the Knight knows that that's why he chose Wax, since it can mean increase, finding it rather juvenile wordplay. They both know that with the divergence in their lives, one of them became soul-fated to build both wealth and intelligence, but also charm and hope, in a bid to galvanize the people together, while the other was doomed for darkness and gravitated towards pain, choosing to become a myth. Wax thinks that Knight is a black hole, and whoever copied him to create Knight left out his humanity. The zombified Redbreasts return to their master, who explains to Wax that they are his listeners and watchers in the city. Wax notices that they are sneer-touched, and Knight reveals that he put them through a simple operation that cures the madness, but leaves them very pliable and useful for his missions. Knight thinks that Wax isn't the only one who fixes things, as Wax finds what he does horrible. Knight gets back to work, revealing that he's tracking a signal of someone who was hacking city computers and manipulating dreams, along with triggering the sneer-touched in Oswald. He finds the signal's location unexpected as the Waynes head out into the Madlands inside the Knight's car. Knight is curious why Wax never wondered who killed his parents, but Wax thinks that it wouldn't make a difference and it's better to improve the world than fixate on a guy with a gun, and someone had to fix the madness. Knight thinks that you can't and you have to destroy it, since only a child thinks that turning the world into clockwork will help. He knows that Gotham is a lie and the Madlands is what it's real, and only a half-wit would think that that is curable. Wax says that helping people makes him happy, asking if the Knight ever knows what that feels like, but he doesn't respond. However, he tells Wax to mask up as they arrive at Arkham. The duo are immediately attacked by a giant sneer-touched man who is chained to the wall. The heroes wonder who is using the sneer-touched as guard dogs as they enter the building. Knight knows that it'll be the mastermind behind it all and the freak who murdered his parents. Inside, however, they are greeted by Alfred Pennyworth, who welcomes them into the asylum, revealing that he never left the city after the Wayne's death like they all thought. He becomes teary-eyed seeing the men, knowing it happens every time, making Wax wonder what he means, as Alfred reveals that this is the lab of Jonathan Crane, who experimented on his own patients until they brought him inmate 3141, a nameless drifter whose unique physique overloaded his machine and atomized Crane, allowing this being to escape and infect the world with a psychic virus. Alfred reveals that Gotham and Bruce survived, and Bruce used Crane's tech along with the notes of Maxie Zeus, Jervis Tech, and Victor Freeze to build a paradise. Alfred knew that Bruce found that he would never succeed in his plan unless he was altered, since there was so much conflict within him thanks to his genius and drives and savior and destroyer feelings, so he cut them in two, turning himself into two separate Bruce Waynes, one representing his hope and light and the other his his rage and darkness. Wax asks which one of them is the fake though, but Alfred knows that neither are, and they are both perfect copies, and he preserved the work that Bruce was doing thanks to his love for Bruce. The Knight doesn't think Wax, a shallow fool, was ever part of him, and the guilt and chaos eats away at him, so whoever's perfect world this is, the Knight is not part of it. Alfred thinks that he is wrong, since the original Bruce freed Knight to be the monster and wallow in his pain, since he understood for the darker half, that was his happiness. Alfred quickly activates his machines, knowing the Bruces cannot know this secret and cannot leave with it. He apologizes for what he has to do, erasing the memories of the men and uploading new criminal evidence to their mind, revealing that this is the 53rd time he's done this, and they always find their way back. Alfred gets ready to unfreeze another nemesis as the unconscious Bruces are taken back to the city, where Mr. Wax returns to his work as the architect of Gotham, overlooking a bright city, as in the lower, darker levels, the Knight hunts Victor Zsasz, thinking that he is the one who killed Martha and Thomas Wayne, repeating the cycle all over again. Meanwhile, a golden armored-clad Wonder Woman flies over Washington DC to attend the inauguration of her friend Etta Candy, apologizing for being late since there was a bomb scare at the Sydney Opera House in Australia. Etta thinks that she's right on time, assuming that she is there for the book that she was sworn into office with, since Hippolyta would want it back on the island. Diana says she's actually there to celebrate with her friend, but yes, her mother does want the book back. Etta hands it over, knowing that it didn't seem right to swear on anything else since the Amazonians are the pinnacle of leadership in their world. Diana hugs her friend and reveals that she has a gift for her as well, but it's for her alone, telling Etta that that night they'll both slip out of the security of the White House and of man's world and into some true security of the Amazons. Later on, Diana takes Etta to the Triad of the Amazons, the capital of their people, as Etta says that her office limits how she can help officially, but she'll do whatever she can to help them. But Diana says that this was a gift to Etta and they are there to honor her and give thanks, not to ask for favors. Artemis rushes up to Diana, bowling her over with an enthusiastic hug and telling Diana that everyone is waiting. Etta goes to meet with Hippolyta and everyone else, who have gathered to congratulate her on her presidency by making her an honorary Amazon. At the after party, Cheetah comes to see Diana and Etta, more than happy to be there since as the last honorable Amazon, it felt important to celebrate Etta's role now. Etta thinks that she has to go home since the Secret Service aren't fond of Diana and they'll be looking for her, but Diana reveals that the Wardens of Kronos have extended the night so they can stay and drink and be merry. Diana knows that thanks to Etta's new role as the president, some of the world's most potent power is in the hands of one of their sisters. The next morning, Diana races Jumper along the beach to a new tower that Hippolyta has been constructing. Diana returns the book to her mother, wondering what her mother is making in the new tower, but Hippolyta says that it's just some of her beloved arts and she's designing a new statue. Diana spots Bea the Seer, wondering why she is there during the making of a statue, and Diana wishes to see her talent at work, but Hippolyta sternly denies her this, which worries Diana since the Amazons are not to keep any secrets from one another. Hippolyta knows her daughter's words are true, knowing her daughter is wise, but Diana leaps into the air to get a look at what the statue is, finding it's not a statue at all, but a giant missile. Diana confronts her mother, who disregards her complaints as she draws her sword, demanding her daughter face her. Diana dives into the missile's pit as Hippolyta tells her guards to chase her and not let her touch the bottom. Hippolyta says that the woman doesn't know what she seeks, but Wonder Woman seeks the truth, seeing a flash of a nuclear explosion as her mother reaches out for her hand, prompting Diana to see another flash, this time of Dr. Psycho. Wonder Woman falls into a thick black sludge at the bottom of the missile silo as Hippolyta screams at her guards, telling them they had one job, and it was to not let Diana ever touch the Well of Souls. Diana meanwhile finds herself in the well, lighting the area with her sword glint as she realizes that the well is empty, knowing it seems unfamiliar when it should be familiar to her. She soon comes across a chained up Dr. Psycho, demanding to know why he is there, otherwise she'll cut his throat. Psycho gives her his hand and Diana uses her lasso to find out that America didn't always have the Amazons and they were annoying, never leaving them in peace to kill one another, but the Amazonians stopped man from blowing each other up, and after much death and destruction, the Amazons found Psycho, taking him prisoner since Gaia demanded a sacrifice to help heal her. her. Diana is shocked that she couldn't have known any of this as Hippolyta and Nubia arrive, telling her that she triggered something she shouldn't have. Diana asks how they could have done this, but Nubia demands to know how she could blame Hippolyta for the cruel truth that they all know. Diana has no idea what she means, as it's revealed that Diana made the deal with Gaia to save man's world, and that Psycho would suffer every day thanks to Gaia drinking his blood and using it to heal the world, and it was Diana who gave up the Well of Souls so that Gaia would heal the earth properly. Hippolyta says that their magic made sure that Diana would not remember any of it, but her relationship to the truth and fighting for it is just too strong. The island soon begins to rumble as Hippolyta says that she made a missile so she could be prepared, since Baia knew Diana would find out the truth one day and it would crumble everything they have built, so she made them a way out. Diana asks what will become of Etta, but her mother says that she is of man's world and wields their power. Wonder Woman refuses to believe that, since all her sisters are their own and they are all Amazons, and she wouldn't leave Etta behind. The giant rocket takes off into the sky as Nubia tells Diana to leave Psycho for Gaia to consume, since it's time they leave the planet to men who destroyed it, and they will find a new home, and in time they will return to liberate and heal the world. Diana refuses to leave, diving from the rocket with Dr. Psycho. Diana demands he tell her why she decided to abandon her people for man's world, but Psycho says that he didn't lie and it's who Wonder Woman is, and who is Wonder Woman if she is not a wonder to those around her, and it's no wonder that she craves a world like this, since only she is willing to save it. Diana knows that she would never crave a world like this, demanding he speak the truth, but Psycho asks what are Wonder Woman's desires, since she will always choose man's world, no matter how indefensible they become, and it's all thanks to mankind seeing her as a god forever, and that's what Diana really wants. Diana punches him down, thinking it's just another of his foolish mind games, as she says she desires more than anything else that people like Psycho are wrong, and this is why she chooses the world of man and the world of woman, all thanks to women like Etta. Psycho is confused as to why Diana isn't going to let him go, so Diana says that she is going to save the world, and it looks like Psycho works for her now, demanding he go and make it his duty to become a better man, since this is the justice that she wants for the world. Out in the multiverse, a Barry Allen talks about how 10 years ago the Fraction arrived and destroyed his world, but he has a plan to save it. Barry speeds through the desert in his Mustang, pursued by trucks and ATVs as he heads towards a giant spire in the desert. He pulls the pin on a grenade, throwing it at one of the bikers who gets too close, blowing him up as Max Mercury and Jesse Quick catch up, thinking it's time they slow everyone down a little bit before anyone else gets hurt. Jesse slides under the truck and deals with a carload of thugs as Max deals with the bikers. Jesse takes out the driver of the giant truck, but out in front of them, Barry has gotten out of his car, grabbing an RPG from the trunk and firing it at the truck, knowing Terramongus won't stop him. Max, however, redirects the missile in super speed as Jesse brings the truck to a stop. The speedsters introduce themselves to this world's Flash, saying that they are looking for their friend Barry. Barry says he's never heard of these two before, making the heroes realize they're on the wrong Earth and this isn't their Barry Allen. Flash tells them to get going fast as Terramongus soon arrives, blasting apart the truck with rockets from her own truck. Jesse hopes that the other teams are having better luck, as elsewhere, Jai and Iray try and get the multiversal transporter watch to work properly, as a being demands to know why they are in his city. Iray apologizes since they are looking for her uncle, but Jai tells her not to talk, just run. Iray speeds them out of the area as the Night Flash believes them to be henchmen of Knives, and that's where their speed powers come from, knowing the villain can make as many of the henchmen as he wants, but he'll still run them out of the city. Night Flash goes after the kids, almost grabbing Jai with his claws, but the boy punches the being away with his super strength, allowing them to escape. Despite escaping the speedster, Iray finds that she has lost the wrist device. They hear a sonic boom as Night Flash comes down the alley, but someone waves them down, telling them to get inside. The kids race inside with the being as Night Flash comes by the alley, knowing that the kids won't hide from him in his city, since it is his city and he knows it better than anyone else. On Earth Flash 1, Wally and Wallace watch Kid Flash and Flash from a nearby building as Captain Cold is arrested by the police. Wally thinks that this is their Earth's Barry, knowing that he even looks the same and he's not as young as he looked when he was a kid. Instead, he looks just like present day Barry. Wally wants to go and find out, planning on tailing Barry while Wallace tails the younger Wally and see if they can talk with him. Wally warns him not to do anything, and if anything weird happens, he is to tap the wrist device and get out of there, since he would hate to have to break in another babysitter for the kids. Wallace speeds off as Barry meanwhile thinks about getting flowers for Iris before heading home, thinking about how he wants to have a barbecue with Jay. Suddenly, Reverse Flash appears before Flash, but in reality it's just Wally, who asks Barry if they can talk. Flash continues to see Wally as Reverse Flash, pummeling the supposed villain into the wall. Wally tries to get him to stop, phasing himself back through the wall and then blowing it up in Barry's face. He tells Barry that he is there to talk, but Barry thinks Eobard has gotten to the kids and Iris. Flash throws rubble at Wally, but the hero grabs Barry, telling him that he is Wally West. The illusion begins to fade and Barry sees Reverse Flash become the real Wally West, but he thinks this is just another one of Thorne's sick tricks, beating the villain down and telling him he's letting him done torture him and he'll never harm his family again. Wallace meanwhile finds Wally's home, thinking it's just as he remembered it, seeing Aunt Mary welcome Wally home. He thinks about the woman's brownies as Wally appears behind him, telling his cousin they've been waiting for him. Wallace wants to know what happened to Wally's Flash suit, but Wally says he's been retired for a number of years now, and besides, who needs a Flash when Burst has the Western Hemisphere locked down? Wallace suddenly finds himself changed into his silver and red Burst costume, wondering what's going on. Wally says that he's just in time for dinner, inviting the boy inside and telling him that everyone is waiting for him. Wallace goes inside and sits down for dinner, remembering this is just right and exactly how it's supposed to be, thinking that now that he is there with his friends and family, he is finally home. Earth-Zero meanwhile spirals into chaos thanks to the Justice League being dead,
but also thanks to the Titan's Tower being destroyed by Deathstroke and the Secret Society of Supervillains, with Slade spreading his message that he'll kill anyone who tries to be a hero. The message makes people hang up their capes and go and be with their families, while others still have hope. Donna Troy, however, feels guilty she didn't do enough as she sits with Nightwing in Beast Boy's hospital room, learning from Mr. Terrific that while Garfield will heal, there is trauma from the attack that did more damage than the bullet did. Donna knows they've been attacked before by Slade, but something about this felt different and Slade wanted them to suffer and he wanted their spirit broken this time. She tells Yellows that Nightwing hasn't left Garfield's side since they brought him in, as Starfire knows that had Superman been 1 second late, they would have been building a Nightwing statue outside of the Hall of Justice. Duke knows the heroes can't stay for long since every C and D list villain out there is shooting their shot, and whatever Deathstroke told them, they are acting like there is no tomorrow. Jason promises Roy they'll find his daughter Liana, as Cassandra knows that Young Justice is also missing, with Red Tornado taking Cassie to try and find them. Starfire learns that Damian has joined John's team, but Cyborg knows it's not actually Superman's team, it's Black Adam's, as elsewhere, Adam watches over the Justice League team as they combat the many threats around the world, telling them the League's shadow is so big that the heroes are lost in it, which is why Deathstroke is winning. Adam knows the attacks won't stop until Deathstroke has killed them all, and he reveals that he has caught Count Vertigo, telling the heroes that the villains will win since they can't do what must be done. Batman and Supergirl try and find out why he is doing this, but Dr. Light knows they should interrogate Vertigo for any information. Damian doesn't think they need to, since right now Slade is acting like a general and it's far from the first time he's manipulated people to do his bidding, and his entire army are just tools to him. Damian knows that the real attacks will come soon, and so far all the other villains have just been cannon fodder, and Slade doesn't care since he knows the heroes won't kill them. Black Adam knows that's why they need to do this, wanting to hang Vertigo's dead corpse from the Hall of Justice as a warning. Superman demands he stop, flaring up his heat vision as Aqualad tries to calm him down, wanting to talk out their next move, and Dr. Light suggests they go and make sure their families are protected, since she wouldn't put it past Slade to go after them. Blue Beetle wonders if fights like this always happen, wondering why they aren't just helping people and saving lives. He knows that Hal and Wally will find the Justice League, but Black Adam screams at him, saying that there is no Justice League and none of them saw what he saw. He knows killing Vertigo is what has to happen since they are at war and they cannot wait for their parents to come and take care of them. Superman gives him one last warning as Vertigo pleads for his life. Yara Flor soon arrives, using her lasso to restrain Black Adam, telling him he's acting like a child. Adam confronts her, but Yara doesn't even know who he is, causing Adam to storm off in a fit of rage. Supergirl agrees to take Vertigo down to the prison, and then she's going to find Lois and the Kents and get them to a safe location. Aqualad leaves for Atlantis as Ted Kord laments how his Justice League used to laugh a lot more. The heroes head out as Yara tells Superman that after what happened at Titan's Tower, she wanted to help, so she'll join his so-called Justice League. Robin says
says there isn't a league, and Black Adam is right, remembering how Alfred would always have some sort of idiom for a time like this, something like it's always darkest just before the dawn, but they haven't even reached the darkness yet, and when they do, they won't be ready. Superman tells his friend that they need hope, and that is what the Justice League does, they bring hope, but Damian thinks that that's why they died. The argument is interrupted by Alan Scott, who says if there is no Justice League, how about a Justice Society, with him and the rest of the JSA wanting to help out, if the young heroes will have some old timers. Deathstroke meanwhile is contacted by the Great Darkness, who tells him to create a crisis as Slade tries to get the voice out of his head. His team soon arrives, saying that they caught Ravager trying to sneak into the facility. Rose thought that her father was dead, wishing that he would just kill himself and save them the trouble, as Slade wants to know where Adeline, Wintergreen and Joseph are, but Rose won't tell him anything, knowing that her father was always broken, but this is a new low. Slade thinks that everything they've seen is a mistake, making Rose think all of this is because of Respawn being killed, knowing that he barely knew the boy and this is him just taking responsibility for his actions. Slade tells her that's exactly what he's doing, and he'll cut off any hand who tries to reach for the torch dropped by the Justice League when they died. He tells Rose that he wants her and him to be together and be part of something bigger. Rose kicks her father down as Prometheus and the others come and restrain her. Slade is glad that they are all there as he vomits up a black goo, which infects everyone in the room, bringing them under the control of the Great Darkness. On the planet Riot in Sector 666, the Green Lantern Corps assemble, with Guy asking why the lanterns were brought out there. Hal said that Black Adam told him that Necron was part of Pariah's Dark Army, and the Guardians always suspected he was connected to something bigger, and the giant Black Lantern power battery in front of them is proof of that. Hal thinks that this will lead them directly to Pariah, wanting to go in alone, but Hal is told by Kyle that he's definitely not going alone, and he and Joe will go with him, leaving the others to stand guard. Hal tells him that if they aren't back in 24 hours, they need to destroy the Black Lantern as well as whatever comes out of it if it's not them. The three lanterns touch the oily surface of the lantern, sucked into it as a voice says he had hoped it would be them. The lantern takes them to Pariah, who thought that the great Hal Jordan would understand what he's doing. Hal asks where the League are, learning that they are now all Earths, which they can rebuild the multiverse from. The villain wants Hal to remember the lengths he went to get Coast City back, but Hal knows that wasn't really him, it was Parallax, but Pariah thinks he still got what he wanted, all with the wave of his hand. The villain proclaims a new crisis will put him and his army on Earth Zero, where he can use the rest of the world's heroes to restore what was lost, and the Great Darkness would rather erase everything and return it to nothing, but if he keeps it under his control, he can keep its power. Hal knows that he's clearly being controlled by the Darkness, sending out constructs of the League to combat Pariah. Pariah easily blows through the constructs, calling Hal's world broken, and that from the Darkness a new multiverse will be reborn. Joe and Kyle join the battle as Hal races towards the Earth with the Green Lantern symbol on it. Pariah is angered that Hal dare touch his worlds, as Hal realizes that the Great Darkness is not using the League to restore the multiverse, it's turning them into weapons. Hal is suddenly obliterated in a bright light but reappears back in his civilian clothes, noticing his ring is now gone. He finds himself in an Emerald City covered in Green Lantern symbols, when he is suddenly attacked by some other Green Lanterns, who say he's not welcome in Sector John Stewart. Black Adam meanwhile heads to a swamp, telling those that are there that the heroes don't understand since they didn't see what he saw and the Justice League are never returning. Adam thought that he could push the heroes to do what is needed, but they are too concerned with hope. But he believes it's time for Doom, as he meets with the Legion of Doom, and Lex Luthor thinks that this sounds like a job for him. Linda Park, meanwhile, tells Mr. Terrific that they need to help her kids, but the man thinks it's too dangerous for her to go into the multiverse. Linda doesn't care for his excuses, knowing that if he had a child out there, he would not sit back and do nothing because it's dangerous. Michael relents, giving her one of the bracelets and opening a portal to the multiverse, hoping heaven will help anyone who stands in Linda Park West's way. Iray and Jai, meanwhile, are rescued by another child, who is surprised they don't know about Night Flash. Jai thinks that they must be in the wrong universe and this isn't their Uncle Barry, as the kid has no idea what they mean, so Iray explains that they are from another Earth and the only way they can get back home is the wrist device she dropped a few blocks back in the alley. The boy thinks a world without Night Flash sounds like heaven, but they can't go outside because it's too dangerous. Iray tells him that they are superheroes and they're not afraid of Night Flash. Jai thinks that the boy knows all about the being, so he reveals how Night Flash's father was the scientist Henry Allen, and he developed a serum for rapid regenerative healing, and a famous crime boss decided that he would take the formula for himself, but Henry would rather die than give up the formula. So the crime boss killed his wife Nora and almost killed his son Barry, except lightning hit the lab before he could kill him, spilling the chemicals everywhere and blowing up the lab. Firefighters responding to the event thought that everyone had died, but after being brought to the morgue, Barry woke up, gaining incredible super speed, which he used to become the world's protector, Night Flash. The boy thinks he's more of a dictator though, and they are all prisoners to him. Iroh thinks that she can stop the villain, but Jai reminds her that they need to get home. She tells her brother that this is one of their chances to prove to their father that they can be heroes. So Jai relents as the boy knows exactly where Night Flash will be. Elsewhere, the Wasteland Flash reveals to Max Mercury and Jesse Quick that he is being hunted thanks to having the Pearl, the last piece of magic left in the world before the Fraction took it all, and he must take it to the site where the Fraction all begun, but he won't get close with the Marauders and Terramungus on his tail. The heroes know that they can deal with them, facing the oncoming gang, as Max finds it nice to know that Barry Allen is a hero no matter the world, but Jesse wonders what their own alternate universe selves are like. Max knows that Jesse is one of a kind, as on Earth Flash 1, Wallace is shown around the strange place by Wally, who hopes that he doesn't forget his wedding day since even Wallace's father was there. Barry meanwhile continues to beat Wally to death, thinking that he is Reverse Flash. Wally reminds Barry that he said he could never forget him and he has to remember everything. Wallace tells the world's Wally that his father is dead, but Wally says that he's alive and well as there is a knock at the door. Barry tells the beaten Wally that he is done with him, but before he can kill his friend, Linda arrives, hitting him in the face. Barry is confused, thinking that he knows who she is, as Linda grabs him, saying that he does since he's part of their family, and while she doesn't really know what is happening, Iris needs him, and her kids are missing and the Justice League are dead, so he needs to snap out of it since she is sick of losing people she loves. Barry's days fades and he begins to remember who he is and how Pryor put him in this world, helping Wally up and apologizing for almost killing him. Wally is just glad that he's okay, filling Barry in on what Black Adam told him about the League dying in front of him. Barry thinks that from the description, they didn't disintegrate like Adam thinks, but were imprisoned like he was. Wally wants him to focus on getting back home first, but Barry refuses, knowing that Pryor has something big brewing and they are going to need the League to help stop him, so he's going to go and find them. Wally thinks that the world needs him, but Barry reminds him that it needs Wally West since he is the Flash now, so he will go and save the League while Wally saves the world. Wally agrees, calling for Linda, who wonders where Wallace has gotten to. Iray and Jai meanwhile follow the boy down an alley and Jai finds himself slightly paranoid about all of this. The boy soon senses Night Flash, who speeds into the alley, but the kids confront him. Jai is thrown into a fire escape as Iray uses her super speed to deliver a flurry of blows to the villain. The boy demands that they kill him quick, but the kids know they don't do that sort of thing. Night Flash says that he doesn't want to hurt the kids, smashing them into some nearby trash as he demands the child tell him how he turned the children into mindless slaves of his. The purple-suited child unsheathes some glowing knives, saying that the kids are just pawns in his game and maybe they wore the speedster down enough for him to finally kill him. As the boy comes for Night Flash, Jay Garrick speeds in, grabbing the speedster and demanding that he stop hurting the kids. Iray and Jai reunite with their grandfather, telling him to stop since Night Flash doesn't seem to be the bad guy, and it was the kid all along. The grinning child says that he's overstayed his welcome, disappearing in a flash of purple lightning. Iray is confused as to why Night Flash said that the kid wasn't a kid, so the hero reveals that he was Knives Maroney, the worst criminal boss in the city who begun to age backwards after the accident, and he's been fighting with the hero for over 20 years, and the hero knows that as long as Maroney is alive, Night Flash will continue to stop his nefarious schemes. Baroni meanwhile finds Iray's multiversal wristwatch, knowing a world without Night Flash sounds interesting. Iray and Jai meanwhile apologize for fighting Night Flash, but the hero tells them that they thought that they were doing the right thing, and that's what matters, apologizing to them since he thought that they worked for Maroni. He shakes Jay's hand as the man tells him that he wishes he could help take down Knives, but they have their own problems on their own Earth. Night Flash bids them farewell, knowing that they will meet again as the Flash family speed off into the multiverse. Max and Jesse meanwhile continue to brawl in the desert with the Marauders, tying them all up as Barry makes it into the spire, getting out the pearl and telling Iris that he'll see her soon as he smashes it on the ground. Terramungus meanwhile continues to rant about ripping Barry's entrails out as the spire explodes, toppling onto her as Barry is rescued by Max and Jesse, asking if the man is okay. Barry knows that for the first time in a while he is, as he shows them the bright beam shooting into the sky. Jesse tells Max that they didn't find their Barry, but saving another world is not bad for a day's work. Wallace meanwhile is confronted by his father as the other members of the Flash family also arrive, their eyes now hollowed out black holes as they tell the boy he is finally home. Wally and Barry soon arrive, telling him that the planet isn't too happy with them being on the move as the realm begins to fall apart, turning from the idyllic suburbs into a desert wasteland. The family come for Wallace as he joins Linda, Wally and Barry, speeding into the multiversal portal and into the Speed Force. Linda tells her husband to move his tail, speeding off in front of him as they head into the Speed Force, where Wally asks Barry what he is to tell Iris, so Barry tells him to tell her that he loves her and he'll be home as soon as he can. He finds himself proud of the Wallies, telling them to keep everyone safe as he speeds off to go and save the Justice League. Linda hopes that he knows a good florist since Iris deserves all of the flowers in the world. The family reunite back on Earth Zero in Mr. Terrific's lab, telling the others that Barry has gone off to rescue the League since they aren't dead and Barry is the only one who can reach them. Jesse asks if they are to wait for the League's return, but Wally says that they've never waited for anything in their lives since they're going to do what the Flash family do best, and they're going to save the world. Hal Jordan meanwhile confronts the Lanterns of New Earth Sector John Stewart.
The Lanterns think him to be Parallax, a name Hal hates, as he tells Kyle Rayner that he isn't real, he's just a construct like everything else in this world. He asks if they think they have a stronger willpower than the real deal, as Hal is smashed into the ground by a hammer construct, told by Jason Todd that he is brave to face the darkness without his ring. The Flash arrives, telling the Lanterns that Hal is both brave and bold as he knocks the Lanterns down. He tells Hal that his pilot's jacket really makes him stick out like a sore thumb as the friends reunite, and Barry explains that Wally found him in the multiverse. They begin sharing what they know about Pryor and how he has trapped the Justice League. Barry says that he raced to each of the worlds the League are trapped on, studying them since each of the members have always been a nexus in the multiverse, and Pryor has trapped them in worlds they wouldn't want to leave, so he could harness their energy to power something really explosive. Barry thinks that someone out there could help them, but Hal needs to help him snap the person out of Pryor's control, and that means traveling to their world. Hal knows that Flash needs to carry him now, so Flash grabs him and races off into the multiverse. On Earth Zero, the Justice League continue to do what they do best and save people with the help of the JSA. Later, Mr. Terrific explains that for years they have tried to understand the order of the multiverse and the level of manipulation it's undergone, and after the Batman Who Laughs and Perpetua, the multiverse was restored again, but the damage wasn't evident until after the Justice League died, when dark energy began revealing itself in a pattern they cannot properly identify yet. However, Michael thinks that it's connected to Deathstroke's attacks. Donna tells them that Slade has been missing for 24 hours now and hasn't resurfaced, but Wildcat thinks that's because the JSA are there now, and they have him on the ropes. Superman doesn't want to underestimate Slade, and Cyborg agrees, but Slade is just the beginning since the Dark Army that killed the Justice League could be on their way to Earth Zero right now. Mr. Terrific can't believe he's thinking it, but the smart thing for them to do right now is to hope for the best and plan for the worst. Nightwing meanwhile continues to stay by Beast Boy's bedside, told by Alan Scott that him feeling sorry for himself isn't helping him or Garfield, and if they don't do anything, Beast Boy won't have a world to wake up to. Dick thinks that Garfield thinks he's dead, so that's why he isn't waking up, and the trauma of Deathstroke's attack was too much for him, and even for everyone else. He thinks that he failed his friend, but Alan tells him the story about how he saw the Flying Graysons before Dick was even born, finding them amazing and fearless, and while Gotham was a rough town, Dick's parents still performed regardless and had everyone's eyes on them, just like Dick does now. Nightwing tells Green Lantern to use his ring to lead them out of the darkness and create a new league or Justice Society to save the multiverse. Alan, however, knows that they don't need a fancy title or team name, and while Justice League and Justice Society have their meanings, Dick doesn't need them to be a hero. He knows that Superman has gathered some great heroes, and he can see experienced heroes mixed in with new ones who just want to help out, and they want to show that they can carry on the legacy of those who have fallen, but they need the man who did that first to show them. Dick thinks that with Slade toying with him and the Titans and everyone else, it's going to take a lot more than smiles and optimism to beat him, and this isn't just Slade holding a grudge, it's something much darker. At the Hall of Doom, Gorilla Grodd demands to know how they can trust Black Adam since he's been working with the Justice League. Adam reminds him that the League are dead, as Lex tells Grodd to back down since Adam has given him assurances that his time amongst the League was just a minor flirtation. Adam explains they've all worked together in the past when the League hasn't stepped up, so they need to do it again since the Legion of Doom are their only hope. Captain Cold refuses to let Deathstroke and some C-listers show them up, but Cheetah asks why newbies like Punchline are there on the Legion, but Lex stops their fighting, telling the others that he and Vandal Savage observed many of the multiverse's truths while with the totality, one of which was the Omniverse was false, and when it was created, an imbalance in the multiverse happened, which Pryor has been manipulating. Grodd wants Slade to finish his mission and to kill all of the heroes, and then they can swoop in and destroy the victors when they are in a weakened state. Suddenly, the base is blown wide open as Slade and the secret society of supervillains arrive. Slade says that the darkness knows all, and it foresaw the Legion aligning itself against him. He asks the Legion to join him and burn it all down together, as Black Adam points out the chains around the villains is the same thing the Dark Army that killed the Justice League had. The Legion attacks the secret society as Pryor watches on, knowing it's only a matter of time now, and he will recreate it all. Kyle and Joe meanwhile keep the dark shadows off themselves, telling Pryor that Hal will win, but Pryor says that Hal has done something unexpected. He's helped him, since Hal's invasion coupled with Flash crossing over from world to world is speeding up his process in his machines, and while they might find the Justice League, they are already out of time. Hal and Barry meanwhile travel the multiverse as Hal questions why Barry's world was like an old family sitcom. Barry knows he's a simple man and wanted something from the simpler times as they arrive at a clockwork city. Hal tells Barry that there is no such thing as simpler times and all you can do is go forward, having been told that by Superman. The heroes figure out that the city they're in is Gotham, thinking while Barry went to a retro world, Bruce goes for misery. Barry thinks that Bruce is a little different in this world, knowing he tried to talk to him before and it didn't end well. Suddenly, a clockwork Batman appears, telling the heroes that they are interfering in his investigation. The Flash races to fight the Batman as Alan Scott meanwhile tells Dick, John and Yara that the Society have always had connections to the spiritual thanks to many of their members being magical, and they were even forced into limbo by some maniac, and it might even happen again to them, and even the green flame on his ring is both science and supernatural. Yara begins to hear whispering as they descend down into the hall's basement. Alan says that ever since coming back from Earth Omega, he has sensed something wrong with the green flame and magic in general. Superman hopes that with magic being involved, it's safe for him down there, but Alan assures him he's amongst friends. The heroes come across a portrait of Zatanna, which is how she is being memorialized along with the Justice League, with Alan telling the heroes that statues of magic users are dangerous, hence why she doesn't have one. A drunk detective Chimp arrives, asking if they are there to recruit any more of his friends to die. Nightwing apologizes for everything, but Bobo thought that after everything they had been through, they would have been done with tragedy and that he wouldn't have to mourn his friends. Constantine appears, telling them that Bobo will sleep off his drunkenness, bringing the rest of the heroes into the inner sanctum, telling them that they aren't going to try a seance just yet, but before Slade attacked, all magic users got the vibe that the Great Darkness was involved, so they all started either planning or drinking. Nightwing says that Black Adam told them the Great Darkness was controlling Pryor and the Dark Army, wondering if the Darkness is also controlling Deathstroke. The Swamp Things appear and Alec tells them that the Great Darkness isn't a thing of good or evil, and it is just is, having no desire to control anyone. Levi knows that he's only been Swamp Thing for a brief moment, but it seems unlikely a force like the Darkness would concern itself with controlling supervillains. Alec reveals that he has faced the Great Darkness once before, remembering how back during the Crisis of Infinite Earths, he met Alexander Luthor, who told him that the crisis would impact the spiritual dimension and he needed to stop the Great Darkness, so he managed to convince the Darkness to rest a little longer. Levi thinks that this is why the Darkness's acts are so weird, but Constantine tells him to just spit it out, so Levi suggests that he doesn't think they are actually facing the Great Darkness, but something that has corrupted it. The Legion of Doom meanwhile continue to fight against Slade and his society as Lex discovers the dark infected villains are pulling power from the edge of the multiverse, and it's all run through Slade, meaning if they take him out, they take them all out. Adam warns him not to attack him, but Lex doesn't listen, taking the fight to Deathstroke. Mr. Terrific soon picks up a surge of energy within the anomaly as Hal notices Batman's Dark Earth is beginning to fall apart and the skies are turning red and black. Slade thinks that Lex was meant to be smart, so why is he on the losing side now? But Lex thinks that the one-eyed man has always lacked true vision and he was always just a hired gun. However, he's not pulling his own trigger anymore and he's being controlled, knowing all about that after having been controlled when he tried to gain great power himself. Lex knows it won't get Slade what he wants, promising to help him as he points his repulsor at the back of Slade's head. Suddenly, Prometheus infects Lex with the great darkness from behind as Pryor notices the worlds he created with the Justice League are starting a chain reaction. The rest of the Legion of Doom fall to the darkness as Mr. Terrific knows their multiverse can't hold them all, as Pryor weeps tears of black blood as the infinite Earths of the infinite multiverse are reborn.
On Earth Zero, Black Adam is the last holdout against the darkness-infected Legion of Doom, unleashing his power over them, but Sinestro covers his mouth to stop him from using his magic word. Mr. Terrific, Sideways, Supergirl, and Aquaman arrive, backing up Black Adam and rescuing him from the possessed villains, who scream that he cannot escape the darkness. Sideways hopes they haven't been turned into zombies, but Mr. Terrific knows it's much worse, as cosmic darkness has taken them over. Adam demands to know why they saved him, and the arriving Nightwing says his lead communicator was on still, and it's lucky they found him. He asks Michael what he saw, so the hero reveals his T-spheres did a quick scan of Deathstroke's army, telling him that Slade is the key to all of this, and his forces don't just attack heroes, but spread darkness as well, and a darkness that grows, which makes the darkness in the multiverse grow as well. Michael thinks that they are on the edge of a massive crisis, so Nightwing wants everyone to assemble in the Hall of Justice. Oracle thinks that means Slade will come directly at them, something Nightwing is hoping for. Pryor, meanwhile, witnesses the rebirth of the infinite Earths as the worlds begin forming a DNA helix in the sky above. He knows that soon the heroes will see his plotting and violence was worth it, as Kyle reminds him that Barry will stop him and release the Justice League. Pryor demands to know why they resist and why they can't see it his way. He knows the Lantern is right though, and the League will return since he's counting on it. Flash, meanwhile, battles Batman on Earth Batman, knowing that they have done this dance before. Hal notes how Batman's fantasy world is beginning to look a lot like it wants to crash and burn, as Barry tells him the vibrations are speeding up and it's all becoming unstable like one giant bomb. Barry is fascinated but knows all of reality is in danger, as Batman knows that he doesn't need to hit Barry to win, unleashing a device which begins pulling at Flash's speed force, pinning him down to the ground. Hal knows that if Bruce is prepared for Barry, that means the true Bruce is inside there somewhere as well, and the prison world's illusion is beginning to fade. Hal's ring appears back on his finger as he turns into Green Lantern, unleashing its power to show Bruce a construct of his real Bat family. Bruce snaps out of his illusion as Barry helps him deal with the sudden shock. Hal asks how they free their other friends and get home, but Batman wonders who else do they know who is an expert on truth. Mr. Terrific meanwhile explains to the gathered heroes that the darkness is like an infection spreading across the multiverse like wildfire, and to survive they have to break into teams to investigate the darkness and try and contain it. Oracle knows that not everyone answered their call for help, but a few new faces have stepped up to fill out the gaps, leaving Nightwing and his Titans to take on Deathstroke. The Titans Academy students also want to help, as Beast Boy does as well, knowing that he's got a score to settle. Nightwing hugs his friend as the Academy students welcome back their favorite teacher. Alan Scott tells Dick that the JSA and him have total faith in Nightwing. Nightwing wishes he had more time, and Alan thinks it's always like that, and he and his team will handle the multiverse, wanting Nightwing to make sure that he's got a home to come back to. Superman rushes in, explaining that the Great Darkness is not controlling Pryor. Pryor's mind has just corrupted it, and while they weren't able to find out how, they were able to extract Pryor's original antimatter chamber that triggered the original Infinite Earth to be destroyed. John tells Damian that the things he saw were terrible, and Damian knows, coming up with a plan and asking Dr. Light to accompany him on his mission. The Flash family arrive back, warning of incoming as Deathstroke and his army attack the hall, smashing their way into the base. Nightwing reminds the team that Deathstroke is their target, and if they are to take him down, the darkness will stop spreading. Black Adam tries to stop them from leaving since they race towards their death, but Nightwing and Superman tell him to either join them or get out of their way. Adam calls them fools since the darkness will spread to each and every one of them, and he has seen the horrors which it inflicts, so what makes them think the sidekicks will succeed when many other heroes have failed? He proclaims that they are not the Justice League, and Dick knows they're not, telling Black Adam Atom that they never were, they were Titans. The Titans charge at Deathstroke and his army, who wonders how many times they need to end in tragedy. He tells his darkness-possessed daughter to kill Nightwing, as on Superman's Earth, Batman, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman and Flash confront Clark, who tells the Wonder Woman to put her lasso of truth away. Diana tells him that this place isn't real, and Flash warns him that they are time bombs of crisis energy, and Pryor doesn't understand what he has done, and they need to stop him. Clark thinks that they have done enough, and Barry and Hal found a way to bring them together, and he thanks them for that. Hal thinks that he's being surprisingly calm about this, but Bruce knows that that's very bad because that means Clark is very, very angry. Clark reveals that he has tried to escape numerous times over the years, but the world won't let him, so instead he studied it, and he became lucid, and this place is only a prison so far as the imagination will let it be. As the world begins to fall away, Clark says that Pryor thought that he could keep him trapped with a happily ever after life, but it was still a world without a Justice League. Superman reveals his true crisis-powered form, telling his friends that if they focus on what's real with their mental connections, it will pull them together. Hal wonders what they are to focus on, so Superman shows them a vision of their friends, wanting them to focus on that. Pariah meanwhile believes his wish is about to come true and his worlds will return, but the infinite Earths begin falling apart as he loses power. Pariah knows that he needs more power and more heroes to power the Earths, intending on taking Kyle and Joe into their own paradise worlds, but the Justice League return, demanding that he stop what he is doing. Pariah demands their power be used to bring back the infinite Earths as Oliver is reunited with Dinah. Pariah says that he has killed the League since their existence was tied to these new worlds created in their image, and if those worlds die, the heroes will be erased from existence. The Titans meanwhile continue their battle with Slade's army as Superman asks Pariah what the cost of having the multiverse restored is, but the villain reminds Superman that he had a chance at true happiness in his world and he was gifted that. Superman knows that it wasn't real, and neither is what the darkness has promised Pariah. The Great Darkness arrives on Earth as Pariah feels his hopes have been answered, and what happens next is all thanks to the Justice League. Pariah is teleported away as Hawkgirl wonders where he went, learning from Superman that his power from the Anti-Monitor pulls him towards a world on the verge of destruction. Nightwing continues to fight his way towards Deathstroke as there is a huge explosion which engulfs the heroes as Flash knows Pariah has arrived on Earth Zero. Green Lantern wonders if what Pariah said about the League going home means that they will be erased is true as Pariah and his Dark Army arrive on Earth Zero to aid Deathstroke in his war. Jade and Obsidian meanwhile head for the Hall of Justice, heading down to the basement where John Constantine welcomes them to the seance the heroes are conducting to combat the Great Darkness. Alan Scott thanks his children for coming as Superman introduces himself to them, as Alan reveals that in the past, the Lantern Rings, particularly his, have had a connection to the primordial darkness, being it was designed to absorb and shape magic and bend it to Alan's will, and they should be able to use it to shield them from the darkness. Obsidian knows that he needs to take darkness into the ring in order for the light to exist, realizing this is why Alan has brought him there. He knows that if the darkness took over Alan, there is no way they could ever stop it, and he would never come back, and neither would anyone stuck in the ring. Obsidian refuses to do it, but Superman tells him that everyone believes in him and knows he can do it. The teams assemble with both Swamp Things, Raven, Constantine, and Superman getting ready to disappear into the ring, while Dr. Fate, Nightwing, Wonder Woman, and Jade stand guard in case anything comes for them. Obsidian touches the ring and the power explodes from it, engulfing the heroes and sucking them into the ring. The team arrive in a green construct city within Alan's mind, with Superman feeling they are being pulled in 3 different directions. Raven notices that Alec and John are missing, but Swamp Thing says that Alec Holland is only a memory in the green and has no human will to manifest inside the ring, therefore Alec is inside of him. He doesn't know where John Constantine is though, but they must move quickly as the darkness is infecting this place and will soon infect them. Superman takes off to get a better look in the sky, telling himself that he can live up to the shield, as he finds many floating buildings above them, but he suddenly crashes into the ground below. Levi knows that this is the world that's a product of a stalemate between 2 wills that cannot hold on forever. Raven finds that she can't teleport either, thinking they must approach the darkness as pilgrims on foot. Levi tells them to press on since this place will soon impair their minds and the world will come apart. Raven, however, is already beginning to feel the darkness, which makes her wonder if the heroes think this is her fault, being that she is a daughter of darkness. Constantine meanwhile finds himself in a black void, Jade, lamenting how he just wanted to be left out of all of this. A voice wonders why he isn't afraid as he casually lights up a cigarette, knowing that he has seen his fair share of darkness and it all starts to look the same. The darkness calls him insolent as the being takes the form of the Upside Down Man, knowing that John is just putting on a brave face. The being asks what John wants, so John asks why the darkness has returned now. The Upside Down Man wonders if he really has returned, or has he only been waiting for the lights to go out and for the show to begin. Superman meanwhile flies once more to get a look at the column of darkness up ahead of them. Swamp Thing knows that this is the cause of the crisis, and Superman believes it is, warning the others because of no sunlight, he's beginning to feel weak. Raven thinks the darkness is actually sapping his powers, wanting to stop and take a moment, but Superman knows they have to press on despite not getting any closer in the hours they have been moving. Swamp Thing thinks they have only been there for a few minutes as Superman notices the green car he crashed into, ripping it in half in frustration as they've been going in circles. Swamp Thing ensnares Raven since she's been their guide this entire time, and the woman knows that they aren't lost. It's just Alan Scott's mind trying to protect itself with constructs. Levi wonders if Raven, a child of darkness, is corrupted by it now, and Superman becomes angered thanks to the darkness, screaming that they never should have brought Raven with them. Raven says that Constantine wanted her on the mission as she blasts Swamp Thing away. She tells the heroes that Constantine understood that she knows the darkness and has to live with it constantly, so she can tell when it's infecting her, unlike both of the other heroes. The enraged Superman knows that she doesn't want them leaving this place, but Raven thinks him using threats is not what his father would have done and is very un-Superman-like. Superman and Swamp Thing pursue Raven into the city as out in the Hall of Justice, Obsidian knows his father is pushing himself too much, telling the others they need to stop. Dr. Fate warns that if they stop, the balance will be lost and light will consume those who went into the ring. Yarrow doesn't understand what's happening, so Obsidian reveals that he's bombarding Alan with hundreds of thousands of nightmares all at once. Nightwing asks what he's meant to do against that, but Fate knows they just have to hope that he has enough walls up to drive the darkness away, and that he will create in the face of futility. Constantine meanwhile watches as the darkness changes from the Upside Down Man into Trigon, who knows that it's only in his presence will they be free to be who they really are, wondering if John Kent can live up to his father's legacy, if Levi Kamei is deserving of the trust his world puts in him, and Raven only strives to be anything but herself, all thanks to the darkness. Constantine isn't worried since the best parts of them have nothing to do with the truth, and it actually all lies in the messy middle. He wonders if this is some type of test, and the darkness grows into a giant Trigon, telling Constantine that he was there before everything and he is beyond timelessness, and now John is asking if he's being tested, comparing it all to a raft in a storm, thinking the ocean is testing its metal. The darkness says that his existence is a canvas against which they play their struggles out on, and John has opened his hand seeking answers only to find it empty. John slowly disappears as the being closes his hand around him, wanting to watch John and the others' own hubris either be their glory or their undoing. Levi continues to attack Raven, catching her with his vines as the being says that the darkness seems to nourish Raven whereas it's weakening him and Superman. Raven says that the darkness is inside of them as Superman returns, telling her that it's all her fault and she was always going to succumb to the darkness, and if they had to keep her there to stop it, he will. Raven is thrown into a wall as the heroes continue to assault her, grabbing the woman and getting ready to kill her. Raven puts her hands on John's head, telling him to let his father's warmth cut through. Levi throws Superman away, trying to save the hero as he launches himself at Raven. Superman, free from the darkness's grip, tells Levi to stop since Raven is trying to help them. She explains that she isn't affected by the darkness since she is born of darkness, and Superman and Swamp Thing made it there because they are creatures of the sun and can endure the darkness, where she made it because it cannot charm her because she knows all its faces. Levi asks why she led them in circles, but Raven knows that she didn't, and it was just Alan Scott's mind shifting them around to protect itself. She reveals though that she is drawn to the darkness and it has led them to the darkness column at the center of the maze. Alan meanwhile burns in a green fire as Jade tells Obsidian to stop, assuring Nightwing that Alan and her brother won't hurt them when they come out, rushing into the flames to stop Obsidian. Obsidian says that Alan can't sustain this and he's blazing too hard. Jade is well aware since that's what they all do. Jade grabs her brother's hand, assuring him they won't hurt their father as they approach him. Levi meanwhile finds the darkness darkness too much, despite Raven telling him that he must be the one to do this, since if she touched it, the darkness would take full control over her and her humanity would be snuffed out instantly. Superman knows this isn't how it should end, but Levi knows that it's not, being able to hear the green still, and it's showing them the way. John thinks that if his father was there, he would know what to do, but Levi tells John that Clark isn't there, Superman is. John asks what Levi needs of him, so Levi reveals that they can stop the darkness together. He begins covering John's body with his own body, telling him that while he's a child of Krypton, he's also a child of Earth, and they are human at their best as they raise each other up. Constantine meanwhile asks the darkness if it sees how all the powers, the costumes, and pageantry is to hide unstable creatures who are just trying to find some measure of normalcy in everything, and laden with the responsibility of knowing but without the excuse of helplessness, and that's where they are at their extremes, but in the middle, they are just boring, mundane people, something the darkness should know if it's been watching them for so long, and that they always find their way. The darkness soon appears as Lucifer, claiming John is blaming him again. The being says that it knows of humanity's capacity for greatness, however John's flicker of light is the only one the darkness understands, and he would never kill John since he will do that himself. Jade and Obsidian try and reach their father, telling him that all of the light and fires of civilization in the world don't make the darkness any less, and they might hide and comfort them, but when it comes down to it, it's only them against the darkness. Alan is brought out of the fire as Jade tells him to let the fire dim since they will always be there for him. The fires die down and Alan falls unconscious as the super Swamp Thing enters the darkness column. John feels different thanks to being able to see through the green, seeing the world how Levi sees it. Levi warns John that the darkness is very strong and he can only support John for a short time. Superman spots a shape in the darkness column, plunging his hand into the column and feeling a cold burning sensation. John rips out Pryor's original antimatter machine as Constantine realizes that he is the fulcrum in all of this. The darkness says that it's given the heroes all the answers they need, hoping John knows by its nature it is incapable of hate, and if anything, it's the greatest romantic John will ever meet. The Great Darkness casts John out of the void as the heroes return to the Hall of Justice with the antimatter device. Superman is happy to see Constantine alive, knowing that they couldn't have a chance to find him since the darkness spat them out. John tells Superman not to worry about it since he was talking with the darkness and Superman did all of the hard work. Swamp Thing leaves John's body as Dr. Fate tells the heroes that the device they captured is the machine Pryor used to start the first crisis. Superman figures that this is all Pryor's doing and the darkness isn't a corruption in them, they are the ones corrupting it, and Pryor has corrupted the darkness with his mind. John lights up a cigarette and thinks to himself about the basement in the hall, knowing it's a place filled with people who battle and bargain the darkness, and these people insist it doesn't take the same toll. But yet what is a hall if not some walls and lights put up against the darkness, and what are any of them but a flicker just waiting to be snuffed out? The Green Lantern Corps meanwhile get a garbled message from Mr. Terrific, warns them of the Dark Crisis. The Lanterns can't discern what is happening, so they try and tell him that they are waiting for Hal and the others to get free from the darkness inside of Necron's lantern. Suddenly hundreds of shadow demons flood out of the Black Lantern as on Earth, Superman and Nightwing lead the Titans against Darkseid and the Dark Army. Pryor proclaims that he has won and the true multiverse is restored, but Earth Zero must die for the infinite Earths to live on forever. He tells Slade that all he wanted to do was erase his original sin, but doubts he will ever escape that darkness. Slade demands to know why he's being subject to that same fate then, especially when he was promised the end of the Legacy heroes, not the return of a bunch of worlds he doesn't care about. Pryor assures him that he'll get his way as soon as the heroes are gone, leaving Slade to return to the fight with Beast Boy, who is sick of Slade hurting his family. Garfield strikes Blade across the face, making the assassin impressed at his strength, but the last time when he shot Garfield, it was just a warning, but this time he will die and no one is coming to save him this time. On Pryor's base of operations, far away from Earth Zero, Batman knows that there is a way out thanks to Pryor's influence spreading from out of the base despite him being trapped there. Flash doesn't think there will be a home for them to go back to as the infinite Earths Pryor made are vibrating rapidly and they are bouncing off one another, and something that big doing that causes explosions that could send everything into darkness. He knows that he and Hal have a plan, and maybe Hal can use the light on his ring to connect them to the rest of the Green Lantern Corps and pull them back home, while Flash uses his own connections to the world to navigate the vibrations for them. Hal knows there isn't a guarantee it will work, and they might not all make it back, as Green Arrow knows that that's always how it's been, as every time the Justice League set out to save the world, they know that they could very well die. He knows that while he's the world's greatest archer, missing is always a possibility for him, and that won't stop him from ever taking the shot though. He knows every one of them would do the same and help strangers in need, and it's why they are the Justice League. However, Dinah knows he's only talking about himself, since Oliver wishes to stay behind to give the others a chance to escape. Dinah refuses to leave him, but Oliver knows that he'll always be there with her. He hopes no one else has any sad moments to offer, and knows that Hal and Barry have the team in good hands. The heroes combine their powers and cover the League in a bright light, as back on Earth, Darkseid rips Frankenstein in half as Black Adam tells Mr. Terrific that they are no match for the army. Michael tells him to shut up since Adam is in there while the Titans are out there putting their lives on the line, so who is he to judge them? Nightwing tries to help Roundhouse fight Pryor's control, but Ravager knows he lies, wondering how many students Dick has left behind now. Nightwing tells the woman that she isn't her father, as Wonder Woman and Superman begin to be overrun by the Dark Army, needing more heroes to help. Jace Fox arrives, assuring Superman that this isn't a team-up, but he can't stand by while innocents are getting hurt. More heroes arrive and join the fray, as Pryor gleefully knows that they will die to power his worlds. Pryor obliterates Firestorm, Steel, Blue Beetle, Booster Gold, and Connor Hawk, creating more infinite worlds to fuel his power. He calls for his army to bring him more heroes, as Mr. Terrific and Black Adam arrive at the scene with the old antimatter device. Michael knows that the multiverse is on the verge of being overrun by the Great Darkness, but Superman knows it's not actually the darkness, it's Pryor's own insanity which has infected the darkness. Michael wants to try and get the machine up and running so they can cut Pryor off from his power, but he needs some help. Jace knows that while his father and brother are the tech geniuses, he's picked up a thing or two from them and will help, as Pryor spots the machine, demanding his Dark Army get it for him. Wonder Woman knows that they know something Pryor doesn't now, and she can make him see the truth about the Great Darkness, but she needs some time to convince him with her lasso. John knows this is a job for Superman, speeding off to confront the army on his own, as Pryor knows the son of Superman's efforts will be in vain, wanting to see how the rest of the heroes fare in the worlds he created. Wonder Woman lassos Pryor up, compelling him to see the truth, and Pryor can't believe the voice in his mind was not the darkness, but his own insanity making him believe it was. He thinks that Yara is lying to him, freeing himself from the lasso and throwing her away as Superman is hit by Darkseid's Omega Beams. John remembers his father telling him that he wants to help make the S his own, and his mother telling him that he is the best of both worlds inside of him, and he can be great if he chooses to be. Superman fights on, but is still beaten down by the villains as Mr. Terrific and Batman finish work on the device, managing to power it up and fire it at Pryor, trapping him in a stasis field. Pryor suddenly sees his curse is over, seeing his world and his family as he is disintegrated, turned into his own infinite Earth. Superman meanwhile is beaten down one final time, and John thinks that he did it and bought his friends enough time. Black Adam races to help him but is pulled away by Lex and Grodd as Doomsday comes to kill Superman. John hopes that his father is proud of him as Clark appears, blocking Doomsday's fist. John grabs Doomsday's other hand before he can hit his father with it, hearing stories of the Beast since he was a child, and he never again wants to hear them. The Supermen smash Doomsday away, defeating him as John collapses in his father's arms, knowing that his mother will be very happy he is back. Clark tells his son that he's done enough and he's kept things safe until they found their way home. Superman knows that it took a few detours, but they followed the light as the rest of the Justice League and the Green Lantern Corps arrive back home. The heroes battle through the Dark Army and Roy is reunited with Dinah, asking where Oliver is. Mr. Terrific contacts Alan Scott, telling him that the multiverse is still in danger, and Alan tells him that the darkness is still spreading and whatever Pryor started isn't fading away. Aquaman thinks that it's a race to see what kills them first, either Pryor's darkness or the infinite Earths. Zatanna wonders why the army is still possessed if Pryor has been dealt with, so Flash thinks that the darkness has gone into someone else, as Deathstroke, now imbued with the full power of the Great Darkness, tells the heroes he doesn't care about the multiverse and the contract is a contract, and he is not done until they are all dead. Outside the Hall of Justice, Damian Wayne fights with his friends and family against the Dark Army that have invaded Earth-Zero. hero. He finds despite the forces being vastly outskilled, their nobility cannot be questioned, and the heroes genuinely have hope that they can win the war, but hope isn't a plan. Damien tells John he knows what to do, telling his friend his strategy, but the hero says that his friends cannot abandon the fight. Damien tells Superman that it's for the greater good, and John gets that, but they have to give this fight their everything. Damien reminds John that he's fighting Doomsday, his worst nightmare, and can't possibly win against him, but John knows he must try since his father would. He tells Robin to take a smaller team as he can, wishing his friend good luck. Damien gets to work assembling his team, recruiting Sideways, Power Girl, and Dr. Light and himself. As the team head through Sideways' rift, a new hero in red gets in the way of a thrown truck. Damien tackles her out of the way and through the portal, landing with the team in a dark subway tunnel. Dr. Light brightens up the area as the woman reveals her name is Red Canary. Sideways tells the team that he took them where Robin told him to go, apologizing for the rough landing. Robin knows that they are exactly where they need to be, but won't say any more since the team are his muscle and he's the brains. Canary asks if he's always like this, and Power Girl explains it's usual for Robin to be this arrogant and secretive. Red Canary learns of the existence of other worlds, wondering if they are all destroyed like this one they're on is. Robin knows that they aren't, but they are headed in that direction. Canary finds this all crazy, but the others know that this is just another normal Thursday for them. Robin asks why she got involved in this fight, so the woman says that she wanted to help out, and with Black Canary gone, someone had to carry on the torch. Sideways is just happy not to be the new kid on the block anymore, learning Canary doesn't actually have any superpowers besides some stolen Eskrima sticks and some jujitsu training. Robin considers her a liability as Dr. Light tells him that they are almost to the surface, revealing they're on Earth 53. Sideways notes that the Trinity statues in front of the Hall of Justice there are apes, as Dr. Light says that this is one of the infinite Earths that has returned thanks to Prior and it's unstable. Robin activates the T-Watch he swiped from Mr. Terrific so they can find Prior's chains for the Dark Army, as Canary feels like all of this isn't very super heroic and feels like more of the end of the existence of everything. Robin finds it difficult to believe that she got involved without powers, but Canary is quick to remind Robin that he doesn't have powers either, and if he belongs there, then so does she. Robin knows that she is untested and untrained, and one false move could be the downfall of the entire multiverse, but Canary thinks that it could also be its salvation. Robin just doesn't know that. Power Girl tells Dr. Light that Robin is being more like Robin than usual, and Dr. Light knows it's because he is scared, and he isn't telling them something important. As the team follow Robin's tracker, Sideways assures Canary that heroes aren't all jerks like Robin, and no one takes him seriously until they need a rift open. Some rubble soon blocks their way, and Power Girl and Dr. Light fly everyone over it towards one of Prior's towers from the original Crisis. Power Girl remembers being hooked up to one of these like a battery. She and Robin try and work out how to interact with the tower, but Red Canary warns them of the living cloud above them. Power Girl knows that's the Shadow Demons, as Robin asks her to be taken to the top platform above them so he can save the multiverse. Power Girl takes him, telling Robin that Dr. Light will be needed to deal with the demons. Robin gets to work on the machine, finding a recording of an ape that says that they don't know where they came from and all the heroes are dead. Robin doesn't care, wanting to know how to reconnect the machine, but Power Girl tells him it's not her problem. Dr. Light and Red Canary and Sideways become surrounded by the Shadow Demons, but Dr. Light unleashes her power, obliterating the shadows in her bright light. Robin is impressed with Light's attack, glad he brought her along as he knows he's done with his calculations, finding the exact location of where they need to go to take control of the Dark Army from Prior. Power Girl thinks that it's easier said than done with all of the demons, but they soon all fly away. Robin knows that often means something bad is happening, and soon he's proven right as a giant shadow being appears, attacking the team. Robin wants more power, wondering if they can plug Power Girl into the tower like before, but she refuses to go back inside since she's not a battery. Dr. Light gets an idea on what Red Canary told her earlier, telling Power Girl to hit her with her heat vision so she can absorb it and become more powerful. Dr. Light's enhanced power blows apart the giant as Sideways opens a rift and the team escape. The team find themselves amongst some rubble as Canary is relieved that there is no more shadow demons. Robin tells her to be quiet, making Power Girl stand up for her, telling Robin that the girl is older than he is, and once this is all over, they are going to have a long talk. Kara finds she can't see around the room as her X-ray vision is being kept at bay and all of the rooms are soundproof, meaning she can't hear outside of the room they are in. The team find a giant wrecked room above them as Dr. Light finds this place is familiar to her and Kara, almost like they've been here before. They soon realize they have, as they are in the House of Heroes. Dr. Light recognizes the machinery that allowed Monitor to give her her powers. Robin finds a terminal and boots it up, finding the Harbinger AI is still operational and he can bring her online. Canary wonders if that's a good idea since it was shut down for a reason, it seems. Robin thinks that he's got this all under control as Harbinger comes online, immediately telling the heroes to shut her down since they devoted her power to keeping the Dark Army locked out of the House of Heroes, and they cannot be allowed into the Orrery of Worlds. Robin tells her that the Dark Army isn't there anymore as there's a rumble deeper in the house. Harbinger tells them that the station's protectors have been compromised as out of the darkness comes the darkness-infected Justice League Incarnate. Harbinger tells the heroes that they cannot be allowed into the Orrery since they will corrupt every multiverse at once if they touch it. Suddenly Sideways is bitten on the arm by Captain Carrot but is saved by Power Girl. Robin notes how Carrot should have ripped Sideways in half so they aren't operating at full power, just like the Dark Army isn't. Dr. Light blasts Thunderer, who recoils from her light-based attack, giving Robin an idea. Robin tells Dr. Light that only her powers are affecting the possessed heroes, wondering if the infected heroes can infect all of the worlds at once in the Orrery. What if Dr. Light could do the same? Harbinger doesn't recommend that since Dr. Light will be almost immediately crushed by the cosmic conceptual space inside of the Orrery. Robin and Black Canary tell Dr. Light that they will try and hold the attackers off as Light heads for the Orrery, connecting with it and all of the various Dr. Lights from across the multiverse, finally understanding how Prior's tech connects him to the Great Darkness, but Monitor made her part of something too. She knows that something in her shines across the multiverse already, and not just in the 52 worlds, but the infinite ones as well. The light grows against the screaming darkness as the other heroes make their final stand against the infected Justice League Incarnate. Dr. Light, now clad in a solid light armor, leaves the Orrery, attacking Superman and breaking the darkness on him and the rest of the heroes. Later on, as the teams regroup and Captain Carrot apologizes for almost eating Sideways, Dr. Light knows that they couldn't attack the darkness from the Orrery, but she did learn how to fully embrace her powers. Robin tells the team that it's time to take the fight back to Earth since they won't be able to get to the chains of the Dark Army like he thought. Calvin asks Mary Marvel if they should follow Robin, and Mary uses her wisdom of Solomon to tell Superman that given what they know about every Robin trained by every Batman, they should follow this Robin. Sideways, however, says he's running on fumes, and while he can open a rift for them, his targeting is off and he can't do the multivision anymore. Luckily, Dr. Multiverse is there to lend a hand with her own multivision powers, which allows her to see the various versions of all of the heroes. She finds Robin has a rather uniquely consistent path ahead of him, but it's not relevant right now as the team head back to Earth Zero to save all of space and time. Iris West, meanwhile, finds herself caught in the middle of the hero versus villain battle at the Hall of Justice, phoning in her report on the battle as it happens. She sees a monster trying to get some trapped children as she throws her phone at it, getting its attention away from them. Before it can smash her, Linda Park saves her with her speed powers, recognizing Iris, who also recognizes Linda despite her costume. Linda fills Iris in on how she got powers and what happened to Barry, but Iris knew he'll run off and save the world again. Linda knows he'll come back as another fight spills into the area, causing the women to grab the kids and move them out of the way. Iris and Linda shepherd the kids away from the violent battle and into the Hall of Justice, where Iris inputs her special codes, telling them this is how they could get out of the Warzone alive, remembering how Barry told her about this special room and got her to memorize its code. Inside the room, the group find various weapons they can use to defend themselves. Armed to the teeth, Iris blasts Nocturna, saving Blue Beetle from certain death as they move through the battlefield, keeping the kids safe from Multiplex and Silver Banshee and Sinestro, all while trying out the various weapons they took from the armory. Eventually, the kids are given to some police officers nearby, and Iris thinks they did a good job and the boys would be proud. Linda thinks that she'll have to tell Barry about it when he gets back, but Iris doesn't know if he is coming back. Linda knows that she said it herself and Barry Allen might be late, but he's always on time as Barry and the rest of the Justice League return to Earth. Across town, Jim Corrigan speeds through the streets, angered that his first vacation in almost 20 years got messed up by the Spectre yet again, despite being free from him. Jim smashes his car directly into Frankenstein thanks to not watching where he's going, but Jim knows the monster is still alive, so he leaves the crash car, confronting the Spectre amongst the battle at the Hall of Justice. Raven holds back Spectre's power, attacking the being who directs her power back onto her, defeating Raven and causing her to shrink in size. Jim knows that since splitting from Spectre, the being hasn't been himself,
himself, and he's meant to be the wrath of God, but what he's doing here isn't wrath, as he picks up Roy Harper, flinging him down at Raven. Raven manages to save her friend along with various other heroes the Spectre throws at her. Jim realizes that the Spectre is enjoying this vicious cruelty and torture, and maybe him being there can help ground the Spectre and return him to normal. Jim confronts the being, touching him and beginning the transformation back into the Spectre, but he finds it easier said than done, since whatever prior infected Spectre with is fighting against him and resisting the chain. Luckily, Raven helps out, using her dark power to restrain the Spectre and allow Jim Corrigan to once again become the Spectre and begin the fight between him and the Spectre once more. At the Library of Themyscira, Cleo is brought more books by Medusa, adding to the immense pile she already has as she continues her documentation of the new cataclysmic events. She knows despite the island being hidden away from everyone else on Earth, they still have a duty to its people, and between Queen Nubia and Yara Flor, they are compelled to do what they can and more. Cleo finds they often concentrate their efforts on things that keep the darkness at bay, and they are warriors who are capable of drawing blood but also stopping the bleeding if necessary. Xena Mimo asks Andromeda if she thinks that things will have deteriorated in man's world since they were last there, but the warrior knows that even if they have, it's their duty that they are needed. The women head through the portal and head to man's world and offer their help to the people, while the best of the Amazonians battle at the Hall of Justice with Nubia and Yara Flor and Wonder Woman. Xena and Andromeda lead a group of Amazonians into the area surrounding the Hall of Justice, helping find trapped people amongst the rubble, putting out fires and seeing to the wounded, as at Akahim, the warriors begin finding even more possessed inhabitants around their rainforest. Suddenly, Anahi has another vision, telling her people that she saw the absolute death and destruction coming for them at the hands of Deathstroke and his army of madness. Green Lanterns meanwhile press the attack on Prior's Dark Army and Hal thinks that this is going to be a very good time. He directs Guy and Joe to go and buy them some time while they deal with Deathstroke, as Guy argues his position in the battle, seeing Superman taken down by Deathstroke's army, which makes Guy decide to follow Hal's orders and take the fight to the bad guys. Guy, Joe and a group of Lanterns battle the Shadow Army on the front line, desperately trying to hold the line against them, but they soon become overwhelmed. Joe wants to retreat, but Guy of course wants to stay and fight and stop the villains right there, telling the younger Lantern that he's been doing this a lot longer than she has, and they won't ever stop, and she's worried about losing some people if they stay, and if they retreat, they'll lose everyone. Joe agrees with Guy, rallying the Lanterns to form a construct wall to keep the shadow demons at bay. One Lantern isn't sure they can hold them for long, but Joe knows that they can because they must. She tells the Lanterns that this is their line in the sand, and if the enemy cross it, it's up to them to make them regret it, since no one else is coming to help. She wants them to forget their family and loved ones and the people they swore to protect and what happens when they fail, since there is nothing to be afraid of, since there is nothing else but this moment. Guy is overrun by the shadows, but Joe saves him with a burst of lantern light and some shrikens, telling him to get back in line. The heroes, however, find the monsters are retreating, and Joe thinks that Guy was right to keep fighting. Guy doesn't want any of the credit, since it was her speech that lit the fire under the monsters today. Joe thinks that Guy, however, convinced her to hold the line, asking how he knew they could survive, but Guy knows he didn't, thinking that they were all going to die in this battle. Down in the battle, Robin, Power Girl, Red Canary, Dr. Light, and Sideways return from their trip in the multiverse, helping out in the battle. Robin doesn't think the girl will survive the battle long enough for him to remember her name, but Red Canary looks to prove him wrong, confronting a were-hyena monster. She battles the creature, but Robin saves her from the creature's deadly talons. Canary doesn't need his help, but Robin begs to differ, since without powers or experience, she is just a liability. He calls for Sideways to give them a portal out of there, but he is busy dealing with another monster, so Robin tells Canary to go and hide in the bombed out bus nearby so she doesn't get in the way, and upon seeing Superman defeated, Red Canary does so, watching the battle from the destroyed bus, hating that Robin is right. She begins to doubt if she ever had what it takes to be a hero, since it's way out of her league as the doll maker sneaks up behind her, but is taken down by Black Canary, who introduces herself to the woman as Dinah. Red Canary can't believe that she is actually meeting her hero, as she tells Dinah that they call her Red Canary, and Black Canary is her idol. Dinah finds it nice to meet another fan as the bus is picked up by a monster, forcing them to leave and travel the battlefield, helping Batgirl deal with Nocturna. Steph is introduced to Red Canary, who is happy that Dinah remembered her name. Suddenly, a car is thrown at them by Darkseid, but Power Girl catches it. Angered, Darkseid keeps throwing cars, so she's going to go and tell him to stop personally. Dinah asks how long Red Canary has been in action, learning that the woman started after one of Canary's musical shows in Seattle, finding the music transformative, and it made her feel like there was somewhere she belonged.
but then Diana died. Canary is confused about how she's alive, and Diana says it's just superhero stuff and there's a very long story. She can assure Red Canary that it is really her and not some zombie doppelganger. More possessed villains try and attack them, so Red Canary readies herself, since now that her hero is treating her like a fellow superhero, she has to really start acting like one. The women take down the possessed villains as Batgirl finds herself impressed with Red Canary, but Diana knows of course she's impressive and can hold her own, since she is a canary after all. Diana teaches Red Canary some pointers as Copperhead tries to surprise Red Canary, but both canaries manage to take her down for good. Red Canary says that she always dreamed of taking down a snake lady with Diana, but her death hit her pretty hard. Red Canary knows that the death motivated her as well, since she was buying a guitar at a music store when someone tried robbing it, so she knocked the man out with the guitar and it felt right to her, so she decided to both learn how to play the guitar and be a hero. Diana can't think of a better legacy, as Red Canary tells her few people get to meet their hero, thinking that she could die happy now, but Black Canary hopes she won't die, since they have bad guys to beat together. The Flash meanwhile tells Kid Flash that he is looking for the man who murdered him. Barry explains the map of the multiverse inside the House of Heroes and how until now the cosmic limitations of them were finite. That's been lifted thanks to Prior, and now there are infinite number of Earths again. Wallace realizes that Barry mentioned that they were rediscovered, so Barry reveals the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths to Wallace, telling him of the Anti-Monitor and how Flash needed to stop him, so he overloaded his machines, but in the process was killed, and many believed him to be dead, but really he was just lost in the Speed Force until Wally rescued him. Wallace asks about the Anti-Monitor, learning that he was defeated, but he was nigh indestructible and currently is missing. Barry says that he sees the infinite multiverse as a crime scene and Anti-Monitor could be out there, and if he is, they need to stop him once and for all. Barry knows that he can't beat him directly, but this is a recon mission to find the villain and then call in for backup, telling Wallace to match his vibrations as they speed off into the multiverse. As they speed through various Earths, Barry explains that many universes aren't too different from theirs, since the idea of superheroes seems to transcend the vibrational barriers between universes, and while on some worlds time moves slower or faster, the traditional notion of evolution has been thrown out the window, and while darkness is out there and there are terrifying worlds, they pale in number compared to those whose heroes inspire, represent humanity at its best. Barry tells him that the adventures of the heroes are hopeful, not cynical, even if they are just ideas on paper. The heroes arrive on Earth 28 to find the Anti-Monitor battling the Justice League's mechs, proclaiming they are not champions or even insects to him. Flash tells Wallace to keep moving, but Kid Flash is caught by the Anti-Monitor. Flash knows he can't take him on directly, so he decides to pull a very dangerous move he doesn't do very often, speeding around the planet over and over again to generate some near infinite mass to deform space and time with, securing it in his fist, which he uses to punch Anti-Monitor, sending him spiraling through 6 different universes before landing in Earth 49. Flash continues his assault, smashing him again and again and again through different universes with his charged fists. Flash and Anti-Monitor fall through even more universes before arriving in Earth 789, where the Anti-Monitor manages to blast Barry, taking him across more worlds as he recognizes who the Flash is, wondering if the hero is there to entertain some meaningless fantasy of vengeance and to test his mettle against the supreme deity. Arriving on Earth 17, Flash is blasted over and over again as he reminds himself not to let himself get killed by this villain again. Suddenly, the Anti-Monitor is blasted by the Bat Lantern as Kid Flash has assembled a team from all over the multiverse to fight back. The heroes attack as Barry finds it incredible the heroes from all different Earths that don't know each other knew instinctively to come together as a team. Barry knows that they aren't winning since they don't have a plan other than attack, but he has one that might work in 2 parts. Barry gets to work on the first part, telling a group of the heroes to find the antimatter universe Anti-Monitor is from and open it, since they might be able to trap him back in there and exile him to it. So a part of the team head off to try and find it fast, and the heroes work quick, finding the rift and pulling it open, while the other team work to keep the villain occupied, while Flash again speeds around the Earth to gather up energy. He knows by hitting him the final time, he risks getting himself pulled into the rift as well. Barry finds himself not ready to die, but he started this fight and he has to be the one to end it. He knows people say your life flashes before your eyes before you die, but it doesn't happen to him him. It moves at a crawl, giving him enough time to linger on every moment and every win and loss and heartbreak and joy, making him realize that he did good. He tackles the anti-monitor into the portal, but before he can be pulled in, Bat-Lantern saves him with a construct, closing the rift behind the hero. Flash tells the heroes that all he wants to do now is stand still for a moment and rest and be thankful he's alive, but he also finds out that he really wants to just appreciate the wonder of the multiverse, a place where they all have a door to places without limits and where there are no rules, just flying. Kid Flash and Flash head back to Earth Zero as Flash knows that the multiverse is a place where anything and everything can happen whenever they just step through the door and just imagine. Nightwing meanwhile descends into a dark void, remembering how he thought they operate in the dark, but it begins in the light. He knows after his parents died, he felt lost in the dark, as Slade tells him the darkness never goes away and they can light some candles and make some hopeful speeches, but the dark will always win out, and that's the world's true legacy. And while Pryor was a real loon, the darkness he made lives on, and it's got Nightwing as well now, stripping him of all he has become. As the war at the Hall of Justice continues, Dick, now reverted to his younger Robin self, is confronted by Slade, who tells him that it's always going to come down to this between them. He hopes Dick knows that Batman and the Justice League have made a comeback outside, but it's all for nothing, and while it was a nice try on the hero's part, it won't work since even if Deathstroke dies, the Great Darkness will find a new home in someone else. Dick asks why he did this, since it's so unlike Slade, and this feels like Pryor is still in control, and Slade knows at first he still was, but he made a good argument and the world needs to die since the world has hurt his children so many times. Dick thinks that he could have just been there for them as their father and actually been a good dad, causing Slade to attack, claiming that he was there and he's the one who brought the hurt onto them, and he is sick of being something that he is not. Dick warns him that they are playing with something bigger than either of them, and Slade is aware, and it's why he's shutting it all down, thinking of this as a mercy killing and it will be his legacy. As the monstrous Slade rampages through the heroes at the Hall of Justice, Mr. Terrific tells the heroes that Pryor's thoughtlessness has doomed them all. Batgirl knows that they have a multi-front fight ahead of them with Slade and the Dark Army and now the out-of-control universes. Superman knows that it will take them all together to save everything as Robin returns with the Justice League Incarnate, revealing to Superman that Dr. Light is connected to the multiverse the same way Pryor is connected to the Great Darkness, so her powers can illuminate the darkness and save them. Mr. Terrific tells her they have someone already racing to do that as the Flash family race through the Speed Force to repair the connections between their multiverse and the Infinite Earths. Barry knows that they will need a miracle to stabilize them and save them from being lost once more since he's done losing. Dr. Light meanwhile leaves to find the Flashes in the Speed Force as Mr. Terrific tries to find a way to fight Slade and his Dark Army since if anyone gets too close to them, they become possessed now. Black Adam attacks knowing that this is his sacrifice to make and he should have listened to Darkseid when he warned him, but he's been blind to so much since the heroes still saved him when he betrayed them. He smashes Slade with his lightning, imbuing the other heroes on the battlefield with his power as Slade is freed from the darkness thanks to Adam's power. Thanks to the power, the heroes are able to beat down the Dark Army and free the villains. Slade says that he was freed from Pryor's darkness, but it found a new home in that of Nightwing, who is now fighting the darkness all on his own inside of himself, but it's too late as everything will be swallowed by the darkness soon. Adam tackles Slade down as the speedsters are met by Dr. Light in the Speed Force. She tells Barry that they need to join the Speed Force with her light powers since the Speed Force merged with the Creation's light is stronger than that of the Dark Army's power. Dr. Light tells the heroes that while Pryor saw what the Monitor gave him as a curse, she sees what the Monitor gave her as a blessing, and Pryor and the others failed to save the Infinite Earths because they wanted to control and perfect them. Perfection is boring and the multiverse needs to be free to be infinite. Dr. Light and the Flashes managed to stabilize the Infinite Earths, allowing them to survive along with their own Earth as the Dark Army disappear and the heroes who were missing are returned to Earth. Slade is surprised with Black Adam since he knows the kids aren't worth the time, as Nightwing knows that he needs to let the darkness in and let it take it on himself. Black Adam tells Slade that he won't protect or fight alongside the young heroes, but he would die with them. Slade finds that quite touching, but they must stop the children from following in their footsteps as Nightwing regains control of his body, attacking Slade and telling him they aren't following in anyone's footsteps, that they all walk together no matter what the world or generation, since they all all embrace their history alongside the new, and they use that to bring hope to everyone. Nightwing attacks Slade, who asks why the heroes don't see it the way he sees it, since he doesn't want what happened to his children to happen to anyone else, and he would rather the world burn instead. His daughter Rose appears, telling her father that he has done enough and now he needs to get help. Slade breaks down and allows his daughter to help him, as later on the red skies disappear above the earth and the sun begins shining again. As families of heroes reunite, Dr. Light explores her powers within the multiverse, and the Justice League Incarnate keep an eye on it. While the Quintessence are reformed, Darkseid returns to Apocalypse and Lex Luthor begins working on his new armor. Deathstroke meanwhile is ravaged by the darkness, but thankfully the Justice League's machines are holding off the darkness. However, someone sneaks into his room and disarms the device, allowing Slade to feel the darkness and its pain once again. Zatanna meanwhile tells the heroes that the Great Darkness continues to rest and was unconcerned with them, meaning Pryor's machine allowed him to tap into only a fraction of its true power. Hal realizes that Pryor never fully connected to the darkness, and it was all in his head, as Flash tells Hawkgirl that they can't tell the world anything since they will just believe the Great Darkness did it, and if that helps them then so be it. Barry leaves to check on the multiverse with Wallace, as Hal decides he's going to stay on Earth for a little while since it's been too long since he's been there, wanting to help Roy and Dinah with Oliver's death, but he'll only help if they ask for it. Barry and Hal watch the young heroes help fix the Hall of Justice, as Hal knows that when they took up the mantles of Jay and Alan, they were the new kids too. However, they were never this young. Knowing the brave and the bold was nice while it lasted. Barry asks when Hal is going to start a family of his own, but Hal knows he's got a family bigger than anyone else's as he reunites with the Green Lantern Corps. Above the hall, Black Adam is met by the Supermen, who thank him for helping when he did. Adam doesn't care if they doubt him since he isn't one of them, but the world was in danger and he used his power to save it. He warns the heroes that there will be war if any of them get in his way again, and he tells Clark that at least his son didn't die, unlike him. John doesn't know if that's a compliment or not, but Clark knows Adam and knows that it is definitely a compliment. Nightwing meanwhile finds the candle he swore his oath on all those years ago to Batman, as the Dark Knight finds him, impressed that he actually kept it. Nightwing says that he never really thought Bruce was gone, but others did, so he made a speech to remind his friends and family to keep a light on for them, and the candles made them feel safe, just like how this candle made him feel safe when he took the vow. Batman breaks the candle though, appreciating Dick for keeping the candle, but after he put on the cape and cowl, he was alone in the streets, and it was only him against the darkness that tried to drown him. But the candle was never the light in the dark for him, it was Dick, and the heroes never needed candles or speeches, they only needed Nightwing. Bruce is proud of Dick and what he has become, and they will rebuild the Hall of Justice to be a home for all heroes, but it's time for a change since now there is no Justice League, since after what happened, there needs to be more than just new members, and it's time that the League was rethought. Bruce knows that if anyone's going to be leading them into the future, it's going to be Dick. Dick wants to have a think about it as Oracle tells them that Two-Face is on the loose. The dynamic duo head off as Dick tells Bruce that he's got some ideas for the future and for the Justice League. Sometime later, as Superman fights Lex, Failsafe takes down Batman and the Devil Nezza possesses Robin, a shadowy person tells a group of people on some computer screens that time and space is a mess, but they all only care about what happens to their people on their world, and they must do something about it. The people wonder who this person is talking of, since they have been ignoring and rebelling against the light, and only now do they decide to actually do something. The person says that they originally wanted to work with the heroes, since there are great dangers coming and they will need them, but there is no more Justice League and everything is now chaotic and disorganized because of it. The person reveals that they have imprisoned all of the heroes to prevent them from interfering, and now that they have beat even death, that's a step too far, so something must be done to ensure humanity's survival against the metahumans. Beings on the screen reject the person's proposal, angering the person, but they are quick to shut them down, knowing that their scope was too narrow, so now they give them full permission to use every resource they have to fully eradicate the metahumans from their world. The person, revealed to be Amanda Waller and her new Suicide Squad, are glad with their decision, itching to get to work.